Chapter 9. The Báb's stay in Shiraz after the pilgrimage continued. Departure of Mullah Hussain for Khurasan. Soon after the arrival of Mullah Hussain at Shiraz, the voice of the people rose again in protest against him. The fear and indignation of the multitude were excited by the knowledge of his continued and intimate intercourse with the Báb. "He again has come to our city," they clamoured. "He again has raised the standard of revolt, and is together with his chief contemplating a still fiercer onslaught upon our time-honoured institutions." So grave and menacing became the situation that the Báb instructed Mullah Hussain to regain by way of Yazd, his native province of Khurasan. He likewise dismissed the rest of his companions who had gathered in Shiraz and bade them return to Isfahan. He retained Mullah Abdul Karim, to whom he assigned the duty of transcribing his writings. These precautionary measures, which the Báb deemed wise to undertake, relieved him from the immediate danger of violence from the infuriated people of Shiraz, and served to lend a fresh impetus to the propagation of his faith beyond the limits of that city. His disciples, who had spread throughout the length and breadth of the country, fearlessly proclaimed to the multitude of their countrymen the regenerating power of the newborn revelation. The fame of the Báb had been noised abroad, and had reached the ears of those who held the highest seats of authority, both in the capital and throughout the provinces. A wave of passionate inquiry swayed the minds and hearts of both the leaders and the masses of the people. Amazement and wonder had seized those who had heard from the lips of the immediate messengers of the Báb the tales of those signs and testimonies which had heralded the birth of his manifestation. The dignitaries of state and church either attended in person or delegated their ablest representatives to inquire into the truth and character of this remarkable movement. Sayyid Yahya's interviews with the Báb. Muhammad Shah himself was moved to ascertain the veracity of these reports and to inquire into their nature. He delegated Sayyid Yahya Darabi, the most learned, the most eloquent, and the most influential of his subjects, to interview the Báb and to report to him the results of his investigations. The Shah had implicit confidence in his impartiality, in his competence and profound spiritual insight. He occupied a position of such preeminence among the leading figures in Persia that at whatever meeting he happened to be present, no matter how great the number of the ecclesiastical leaders who attended it, he was invariably its chief speaker. None would dare to assert his views in his presence. They all reverently observed silence before him. All testified to his sagacity, his unsurpassed knowledge and mature wisdom. In those days, Sayyid Yahya was residing in Tehran, in the house of Mirza Lutf Ali, the master of ceremonies to the Shah, as the honoured guest of his Imperial Majesty. The Shah confidently signified, through Mirza Lutf Ali, his desire and pleasure that Sayyid Yahya should proceed to Shiraz and investigate the matter in person. "Tell him from us," commanded the sovereign, "that inasmuch as we repose the utmost confidence in his integrity and admire his moral and intellectual standards, and regard him as the most suitable among the divines of our realm, we expect him to proceed to Shiraz to inquire thoroughly into the episode of the Sayyid Báb and to inform us of the results of his investigations, We shall then know what measures it behoves us to take. Sayyid Yahya had been himself desirous of obtaining first-hand knowledge of the claims of the Bab, but had been unable, owing to adverse circumstances, to undertake the journey to Fars. The message of Muhammad Shah decided him to carry out his long-cherished intention. Assuring his sovereign of his readiness to comply with his wish, he immediately set out for Shiraz. On his way, he conceived the various questions which he thought he would submit to the Bab. Upon the replies which the latter gave to these questions would, in his view, depend the truth and validity of his mission. Upon his arrival at Shiraz, he met Mullah Sheikh Ali, surnamed Azim, with whom he had been intimately associated while in Khurasan. He asked him whether he was satisfied with his interview with the Bab. "You should meet him," Azim replied, "and seek independently to acquaint yourself with his mission. As a friend, I would advise you to exercise the utmost consideration in your conversations with him, lest you too, in the end, should be obliged to deplore any act of discourtesy towards him." Sayyid Yahya met the Bab at the home of Haji Mirza Sayyid Ali, and exercised in his attitude towards him the courtesy which Azim had counselled him to observe. For about 2 hours he directed the attention of the Bab to the most abstruse and bewildering themes in the metaphysical teachings of Islam, to the obscurest passages of the Quran, and to the mysterious traditions and prophecies of the Imams of the faith. The Bab, at first, listened to his learned references to the law and prophecies of Islam, noted all his questions, and began to give to each a brief but persuasive reply. The conciseness and lucidity of his answers excited the wonder and admiration of Sayyid Yahya. He was overpowered by a sense of humiliation at his own presumptuousness and pride. His sense of superiority completely vanished. As he arose to depart, he addressed the Bab in these words: "Please God, I shall in the course of my next audience with you submit the rest of my questions, and with them shall conclude my inquiry." As soon as he retired, he joined Azim, to whom he related the account of his interview. "I have in his presence," he told him, "expatiated unduly upon my own learning. He was able in a few words to answer my questions and to resolve my perplexities. I felt so abased before him that I hurriedly begged leave to retire." Azim reminded him of his counsel and begged him not to forget this time the advice he had given him. In the course of his second interview, Sayyid Yahya, to his amazement, discovered that all the questions which he had intended to submit to the Bab had vanished from his memory. He contented himself with matters that seemed irrelevant to the object of his inquiry. He soon found, to his still greater surprise, that the Bab was answering with the same lucidity and conciseness that had characterized his previous replies those same questions which he had momentarily forgotten. "I seemed to have fallen fast asleep," he later observed. His words, his answers to questions which I had forgotten to ask, reawakened me. A voice still kept whispering in my ear, might not this after all have been an accidental coincidence? I was too agitated to collect my thoughts. I again begged leave to retire. Azim, whom I subsequently met, received me with cold indifference and sternly remarked, "Would that schools had been utterly abolished, and that neither of us had entered one. Through our little-mindedness and conceit, we are withholding from ourselves the redeeming grace of God, and are causing pain to him who is the fountain thereof. Will you not this time beseech God to grant that you may be enabled to attain his presence with becoming humility and detachment, that perchance he may graciously relieve you from the oppression of uncertainty and doubt? I resolved that in my third interview with the Bab, I would in my inmost heart request him to reveal for me a commentary on the Surah of Kawthar. I determined not to breathe that request in his presence. Should he, unasked by me, reveal this commentary in a manner that would immediately distinguish it, in my eyes, from the prevailing standards current among the commentators on the Quran, I then would be convinced of the divine character of his mission, and would readily embrace his cause. If not, I would refuse to acknowledge him. As soon as I was ushered into his presence, a sense of fear, for which I could not account, suddenly seized me. My limbs quivered as I beheld his face. I, who on repeated occasions had been introduced into the presence of the Shah and had never discovered the slightest trace of timidity in myself, was now so awed and shaken that I could not remain standing on my feet. The Bab, beholding my plight, arose from his seat, advanced towards me, and taking hold of my hand, seated me beside him. "Seek from me," he said, "whatever is your heart's desire. I will readily reveal it to you." I was speechless with wonder. Like a babe that can neither understand nor speak, I felt powerless to respond. He smiled as he gazed at me and said, "Were I to reveal for you the commentary on the Surah of Kawthar, would you acknowledge that my words are born of the Spirit of God? Would you recognize that my utterance can in no wise be associated with sorcery or magic?" Tears flowed from my eyes as I heard him speak these words. All I was able to utter was this verse of the Quran. "O our Lord, with ourselves have we dealt unjustly. If thou forgive us not and have not pity on us, we shall surely be of those who perish." It was still early in the afternoon when the Bab requested Haji Mirza Sayyid Ali to bring his pen case and some paper. He then started to reveal his commentary on the Surah of Kawthar. How am I to describe this scene of inexpressible majesty? Verses streamed from his pen with a rapidity that was truly astounding. The incredible swiftness of his writing, the soft and gentle murmur of his voice, and the stupendous force of his style amazed and bewildered me. He continued in this manner until the approach of sunset. He did not pause until the entire commentary of the Surah was completed. He then laid down his pen and asked for tea. Soon after, he began to read it aloud in my presence. My heart leaped madly as I heard him pour out, in accents of unutterable sweetness, those treasures enshrined in that sublime commentary. I was so entranced by its beauty that 3 times over I was on the verge of fainting. He sought to revive my failing strength with a few drops of rose water, which he caused to be sprinkled on my face. This restored my vigour and enabled me to follow his reading to the end. When he had completed his recital, the Bab arose to depart. He entrusted me, as he left, to the care of his maternal uncle. He is to be your guest, he told him, until the time when he, in collaboration with Mullah Abdul Karim, shall have finished transcribing this newly revealed commentary and shall have verified the correctness of the transcribed copy. Mullah Abdul Karim and I devoted 3 days and 3 nights to this work. We would in turn read aloud to each other a portion of the commentary until the whole of it had been transcribed. We verified all the traditions in the text and found them to be entirely accurate. Such was the state of certitude to which I had attained, that if all the powers of the earth were to be leagued against me, they would be powerless to shake my confidence in the greatness of his cause. As I had, since my arrival at Shiraz, been living in the home of Husayn Khan, the governor of Fars, I felt that my prolonged absence from his house might excite his suspicion and inflame his anger. I therefore determined to take leave of Haji Mirza Sayyid Ali and Mullah Abdul Karim and to regain the residence of the governor. On my arrival, I found that Husayn Khan, who in the meantime had been searching for me, was eager to know whether I had fallen a victim to the Báb's magic influence. "No one but God," I replied, "who alone can change the hearts of men, is able to captivate the heart of Sayyid Yahya. Whoso can ensnare his heart is of God, and his word unquestionably the voice of truth." My answer silenced the governor. In his conversation with others, I subsequently learned he had expressed the view that I too had fallen a hopeless victim to the charm of that youth. He had even written to Muhammad Shah and complained that during my stay in Shiraz I had refused all manner of intercourse with the ulamas of the city. "Though nominally my guest," he wrote to his sovereign, "he frequently absents himself for a number of consecutive days and nights from my house. That he has become a Báb'i, that he has been heart and soul enslaved by the will of the Sayyid Báb, I have ceased to entertain any doubt." Muhammad Shah himself, at one of the state functions in his capital, was reported to have addressed these words to Haji Mirza Aqasi: "We have been lately informed that Sayyid Yahya Darabi has become a Báb'i. If this be true, it behoves us to cease belittling the cause of that Sayyid." Husayn Khan, on his part, received the following imperial command: "It is strictly forbidden to any one of our subjects to utter such words as would tend to detract from the exalted rank of Sayyid Yahya Darabi. He is of noble lineage, a man of great learning, of perfect and consummate virtue. He will under no circumstances incline his ear to any cause unless he believes it to be conducive to the advancement of the best interests of our realm and to the well-being of the faith of Islam." Upon the receipt of this imperial injunction, Husayn Khan, unable to resist me openly, strove privily to undermine my authority. His face betrayed an implacable enmity and hate. He failed, however, in view of the marked favours bestowed upon me by the Shah, either to harm my person or to discredit my name. I was subsequently commanded by the Báb to journey to Burujerd and there acquaint my father with the new message. He urged me to exercise towards him the utmost forbearance and consideration. From my confidential conversations with him, I gathered that he was unwilling to repudiate the truth of the message I had brought him. He preferred, however, to be left alone and to be allowed to pursue his own way. Conversion of Mullah Muhammad Ali Zanjani. Another dignitary of the realm, who dispassionately investigated and ultimately embraced the message of the Bab, was Mullah Muhammad Ali, a native of Zanjan, whom the Bab surnamed Hojjat-e Zanjani. He was a man of independent mind, noted for extreme originality and freedom from all forms of traditional restraint. He denounced the whole hierarchy of the ecclesiastical leaders of his country, from the Abwab-e Arba'eh down to the humblest mullah among his contemporaries. He despised their character, deplored their degeneracy, and expatiated upon their vices. He even, prior to his conversion, betrayed an attitude of careless contempt for Sheikh Ahmad Ahsa'i and Sayyid Kazim Rashdi. He was so filled with horror at the misdeeds that had stained the history of Shia Islam that whoever belonged to that sect, no matter how high his personal attainments, was regarded by him as unworthy of his consideration. Not infrequently did cases of fierce controversy arise between him and the divines of Zanjan, which, but for the personal intervention of the Shah, would have led to grave disorder and bloodshed. He was eventually summoned to the capital, and in the presence of his opponents, representatives of the ecclesiastical heads of Tehran and other cities, was called upon to vindicate his claim. Single-handed and alone, he would establish his superiority over his adversaries and would silence their clamour. Although in their hearts they dissented from his views and condemned his conduct, they were compelled to acknowledge outwardly his authority and to confirm his opinion. As soon as the call from Shiraz reached his ears, Hojjat deputed one of his disciples, Mullah Iskandar, in whom he reposed the fullest confidence, to inquire into the whole matter and to report to him the result of his investigations. Utterly indifferent to the praise and censure of his countrymen, whose integrity he suspected and whose judgment he disdained, he sent his delegate to Shiraz with explicit instructions to conduct a minute and independent inquiry. Mullah Iskandar attained the presence of the Bab and felt immediately the regenerating power of his influence. He tarried 40 days in Shiraz, during which time he imbibed the principles of the faith and acquired, according to his capacity, a knowledge of the measure of its glory. With the approval of the Bab, he returned to Zanjan. He arrived at a time when all the leading ulamas of the city had assembled in the presence of Hojjat. As soon as he appeared, Hojjat inquired whether he believed in or rejected the new revelation. Mullah Iskandar submitted the writings of the Bab which he had brought with him, and asserted that whatever should be the verdict of his master, the same would he deem it his obligation to follow. "What?" angrily exclaimed Hojjat. "But for the presence of this distinguished company, I would have chastised you severely. How dare you consider matters of belief to be dependent upon the approbation or rejection of others?" Receiving from the hand of his messenger the copy of the Qayyumul Asma, he, as soon as he had perused a page of that book, fell prostrate upon the ground and exclaimed, "I bear witness that these words which I have read proceed from the same source as that of the Qur'an. Whoso has recognized the truth of that sacred book must needs testify to the divine origin of these words, and must needs submit to the precepts inculcated by their author. I take you, members of this assembly, as my witnesses. I pledge such allegiance to the author of this revelation that should he ever pronounce the night to be the day, and declare the sun to be a shadow, I would unreservedly submit to his judgment, and would regard his verdict as the voice of truth. Whoso denies him, him will I regard as the repudiator of God himself. With these words, he terminated the proceedings of that gathering. Visits of Quddus to Kerman, Tehran, and Mazandaran. His relations with Haji Sayyid Javad Kermani. We have in the preceding pages referred to the expulsion of Quddus and of Mullah Sadegh from Shiraz, and have attempted to describe, however inadequately, the chastisement inflicted upon them by the tyrannical and rapacious Husayn Khan. A word should now be said regarding the nature of their activities after their expulsion from that city. For a few days, they continued to journey together, after which they separated, Quddus departing for Kerman in order to interview Haji Mirza Karim Khan, and Mullah Sadegh directing his steps towards Yazd, with the intention of pursuing among the ulamas of that province the work which he had been so cruelly forced to abandon in Fars. Quddus was received upon his arrival at the home of Haji Sayyid Javad Kermani, whom he had known in Karbila, and whose scholarship, skill, and competence were universally recognized by the people of Kerman. At all the gatherings held in his home, he invariably assigned to his youthful guest the seat of honor, and treated him with extreme deference and courtesy. So marked a preference for so young and seemingly mediocre a person kindled the envy of the disciples of Haji Mirza Karim Khan, who, describing in vivid and exaggerated language the honours which were being lavished upon Quddus, sought to excite the dormant hostility of their chief. "Behold," they whispered in his ears, "he who is the best beloved, the trusted and most intimate companion of the Sayyid Bab, is now the honoured guest of one who is admittedly the most powerful inhabitant of Kerman. If he be allowed to live in close companionship with Haji Sayyid Javad, he will no doubt instill his poison into his soul, and will fashion him as the instrument whereby he will succeed in disrupting your authority and in extinguishing your fame." Alarmed by these evil whisperings, the cowardly Haji Mirza Karim Khan appealed to the governor and induced him to call in person upon Haji Sayyid Javad and demand that he terminate that dangerous association. The representations of the governor inflamed the wrath of the intemperate Haji Sayyid Javad. "How often," he violently protested, "have I advised you to ignore the whisperings of this evil plotter? My forbearance has emboldened him. Let him be aware lest he overstep his bounds. Does he desire to usurp my position? Is he not the man who receives into his home thousands of abject and ignoble people and overwhelms them with servile flattery? Has he not again and again striven to exalt the ungodly and to silence the innocent? Has he not, year after year, by reinforcing the hand of the evildoer, sought to ally himself with him and gratify his carnal desires? Does he not, until this day, persist in uttering his blasphemies against all that is pure and holy in Islam? My silence seems to have added to his temerity and insolence. He gives himself the liberty of committing the foulest deeds and refuses to allow me to receive and honour in my own home a man of such integrity, such learning, and nobleness. Should he refuse to desist from his practice, let him be warned that the worst elements of the city will, at my instigation, expel him from Kerman." Disconcerted by such vehement denunciations, the governor apologized for his action. Ere he retired, he assured Haji Sayyid Javad that he need entertain no fear, that he himself would endeavour to awaken Haji Mirza Karim Khan to the folly of his behaviour and would induce him to repent. The Sayyid's message stung Haji Mirza Karim Khan. Convulsed by a feeling of intense resentment which he could neither suppress nor gratify, he relinquished all hopes of acquiring the undisputed leadership of the people of Kerman. That open challenge sounded the death knell of his cherished ambitions. In the privacy of his home, Haji Sayyid Javad heard Quddus recount all the details of his activities from the day of his departure from Karbala until his arrival at Kerman. The circumstances of his conversion and his subsequent pilgrimage with the Bab stirred the imagination and kindled the flame of faith in the heart of his host, who preferred, however, to conceal his belief in the hope of being able to guard more effectively the interests of the newly established community. "Your noble resolve," Quddus lovingly assured him, "will in itself be regarded as a notable service rendered to the cause of God. The Almighty will reinforce your efforts and will establish for all time your ascendancy over your opponents." The incident was related to me by a certain Mirza Abdullah Gauga, who, while in Kerman, had heard it from the lips of Haji Sayyid Javad himself. The sincerity of the expressed intentions of the Sayyid has been fully vindicated by the splendid manner in which, as a result of his endeavours, he succeeded in resisting the encroachments of the insidious Haji Mirza Karim Khan, who, had he remained unchallenged, would have caused incalculable harm to the faith. His visit to Tehran. From Kerman, Quddus decided to leave for Yazd, and from thence to proceed to Ardekan, Nain, Ardistan, Esfahan, Kashan, Qom, and Tehran. In each of these cities, notwithstanding the obstacles that beset his path, he succeeded in instilling into the understanding of his hearers the principles which he had so bravely risen to advocate. I have heard Aghay Kalim, the brother of Baha'u'llah, describe in the following terms his meeting with Quddus in Tehran. The charm of his person, his extreme affability, combined with a dignity of bearing, appealed to even the most careless observer. Whoever was intimately associated with him was seized with an insatiable admiration for the charm of that youth. We watched him one day perform his ablutions, and were struck by the gracefulness which distinguished him from the rest of the worshippers in the performance of so ordinary a rite. He seemed in our eyes to be the very incarnation of purity and grace. His stay in Barfurush. In Tehran, Quddus was admitted into the presence of Baha'u'llah, after which he proceeded to Mazandaran, where in his native town of Barfurush, in the home of his father, he lived for about 2 years, during which time he was surrounded by the loving devotion of his family and kindred. His father had married on the death of his first wife, a lady who treated Quddus with a kindness and care that no mother could have hoped to surpass. She longed to witness his wedding, and was often heard to express her fears lest she should have to carry with her to the grave the supreme joy of her heart. "The day of my wedding," Quddus observed, "is not yet come. That day will be unspeakably glorious, not within the confines of this house, but out in the open air under the vault of heaven in the midst of the Sabz-e Maidan, Before the gaze of the multitude, there shall I celebrate my nuptials and witness the consummation of my hopes. 3 years later, when that lady learned of the circumstances attending the martyrdom of Quddus in the Sabza Maidan, she recalled his prophetic words and understood their meaning. Quddus remained in Barfurush until the time when he was joined by Mullah Hussein after the latter's return from his visit to the Bab in the castle of MÁH-KÚ. From Barfurush, they set out for Khurasan, a journey rendered memorable by deeds so heroic that none of their countrymen could hope to rival them. Visit of Mullah Sadiq to Yazd. His relations with Mirza Ahmad Azghandi. As to Mullah Sadiq, as soon as he arrived at Yazd, he inquired of a trusted friend, a native of Khurasan, about the latest developments connected with the progress of the cause in that province. He was particularly anxious to be enlightened concerning the activities of Mirza Ahmad Azghandi, and expressed his surprise at the seeming inactivity of one who, at a time when the mystery of the faith was still undivulged, had displayed such conspicuous zeal in preparing the people for the acceptance of the expected manifestation. Mirza Ahmad, he was told, secluded himself for a considerable period of time in his own home, and there concentrated his energies upon the preparation of a learned and voluminous compilation of Islamic traditions and prophecies relating to the time and the character of the promised dispensation. He collected more than 12,000 traditions of the most explicit character, the authenticity of which was universally recognized, and resolved to take whatever steps were required for the copying and the dissemination of that book. By encouraging his fellow disciples to quote publicly from its contents in all congregations and gatherings, he hoped he would be able to remove such hindrances as might impede the progress of the cause he had at heart. When he arrived at Yazd, he was warmly welcomed by his maternal uncle, Sayyid Hossein Azghandi, the foremost mujtahid of that city, who, a few days before the arrival of his nephew, had sent him a written request to hasten to Yazd and deliver him from the machinations of Haji Mirza Karim Khan, whom he regarded as a dangerous though unavowed enemy of Islam. The mujtahid called upon Mirza Ahmad to combat by every means in his power Haji Mirza Khan's pernicious influence, and wished him to establish permanently his residence in that city, that he might, through incessant exhortations and appeals, succeed in enlightening the minds of the people as to the true aims and intentions cherished by that malignant enemy. Mirza Ahmad, concealing from his uncle his original intention to leave for Shiraz, decided to prolong his stay in Yazd. He showed him the book which he had compiled and shared its contents with the ulamas who thronged from every quarter of the city to meet him. All were greatly impressed by the industry, the erudition, and the zeal which the compiler of that celebrated work had demonstrated. Among those who came to visit Mirza Ahmad was a certain Mirza Taqi, a man who was wicked, ambitious, and haughty, who had recently returned from Najaf, where he had completed his studies, and had been elevated to the rank of mujtahid. In the course of his conversation with Mirza Ahmad, he expressed a desire to peruse that book and to be allowed to retain it for a few days, that he might acquire a fuller understanding of its contents. Sayyid Hussein and his nephew both acceded to his wish. Mirza Taqi, who was to have returned the book, failed to redeem his promise. Mirza Ahmad, who had already suspected the insincerity of Mirza Taqi's intentions, urged his uncle to remind the borrower of the pledge he had given. "Tell your master," was the insolent reply to the messenger sent to claim the book, "that after having satisfied myself as to the mischievous character of that compilation, I decided to destroy it. Last night I threw it into the pond, thereby obliterating its pages." Moved by deep and determined indignation at such deceitfulness and impertinence, Sayyid Hussein resolved to wreak his vengeance upon him. Mirza Ahmad succeeded, however, by his wise counsels, in pacifying the anger of his infuriated uncle, and in dissuading him from carrying out the measures which he proposed to take. "This punishment," he urged, "which you contemplate, will excite the agitation of the people, and will stir up mischief and sedition. It will gravely interfere with the efforts which you wish me to exert in order to extinguish the influence of Haji Mirza Karim Khan. He will undoubtedly seize the occasion to denounce you as a Bábí, and will hold me responsible for having been the cause of your conversion. By this means, he will both undermine your authority and earn the esteem and gratitude of the people. Leave him in the hands of God." His experience in the masjid of Yazd. Mullah Sadegh was greatly pleased to learn from the account of this incident that Mirza Ahmad was actually residing in Yazd, and that no obstacle stood in the way of his meeting with him. He went immediately to the masjid in which Sayyid Hussein was leading the congregational prayer, and in which Mirza Ahmad delivered the sermon. Taking his seat in the front row among the worshippers, he joined them in prayer, after which he went straight to Sayyid Hussein and publicly embraced him. Uninvited, he immediately afterwards ascended the pulpit and prepared to address the faithful. Sayyid Hussein, though at first startled, preferred to raise no objection, being curious to discover the motive and ascertain the degree of learning of this sudden intruder. He motioned to his nephew to refrain from opposing him. Mullah Sadegh prefaced his discourse with one of the best known and most exquisitely written homilies of the Báb, after which he addressed the congregation in these terms: "Render thanks to God, O people of learning, for behold, the gate of divine knowledge, which you deem to have been closed, is now wide open. The river of everlasting life has streamed forth from the city of Shíráz, and is conferring untold blessings upon the people of this land. Whoever has partaken of one drop from this ocean of heavenly grace, no matter how humble and unlettered, has discovered in himself the power to unravel the profoundest mysteries, and has felt capable of expounding the most abstruse themes of ancient wisdom. And whoever, though he be the most learned expounder of the faith of Islam, has chosen to rely upon his own competence and power, and has disdained the message of God, has condemned himself to irretrievable degradation and loss." A wave of indignation and dismay swept over the entire congregation as these words of Mullah Sadegh pealed out this momentous announcement. The masjid rang with cries of blasphemy, which an infuriated congregation shouted in horror against the speaker. "Descend from the pulpit," rose the voice of Sayyid Hussein amid the clamour and tumult of the people, as he motioned to Mullah Sadegh to hold his peace and to retire. No sooner had he regained the floor of the masjid than the whole company of the assembled worshippers rushed upon him and overwhelmed him with blows. Sayyid Hussain immediately intervened, vigorously dispersed the crowd, and seizing the hand of Mullah Sadegh, forcibly drew him to his side. "Withhold your hands," he appealed to the multitude. "Leave him in my custody. I will take him to my home and will closely investigate the matter. A sudden fit of madness may have caused him to utter these words. I will myself examine him. If I find that his utterances are premeditated and that he himself firmly believes in the things which he has declared, I will with my own hands inflict upon him the punishment imposed by the law of Islam." By this solemn assurance, Mullah Sadegh was delivered from the savage attacks of his assailants. Divested of his abba and turban, deprived of his sandals and staff, bruised and shaken by the injuries he had received, he was entrusted to the care of Sayyid Hussain's attendants, who, as they forced their passage among the crowd, succeeded eventually in conducting him to the home of their master. Sufferings of Mullah Yusuf Ardebili and others. Mullah Yusuf Ardebili likewise was subjected in those days to a persecution fiercer and more determined than the savage onslaught which the people of Yazd had directed against Mullah Sadegh. But for the intervention of Mirza Ahmad and the assistance of his uncle, he would have fallen a victim to the wrath of a ferocious enemy. When Mullah Sadegh and Mullah Yusuf Ardebili arrived at Kerman, they again had to submit to similar indignities and to suffer similar afflictions at the hands of Haji Mirza Karim Khan and his associates. Haji Sayyid Jawad's persistent exertions freed them eventually from the grasp of their persecutors and enabled them to proceed to Khurasan. Though hunted and harassed by their foes, the Báb's immediate disciples, together with their companions in different parts of Persia, were undeterred by such criminal acts from the accomplishment of their task. Unswerving in their purpose and immovable in their convictions, they continued to battle with the dark forces that assailed them every step of their path. By their unstinted devotion and unexampled fortitude, they were able to demonstrate to many of their countrymen the ennobling influence of the faith they had arisen to champion. Reference to Haji Sayyid Jawad Karbelai. While Wahid was still in Shiraz, Haji Sayyid Jawad Karbelai arrived and was introduced by Haji Mirza Sayyid Ali into the presence of the Báb. In a tablet which he addressed to Wahid and Haji Sayyid Jawad, the Báb extolled the firmness of their faith and stressed the unalterable character of their devotion. The latter had met and known the Báb before the declaration of his mission, and had been a fervent admirer of those extraordinary traits of character which had distinguished him ever since his childhood. At a later time, he met Baha'u'llah in Baghdad and became the recipient of his special favor. When a few years afterwards Baha'u'llah was exiled to Adrianople, he, already much advanced in years, returned to Persia, tarried a while in the province of Iraq, and thence proceeded to Khurasan. His kindly disposition, extreme forbearance, and unaffected simplicity earned him the appellation of the Sayyid-e-Nur. Haji Sayyid Jawad one day, while crossing a street in Tehran, suddenly saw the Shah as he was passing on horseback. Undisturbed by the presence of his sovereign, he calmly approached and greeted him. His venerable figure and dignity of bearing pleased the Shah immensely. He acknowledged his salute and invited him to come and see him. Such was the reception accorded him that the courtiers of the Shah were moved with envy. "Does not your Imperial Majesty realize," they protested, "that this Haji Sayyid Jawad is none other than the man who, even prior to the declaration of the Sayyid Bab, had proclaimed himself a Babi and had pledged his undying loyalty to his person. The Shah, perceiving the malice which actuated their accusation, was sorely displeased and rebuked them for their temerity and low-mindedness. "How strange," he is reported to have exclaimed, "whoever is distinguished by the uprightness of his character and the courtesy of his manners, my people forthwith denounce him as a Babi and regard him as an object worthy of my condemnation." Haji Sayyid Javad spent the last days of his life in Kerman and remained until his last hour a staunch supporter of the faith. He never wavered in his convictions, nor relaxed in his unsparing endeavours for the diffusion of the cause. Sheikh Sultan Karbelai, whose ancestors ranked among the leading ulamas of Karbala, and who himself had been a firm supporter and intimate companion of Sayyid Kazem, was also among those who in those days had met the Bab in Shiraz. It was he who at a later time proceeded to Suleymaniye in search of Baha'u'llah, and whose daughter was subsequently given in marriage to Aghay Kalim. When he arrived at Shiraz, he was accompanied by Sheikh Hassan Zunuzi, to whom we have referred in the early pages of this narrative. To him, the Bab assigned the task of transcribing, in collaboration with Mullah Abdul Karim, the tablets which he had lately revealed. Sheikh Sultan, who had been too ill at the time of his arrival to meet the Bab, received one night, while still on his sickbed, a message from his beloved, informing him that at about 2 hours after sunset he would himself visit him. That night, the Ethiopian servant, who was acting as lantern-bearer to his master, was instructed to walk in advance at a distance which would keep away the attention of the people from him, and to extinguish the lantern as soon as he reached his destination. Account related by Sheikh Sultan Karbelai. I have heard Sheikh Sultan himself describe that nocturnal visit. The Bab, who had bidden me extinguish the lamp in my room ere he arrived, came straight to my bedside. In the midst of the darkness which enveloped us, I was holding fast to the hem of his garment and was imploring him, "Fulfill my desire, O beloved of my heart, and allow me to sacrifice myself for thee, for no one else except thee is able to confer upon me this favour." "O Sheikh," the Bab replied, "I too yearn to immolate myself upon the altar of sacrifice. It behoves us both to cling to the garment of the best beloved, and to seek from him the joy and glory of martyrdom in his path. Rest assured, I will in your behalf supplicate the Almighty to enable you to attain his presence. Remember me on that day, a day such as the world has never seen before." As the hour of parting approached, he placed in my hand a gift which he asked me to expend for myself. I tried to refuse, but he begged me to accept it. Finally, I acceded to his wish, whereupon he arose and departed. The illusion of the Bab that night to his best beloved excited my wonder and curiosity. In the years that followed, I oftentimes believed that the one to whom the Bab had referred was none other than Tahirih. I even imagined Sayyid-ul-Lov to be that person. I was sorely perplexed and knew not how to unravel this mystery. When I reached Karbila and attained the presence of Baha'u'llah, I became firmly convinced that he alone could claim such affection from the Bab, that he, and only he, could be worthy of such adoration. Advent of the second Nowruz. The second Nowruz, after the declaration of the Báb's mission, which fell on the 21st day of the month of Rabiul Awwal in the year 1262 AH, found the Báb still in Shiraz, enjoying under circumstances of comparative tranquility and ease the blessings of undisturbed association with his family and kindred. Quietly and unceremoniously, he celebrated the festival of Nowruz in his own home, and in accordance with his invariable custom, bountifully conferred upon both his mother and his wife the marks of his affection and favour. By the wisdom of his counsels and the tenderness of his love, he cheered their hearts and dispelled their apprehensions. He bequeathed to them all his possessions and transferred to their names the title to his property. In a document which he himself wrote and signed, he directed that his house and its furniture, as well as the rest of his estate, should be regarded as the exclusive property of his mother and his wife, and that upon the death of the former, her share of the property should revert to his wife. References to the mother and to the wife of the Báb. The mother of the Báb failed at first to realize the significance of the mission proclaimed by her son. She remained for a time unaware of the magnitude of the forces latent in his revelation. As she approached the end of her life, however, she was able to perceive the inestimable quality of that treasure which she had conceived and given to the world. It was Baha'u'lláh who eventually enabled her to discover the value of that hidden treasure which had lain for so many years concealed from her eyes. She was living in Iraq, where she hoped to spend the remaining days of her life, when Baha'u'lláh instructed two of his devoted followers, Haji Sayyid Jawad Karbelai and the wife of Haji Abdul Majid Shirazi, both of whom were already intimately acquainted with her, to instruct her in the principles of the faith. She acknowledged the truth of the cause and remained until the closing years of the 13th century AH, when she departed this life, fully aware of the bountiful gifts which the Almighty had chosen to confer upon her. The wife of the Báb, unlike his mother, perceived at the earliest dawn of his revelation the glory and uniqueness of his mission, and felt from the very beginning the intensity of its force. No one except ṭāhirih among the women of her generation surpassed her in the spontaneous character of her devotion, nor excelled the fervour of her faith. To her, the Báb confided the secret of his future sufferings, and unfolded to her eyes the significance of the events that were to transpire in his day. He bade her not to divulge this secret to his mother, and counselled her to be patient and resigned to the will of God. He entrusted her with a special prayer revealed and written by himself, the reading of which he assured her would remove her difficulties and lighten the burden of her woes. In the hour of your perplexity, he directed her, recite this prayer ere you go to sleep. I myself will appear to you and will banish your anxiety. Faithful to his advice, every time she turned to him in prayer, the light of his unfailing guidance illumined her path and resolved her problems. After the Báb had settled the affairs of his household and provided for the future maintenance of both his mother and his wife, he transferred his residence from his own home to that of Haji Mirza Sayyid Ali. There he awaited the approaching hour of his sufferings. He knew that the afflictions which were in store for him could no longer be delayed, that he was soon to be caught in a whirlwind of adversity which would carry him swiftly to the field of martyrdom, the crowning object of his life. He bade those of his disciples who had settled in Shiraz, among whom were Mullah Abdul Karim and Sheikh Hassan Zanouzi, to proceed to Isfahan and there await his further instructions. Sayyid Hussein Yazdi, one of the Letters of the Living, who had recently arrived at Shiraz, was likewise instructed to proceed to Isfahan and to join the company of his fellow disciples in that city. Hussein Khan's activities. Meanwhile, Hussein Khan, the governor of Fars, was bending every effort to involve the Bab in fresh embarrassments and to degrade him still further in the eyes of the public. The smouldering fire of his hostility was fanned to flame by the knowledge that the Bab was allowed to pursue unmolested the course of his activities, that he was still able to associate with certain of his companions, and that he continued to enjoy the benefits of unrestrained fellowship with his family and kindred. By the aid of his secret agents, he succeeded in obtaining accurate information regarding the character and influence of the movement which the Bab had initiated. He had secretly watched his movements, ascertained the degree of enthusiasm which he had aroused, and scrutinized the motives, the conduct, and the number of those who had embraced his cause. Report of the chief of his emissaries. One night there came to Hussein Khan the chief of his emissaries with the report that the number of those who were crowding to see the Bab had assumed such proportions as to necessitate immediate action on the part of those whose function it was to guard the security of the city. "The eager crowd that gathers every night to visit the Bab," he remarked, "surpasses in number the multitude of people that throngs every day before the gates of the seat of your government. Among them are to be seen men celebrated alike for their exalted rank and extensive learning. Such are the tact and lavish generosity which his maternal uncle displays in his attitude towards the officials of your government, that no one among your subordinates is inclined to acquaint you with the reality of the situation. If you would permit me, I will, with the aid of a number of your attendants, surprise the Bab at the hour of midnight, and will deliver handcuffed into your hands certain of his associates who will enlighten you concerning his activities and who will confirm the truth of my statements." Hussein Khan refused to comply with his wish. "I can tell better than you," was his answer, "what the interests of the state require. Watch me from a distance. I shall know how to deal with him." Hussein Khan's directions to Abdul Hamid Khan. That very moment, the governor summoned Abdul Hamid Khan, the chief constable of the city. "Proceed immediately," he commanded him, "to the house of Haji Mirza Sayyid Ali. Quietly and unobserved, scale the wall and ascend to the roof, and from there suddenly enter his home. Arrest the Sayyid Bab immediately and conduct him to this place together with any of the visitors who may be present with him at that time. Confiscate whatever books and documents you are able to find in that house. As to Haji Mirza Sayyid Ali, it is my intention to impose upon him the following day the penalty for having failed to redeem his promise. I swear by the imperial diadem of Mohammed Shah that this very night I shall have the Sayyid Bab executed, together with his wretched companions. Their ignominious death will quench the flame they have kindled, and will awaken every would-be follower of that creed to the danger that awaits every disturber of the peace of this realm. By this act, I shall have extirpated a heresy, the continuance of which constitutes the gravest menace to the interests of the state. Arrest of the Bab and outbreak of the plague. Abdul Hamid Khan retired to execute his task. He, together with his assistants, broke into the house of Haji Mirza Sayyid Ali and found the Bab in the company of his maternal uncle and a certain Sayyid Kazim Zanjani, who was later martyred in Mazandaran, and whose brother, Sayyid Murtaza, was one of the 7 martyrs of Tehran. He immediately arrested them, collected whatever documents he could find, ordered Haji Mirza Sayyid Ali to remain in his house, and conducted the rest to the seat of government. The Bab, undaunted and self-possessed, was heard to repeat this verse of the Quran: "That with which they are threatened is for the morning. Is not the morning near?" No sooner had the chief constable reached the marketplace than he discovered to his amazement that the people of the city were fleeing from every side in consternation, as if overtaken by an appalling calamity. He was struck with horror when he witnessed the long train of coffins being hurriedly transported through the streets, each followed by a procession of men and women loudly uttering shrieks of agony and pain. This sudden tumult, the lamentations, the affrighted countenances, the imprecations of the multitude distressed and bewildered him. He inquired as to the reason. "This very night," he was told, "a plague of exceptional virulence has broken out. We are smitten by its devastating power. Already, since the hour of midnight, it has extinguished the lives of over 100 people. Alarm and despair reign in every house. The people are abandoning their homes, and in their plight are invoking the aid of the Almighty." Flight of Hussein Khan. Abdul Hamid Khan, terrified by this dreadful intelligence, ran to the home of Hussein Khan. An old man who guarded his house and was acting as doorkeeper informed him that the house of his master was deserted, that the ravages of the pestilence had devastated his home and afflicted the members of his household. 2 of his Ethiopian maids, he was told, and a manservant have already fallen victims to this scourge, and members of his own family are now dangerously ill. In his despair, my master has abandoned his home, and leaving the dead unburied, has fled with the rest of his family to Bagh-e-Takht. Recovery of the son of Abdul Hamid Khan. Abdul Hamid Khan decided to conduct the Bab to his own home and keep him in his custody pending instructions from the governor. As he was approaching his house, he was struck by the sound of weeping and wailing of the members of his household. His son had been attacked by the plague and was hovering on the brink of death. In his despair, he threw himself at the feet of the Bab and tearfully implored him to save the life of his son. He begged him to forgive his past transgressions and misdeeds. "I adjure you," he entreated the Bab as he clung to the hem of his garment, "by him who has elevated you to this exalted position, to intercede in my behalf and offer a prayer for the recovery of my son. Suffer not that he, in the prime of youth, be taken from me. Punish him not for the guilt which his father has committed. I repent of what I've done, and at this moment resign my post. I solemnly pledge my word that never again will I accept such a position, even though I perish of hunger." The Bab, who was in the act of performing his ablutions and was preparing to offer the prayer of dawn, directed him to take some of the water with which he was washing his face to his son and request him to drink it. This, he said, would save his life. Release of the Bab. No sooner had Abdul Hamid Khan witnessed the signs of the recovery of his son Then he wrote a letter to the governor in which he acquainted him with the whole situation and begged him to cease his attacks on the Bab. "Have pity on yourself," he wrote him, "as well as on those whom Providence has committed to your care. Should the fury of this plague continue its fatal course, no one in this city, I fear, will by the end of this day have survived the horror of its attack." Hussein Khan replied that the Bab should be immediately released and given freedom to go wherever he might please. As soon as an account of these happenings reached Tehran and was brought to the attention of the Shah, an imperial edict dismissing Hussein Khan from office was issued and sent to Shiraz. From the day of his dismissal, that shameless tyrant fell a victim to countless misfortunes and was in the end unable to earn even his daily bread. No one seemed willing or able to save him from his evil plight. When at a later time Baha'u'llah had been banished to Baghdad, Hussein Khan sent him a letter in which he expressed repentance and promised to atone for his past misdeeds on condition that he should regain his former position. Baha'u'llah refused to answer him. Sunk in misery and shame, he languished until his death. Farewell of the Bab to his relatives and his departure from Shiraz. The Bab, who was staying at the home of Abdul Hamid Khan, sent Sayyid Kazem to request Haji Mirza Sayyid Ali to come and see him. He informed his uncle of his intended departure from Shiraz, entrusted both his mother and his wife to his care, and charged him to convey to each the expression of his affection and the assurance of God's unfailing assistance. "Wherever they may be," he told his uncle as he bade him farewell, "God's all-encompassing love and protection will surround them. I will again meet you amid the mountains of Azerbaijan, from whence I will send you forth to obtain the crown of martyrdom. I myself will follow you, together with one of my loyal disciples, and will join you in the realm of eternity." Chapter 10. The Bab's Sojourn in Isfahan. His letter to Manucher Khan. The welcome extended by the Imam Jum'eh. The summer of the year 1262 AH was drawing to a close when the Bab bade his last farewell to his native city of Shiraz and proceeded to Isfahan. Sayyid Kazim Zanjani accompanied him on that journey. As he approached the outskirts of the city, he wrote a letter to the governor of the province, Manucher Khan, the Mu'tamid-ud-Dawleh, in which he requested him to signify his wish as to the place where he could dwell. The letter which he entrusted to Sayyid Kazem was expressive of such courtesy and revealed such exquisite penmanship that the Mu'tamid was moved to instruct the Sultanul Ulama, the Imam Jum'eh of Isfahan, the foremost ecclesiastical authority of that province, to receive the Bab in his own home and to accord him a kindly and generous reception. In addition to his message, the governor sent the Imam Jum'eh the letter he had received from the Bab. The Sultanul Ulama accordingly bade his own brother, whose savage cruelty in later years earned him the appellation of Raksha from Baha'u'llah, to proceed with a number of his favorite companions to meet and escort the expected visitor to the gate of the city. As the Bab approached, the Imam Jum'eh went out to welcome him in person and conducted him ceremoniously to his house. Honours accorded by the people to the Bab. Deference shown the Bab by the Imam Jum'eh. Such were the honours accorded to the Bab in those days, that when, on a certain Friday, he was returning from the public bath to the house, a multitude of people were seen eagerly clamouring for the water which he had used for his ablutions. His fervent admirers firmly believed in its unfailing virtue and power to heal their sicknesses and ailments. The Imam Jum'eh himself had from the very first night become so enamoured with him, who was the object of such devotion, that assuming the functions of an attendant, he undertook to minister to the needs and wants of his beloved guest. Seizing the ewer from the hand of the chief steward, and utterly ignoring the customary dignity of his rank, he proceeded to pour out the water over the hands of the Bab. The Bab's commentary on the Surah of Wal-'Asr. One night, after supper, the Imam Jum'eh, whose curiosity had been excited by the extraordinary traits of character which his youthful guest had revealed, ventured to request him to reveal a commentary on the Surah of Wal-'Asr. His request was readily granted. Calling for pen and paper, the Bab, with astonishing rapidity and without the least premeditation, began to reveal in the presence of his host a most illuminating interpretation of the aforementioned surah. It was nearing midnight when the Bab found himself engaged in the exposition of the manifold implications involved in the first letter of that surah. That letter, the letter Vav, upon which Sheikh Ahmad Asai had already laid such emphasis in his writings, symbolized for the Bab the advent of a new cycle of divine revelation, and has since been alluded to by Baha'u'llah in the Kitab al-Aqdas in such passages as the mystery of the great reversal and the sign of the sovereign. The Bab soon after began to chant in the presence of his host and his companions the homily with which he had prefaced his commentary on the surah. Those words of power confounded his hearers with wonder. They seemed as if bewitched by the magic of his voice. Instinctively they started to their feet, and together with the Imam Jum'eh reverently kissed the hem of his garment. Mullah Muhammad Taqi Harrati, an eminent mujtahid, broke out into a sudden expression of exultation and praise. "Peerless and unique," he exclaimed, "as are the words which have streamed from this pen, to be able to reveal within so short a time and in so legible a writing so great a number of verses as to equal a fourth, nay, a third of the Qur'an, is in itself an achievement such as no mortal, without the intervention of God, could hope to perform. Neither the cleaving of the moon nor the quickening of the pebbles of the sea can compare with so mighty an act." The Bab's interview with Manucher Khan. As the Bab's fame was being gradually diffused over the entire city of Isfahan, an unceasing stream of visitors flowed from every quarter to the house of the Imam Jum'eh. A few to satisfy their curiosity, others to obtain a deeper understanding of the fundamental verities of his faith, and still others to seek the remedy for their ills and sufferings. The Mu'tamid himself came one day to visit the Bab, and while seated in the midst of an assemblage of the most brilliant and accomplished divines of Isfahan, requested him to expound the nature and demonstrate the validity of the Nubuwwat-e Khaseh. He had previously, in that same gathering, called upon those who were present to adduce such proofs and evidences in support of this fundamental article of their faith as would constitute an unanswerable testimony for those who are inclined to repudiate its truth. No one, however, seemed capable of responding to his invitation. "Which do you prefer?" asked the Báb, "a verbal or a written answer to your question?" "A written reply," he answered, "not only would please those who are present at this meeting, but would edify and instruct both the present and future generations." The Báb instantly took up his pen and began to write. In less than 2 hours, he had filled about 50 pages with a most refreshing and circumstantial inquiry into the origin, the character, and the pervasive influence of Islam. The originality of his dissertation, the vigour and vividness of its style, the accuracy of its minutest details invested his treatment of that noble theme with an excellence which no one among those who were present on that occasion could have failed to perceive. With masterly insight, he linked the central idea in the concluding passages of this exposition with the advent of the promised Qa'im and the expected return of the Imam Hussein. He argued with such force and courage that those who heard him recite its verses were astounded by the magnitude of his revelation. No one dared to insinuate the slightest objection, much less openly to challenge his statements. The Mu'tamed could not help giving vent to his enthusiasm and joy. "Hear me," he exclaimed. "Members of this revered assembly, I take you as my witnesses. Never until this day have I in my heart been firmly convinced of the truth of Islam. I can henceforth, thanks to this exposition penned by this youth, declare myself a firm believer in the faith proclaimed by the Apostle of God. I solemnly testify to my belief in the reality of the superhuman power with which this youth is endowed, a power which no amount of learning can ever impart." With these words, he brought the meeting to an end. Fears of Haji Mirza Aqasi. The growing popularity of the Báb aroused the resentment of the ecclesiastical authorities of Isfahan, who viewed with concern and envy the ascendancy which an unlearned youth was slowly acquiring over the thoughts and consciences of their followers. They firmly believed that unless they rose to stem the tide of popular enthusiasm, the very foundations of their existence would be undermined. A few of the more sagacious among them thought it wise to abstain from acts of direct hostility to either the person or the teachings of the Báb, as such action, they felt, would serve only to enhance his prestige and consolidate his position. The mischief makers, however, were busily engaged in disseminating the wildest reports concerning the character and claims of the Báb. These reports soon reached Tehran and were brought to the attention of Haji Mirza Aqasi, the Grand Vizier of Muhammad Shah. This haughty and overbearing minister viewed with apprehension the possibility that his sovereign might one day feel inclined to befriend the Báb, an inclination which he felt sure would precipitate his own downfall. The Haji was moreover apprehensive lest the Mu'tamed, who enjoyed the confidence of the Shah, should succeed in arranging an interview between the sovereign and the Báb. He was well aware that should such an interview take place, the impressionable and tender-hearted Muhammad Shah would be completely won over by the attractiveness and novelty of that creed. Spurred on by such reflections, he addressed a strongly worded communication to the Imam Jum'eh, in which He upbraided him for his grave neglect of the obligation imposed upon him to safeguard the interests of Islam. "We have expected you," Haji Mirza Aghasi wrote him, "to resist with all your power every cause which conflicts with the best interests of the government and people of this land. You seem instead to have befriended, nay, to have glorified, the author of this obscure and contemptible movement." He likewise wrote a number of encouraging letters to the ulamas of Isfahan, whom he had previously ignored, but upon whom he now lavished his special favours. The Imam Jum'eh, while refusing to alter his respectful attitude towards his guest, was induced by the tone of the message he had received from the Grand Vizier to instruct his associates to devise such means as would tend to lessen the ever-increasing number of visitors who thronged each day to the presence of the Bab. Muhammad Mehdi, surnamed the Safihul Ulama, son of the late Haji Kalbasi, in his desire to gratify the wish and to earn the esteem of Haji Mirza Aghasi, began to calumniate the Bab from the pulpit in the most unseemly language. The Bab's visit to Manucher Khan. As soon as the Mu'tamed was informed of these developments, he sent a message to the Imam Jum'eh in which he reminded him of the visit he, as governor, had paid to the Bab, and extended to him, as well as to his guest, an invitation to his home. The Mu'tamed invited Haji Sayyid Asadullah, son of the late Haji Sayyid Muhammad Baqir Rashdi, Haji Muhammad Ja'far Abadei, Muhammad Mehdi, Mirza Hassan Noori, and a few others to be present at that meeting. Haji Sayyid Asadullah refused the invitation and endeavoured to dissuade those who had been invited from participating in that gathering. "I have sought to excuse myself," he informed them, "and I would most certainly urge you to do the same. I regard it as most unwise of you to meet the Sayyid Bab face to face. He will, no doubt, reassert his claim and will, in support of his argument, adduce whatever proof you may desire him to give, and without the least hesitation will reveal as a testimony to the truth he bears verses of such a number as would equal half the Qur'an. In the end, he will challenge you in these words: 'Produce likewise, if ye are men of truth.' We can in no wise successfully resist him. If we disdain to answer him, our impotence will have been exposed. If we, on the other hand, submit to his claim, we shall not only be forfeiting our own reputation, our own prerogatives and rights, but will have committed ourselves to acknowledge any further claims that he may feel inclined to make in the future." Haji Muhammad Ja'far heeded this counsel and refused to accept the invitation of the governor. Muhammad Mehdi, Mirza Hassan Noori, and a few others who disdained such advice presented themselves at the appointed hour at the home of the Mu'tamed. At the invitation of the host, Mirza Hassan, a noted Platonist, requested the Bab to elucidate certain abstruse philosophical doctrines connected with the Arshieh of Mullah Sadra, the meaning of which only a few had been able to unravel. In simple and unconventional language, the Bab replied to each of his questions. Mirza Hassan, though unable to apprehend the meaning of the answers which he had received, realized how inferior was the learning of the so-called exponents of the Platonic and the Aristotelian schools of thought of his day to the knowledge displayed by that youth. Mohammed Mehdi ventured in his turn to question the Bab regarding certain aspects of the Islamic law. Dissatisfied with the explanation he received, he began to contend idly with the Bab. He was soon silenced by the Mu'tamed, who, cutting short his conversation, turned to an attendant and, bidding him light the lantern, gave the order that Mohammed Mehdi be immediately conducted to his home. The Mu'tamed subsequently confided his apprehensions to the Imam Jum'eh. "I fear the machinations of the enemies of the Sayyid Bab," he told him. "The Shah has summoned him to Tehran. I am commanded to arrange for his departure. I deem it more advisable for him to stay in my home until such time as he can leave this city." The Imam Jum'eh acceded to his request and returned alone to his house. Reference to Mullah Muhammad Taqi Harrati. The Bab had tarried 40 days at the residence of the Imam Jum'eh. While he was still there, a certain Mullah Muhammad Taqi Harrati, who was privileged to meet the Bab every day, undertook with his consent to translate one of his works, entitled Risaleh Furu'e Adliye, from the original Arabic into Persian. The service he thereby rendered to the Persian believers was marred, however, by his subsequent behavior. Fear suddenly seized him, and he was induced eventually to sever his connection with his fellow believers. Banquet offered to the Bab by Mirza Ibrahim. Ere the Bab had transferred his residence to the house of the Mu'tamed, Mirza Ibrahim, father of the Sultanush Shu'ada and elder brother of Mirza Muhammad Ali Nahri, to whom we have already referred, invited the Bab to his home one night. Mirza Ibrahim was a friend of the Imam Jum'eh, was intimately associated with him, and controlled the management of all his affairs. The banquet, which was spread for the Bab that night, was one of unsurpassed magnificence. It was commonly observed that neither the officials nor the notables of the city had offered a feast of such magnitude and splendour. The Sultanush Shuhada and his brother, the Mahbubush Shuhada, who were lads of 9 and 11 respectively, served at that banquet and received special attention from the Bab. That night, during dinner, Mirza Ibrahim turned to his guest and said, "My brother, Mirza Muhammad Ali, has no child. I beg you to intercede in his behalf and to grant his heart's desire." The Bab took a portion of the food with which he had been served, placed it with his own hands on a platter, and handed it to his host, asking him to take it to Mirza Muhammad Ali and his wife. "Let them both partake of this," he said. "Their wish will be fulfilled." By virtue of that portion which the Bab had chosen to bestow upon her, the wife of Mirza Muhammad Ali conceived, and in due time gave birth to a girl, who eventually was joined in wedlock with the Most Great Branch, a union that came to be regarded as the consummation of the hopes entertained by her parents. Death warrant of the Bab, issued by the Ulamas of Isfahan. The high honours accorded to the Bab served further to inflame the hostility of the Ulamas of Isfahan. With feelings of dismay, they beheld on every side evidences of his all-pervasive influence, invading the stronghold of orthodoxy and subverting their foundations. They summoned a gathering, at which they issued a written document, signed and sealed by all the ecclesiastical leaders of the city, condemning the Bab to death. They all concurred in this condemnation, with the exception of Haji Sayyid Asadullah and Haji Muhammad Ja'far Abadi, both of whom refused to associate themselves with the contents of so glaringly abusive a document. The Imam Jum'eh, though declining to endorse the death warrant of the Bab, was induced by reason of his extreme cowardice and ambition to add to that document in his own handwriting the following testimony. I testify that in the course of my association with this youth, I have been unable to discover any act that would in any way betray his repudiation of the doctrines of Islam. On the contrary, I have known him as a pious and loyal observer of its precepts. The extravagance of his claims, however, and his disdainful contempt for the things of the world incline me to believe that he is devoid of reason and judgment. The plan of Manucher Khan for the departure and return of the Bab to Isfahan. No sooner had the Mu'tamed been informed of the condemnation pronounced by the ulamas of Isfahan, then he determined, by a plan which he himself conceived, to nullify the effects of that cruel verdict. He issued immediate instructions that towards the hour of sunset, the Bab, escorted by 500 horsemen of the governor's own mounted bodyguard, should leave the gate of the city and proceed in the direction of Tehran. Imperative orders had been given that at the completion of each farsang, 100 of this mounted escort should return directly to Isfahan. To the chief of the last remaining contingent, a man in whom he placed implicit confidence, the Mu'tamed confidentially intimated his desire that at every Maidan 20 of the remaining 100 should likewise be ordered by him to return to the city. Of the 20 remaining horsemen, the Mu'tamed directed that 10 should be dispatched to Ardistan for the purpose of collecting the taxes levied by the government, and that the rest, all of whom should be of his tried and most reliable men, should by an unfrequented route bring the Bab back in disguise to Isfahan. They were moreover instructed so to regulate their march that before dawn of the ensuing day, the Bab should have arrived at Isfahan and should have been delivered into his custody. This plan was immediately taken in hand and duly executed. At an unsuspected hour, the Bab re-entered the city, was directly conducted to the private residence of the Mu'tamed, known by the name of Emarat Khorshid, and was introduced through a side entrance reserved for the Mu'tamed himself into his private apartments. The governor waited in person on the Bab, served his meals, and provided whatever was required for his comfort and safety. Meeting of the believers with the Bab. Meanwhile, the wildest conjectures obtained currency in the city regarding the journey of the Bab to Tehran, the sufferings which he was made to endure on his way to the capital, the verdict which had been pronounced against him, and the penalty which he had suffered. These rumours greatly distressed the believers who were residing in Isfahan. The Mu'tamed, who was well aware of their grief and anxiety, interceded with the Bab in their behalf and begged to be allowed to introduce them into his presence. The Bab addressed a few words in his own handwriting to Mullah Abdul Karim Qazvini, who had taken up his quarters in the Madraseh of Nim Avard, and instructed the Mu'tamed to send it to him by a trusted messenger. An hour later, Mullah Abdul Karim was ushered into the presence of the Bab. Of his arrival, no one except the Mu'tamed was informed. He received from his master some of his writings and was instructed to transcribe them in collaboration with Sayyid Hussein Yazdi and Sheikh Hassan Zunuzi. To these he soon returned, bearing the welcome news of the Bab's well-being and safety. Of all the believers residing in Isfahan, these three alone were allowed to see him. The Bab's prediction of the approaching death of Manucher Khan. One day, while seated with the Bab in his private garden within the courtyard of his house, the Mu'tamed, taking his guest into his confidence, addressed him in these words: "The Almighty Giver has endowed me with great riches. I know not how best to use them. Now that I have, by the aid of God, been led to recognize this revelation, it is my ardent desire to consecrate all my possessions to the furtherance of its interests and the spread of its fame. It is my intention to proceed, by your leave, to Tehran, and to do my best to win to this cause Mohammed Shah, whose confidence in me is firm and unshaken. I am certain he will eagerly embrace it, and will arise to promote it far and wide. I will also endeavour to induce the Shah to dismiss the profligate Haji Mirza Aghasi, the folly of whose administration has well nigh brought this land to the verge of ruin. Next, I will strive to obtain for you the hand of one of the sisters of the Shah, and will myself undertake the preparation of your nuptials. Finally, I hope to be enabled to incline the hearts of the rulers and kings of the earth to this most wondrous cause, and to extirpate every lingering trace of that corrupt ecclesiastical hierarchy that has stained the fair name of Islam. May God requite you for your noble intentions," the Bab replied. "So lofty a purpose is to me even more precious than the act itself. Your days and mine are numbered, however. They are too short to enable me to witness and to allow you to achieve the realization of your hopes. Not by the means which you fondly imagine will an almighty providence accomplish the triumph of his faith. Through the poor and lowly of this land, by the blood which these shall have shed in his path, will the omnipotent sovereign ensure the preservation and consolidate the foundation of his cause. That same God will, in the world to come, place upon your head the crown of immortal glory, and will shower upon you his inestimable blessings. Of the span of your earthly life, there remain only 3 months and 9 days, after which you shall with faith and certitude hasten to your eternal abode." The Mu'tamed greatly rejoiced at these words. Resigned to the will of God, he prepared himself for the departure which the words of the Bab had so clearly foreshadowed. He wrote his testament, settled his private affairs, and bequeathed whatever he possessed to the Bab. Immediately after his death, however, his nephew, the rapacious Gorgin Khan, discovered and destroyed his will, seized his property, and contemptuously ignored his wishes. Last days of Manucher Khan. As the days of his earthly life were drawing to a close, the Mu'tamed increasingly sought the presence of the Bab, and in his hours of intimate fellowship with him obtained a deeper realization of the spirit which animated his faith. "As the hour of my departure approaches," he one day told the Bab. I feel an undefinable joy pervading my soul. But I am apprehensive for you. I tremble at the thought of being compelled to leave you to the mercy of so ruthless a successor as Gorgin Khan. He will no doubt discover your presence in this house, and will, I fear, grievously ill-treat you. Fear not, remonstrated the Bab. I have committed myself into the hands of God. My trust is in him. Such is the power which he has bestowed upon me, that if it be my wish, I can convert these very stones into gems of inestimable value, and can instill into the heart of the most wicked criminal the loftiest conceptions of uprightness and duty. Of my own will have I chosen to be afflicted by my enemies, that God might accomplish the thing destined to be done. As those precious hours flew by, a sense of overpowering devotion, of increased consciousness of nearness to God, filled the heart of the Mu'tamed. In his eyes, the world's pomp and pageantry melted away into insignificance when brought face to face with the eternal realities enshrined in the revelation of the Bab. His vision of its glories, its infinite potentialities, its incalculable blessings grew in vividness as he increasingly realized the vanity of earthly ambition and the limitations of human endeavor. He continued to ponder these thoughts in his heart until the time when a slight attack of fever, which lasted but one night, suddenly terminated his life. Serene and confident, he winged his flight to the great beyond. Dismissal of the believers. As the life of the Mu'tamed was approaching its end, the Bab summoned to his presence Sayyid Hasan Yazdi and Mullah Abdul Karim, acquainted them with the nature of his prediction to his host, and bade them tell the believers who had gathered in the city to scatter throughout KASHÁN, Qom, and Tehran, and await whatever providence, in his wisdom, might choose to decree. Gorgin Khan's communication to Muhammad Shah. A few days after the death of the Mu'tamed, a certain person who was aware of the design which he had conceived and carried out for the protection of the Bab, informed his successor, Gorgin Khan, of the actual residence of the Bab in the Emarat-e-Khorshid, and described to him the honours which his predecessor had lavished upon his guest in the privacy of his own home. On the receipt of this unexpected intelligence, Gorgin Khan dispatched his messenger to Tehran and instructed him to deliver in person the following message to Muhammad Shah. 4 months ago, it was generally believed in Isfahan that in pursuance of your Majesty's imperial summons, the Mu'tamedud-Dawleh, my predecessor, had sent the Sayyid Bab to the seat of your Majesty's government. It has now been disclosed that this same Sayyid is actually occupying the Emarat-e-Khorshid, the private residence of the Mu'tamedud-Dawleh. It has been ascertained that my predecessor himself extended the hospitality of his home to the Sayyid Bab and sedulously guarded that secret from both the people and the officials of this city. Whatever it pleases your Majesty to decree, I unhesitatingly pledge myself to perform. Departure of the Bab for KASHÁN. The Shah, who was firmly convinced of the loyalty of the Mu'tamed, realized when he received this message that the late governor's sincere intention had been to await a favourable occasion when he could arrange a meeting between him and the Bab, and that his sudden death had interfered with the execution of that plan. He issued an imperial mandate summoning the Bab to the capital. In his written message to Gorgin Khan, the Shah commanded him to send the Bab in disguise in the company of a mounted escort headed by Muhammad Beg Choparchi of the sect of the Aliullahi to Tehran, to exercise the utmost consideration towards him in the course of his journey, and strictly to maintain the secrecy of his departure. Gorgin Khan went immediately to the Bab and delivered into his hands the written mandate of the sovereign. He then summoned Muhammad Beg, conveyed to him the behests of Muhammad Shah, and ordered him to undertake immediate preparations for the journey. "Beware," he warned him, "lest anyone discover his identity or suspect the nature of your mission. No one but you, not even the members of his escort, should be allowed to recognize him. Should anyone question you concerning him, say that he is a merchant whom we have been instructed to conduct to the capital, and of whose identity we are completely ignorant." Soon after midnight, the Bab, in accordance with those instructions, set out from the city and proceeded in the direction of Tehran. Chapter 11. The Bab's Stay in Kashan. Dream of Haji Mirza Jani. On the eve of the Bab's arrival at Kashan, Haji Mirza Jani, surnamed Parpa, a noted resident of that city, dreamed that he was standing at a late hour in the afternoon at the gate of Attar, one of the gates of the city, when his eyes suddenly beheld the Bab on horseback, wearing, instead of his customary turban, the kola usually worn by the merchants of Persia. Before him, as well as behind him, marched a number of horsemen into whose custody he seemed to have been delivered. As they approached the gate, the Bab saluted him and said, "Haji Mirza Jani, we are to be your guest for 3 nights. Prepare yourself to receive us." When he awoke, the vividness of his dream convinced him of the reality of his vision. This unexpected apparition constituted in his eyes a providential warning which he felt it his duty to heed and observe. He accordingly set out to prepare his house for the reception of the visitor, and to provide whatever seemed necessary for his comfort. As soon as he had completed the preliminary arrangements for the banquet which he had decided to offer the Bab that night, Haji Mirza Jani proceeded to the gate of Attar, and there waited for the signs of the Bab's expected arrival. At the appointed hour, as he was scanning the horizon, he descried in the distance what seemed to him a company of horsemen approaching the gate of the city. As he hastened to meet them, his eyes recognized the Bab, surrounded by his escort, dressed in the same clothes and wearing the same expression as he had seen the night before in his dream. Haji Mirza Jani joyously approached him and bent to kiss his stirrups. The Bab prevented him, saying, "We are to be your guest for 3 nights. Tomorrow is the day of Nowruz. We shall celebrate it together in your home." Muhammad Beg, who had been riding close to the Bab, thought him to be an intimate acquaintance of Haji Mirza Jani. Turning to him, he said, "I am ready to abide by whatever is the desire of the Sayyid Bab. I would ask you, however, to obtain the approval of my colleague, who shares with me the charge of conducting the Sayyid Bab to Tehran." Haji Mirza Jani submitted his request, and was met with a flat refusal. "I decline your suggestion," he was told. "I have been most emphatically instructed not to allow this youth to enter any city until his arrival at the capital. I have been particularly commanded to spend the night outside the gate of the city, to break my march at the hour of sunset, and to resume it the next day at the hour of dawn. I cannot depart from the orders that have been given to me." This gave rise to a heated altercation, which was eventually settled in favour of Muhammad Beg, who succeeded in inducing his opponent to deliver the Bab into the custody of Haji Mirza Jani, with the express understanding that on the third morning he should safely deliver back his guest into their hands. Haji Mirza Jani, who had intended to invite to his home the entire escort of the Bab, was advised by him to abandon this intention. "No one but you," he urged, "should accompany me to your home." Haji Mirza Jani requested to be allowed to defray the expense of the horseman's 3 days in Kashan. "It is unnecessary," observed the Bab, "but for my will, nothing whatever could have induced them to deliver me into your hands. All things lie prisoned within the grasp of his might. Nothing is impossible to him. He removes every difficulty and surmounts every obstacle." The horsemen were lodged in a caravanserai in the immediate neighbourhood of the gate of the city. Muhammad Beg, following the instructions of the Bab, accompanied him until they drew near the house of Haji Mirza Jani. Having ascertained the actual situation of the house, he returned and joined his companions. The Bab's 3 days at the home of Haji Mirza Jani. Reference to Sayyid Abdul Baqi. The meeting of Mehdi with the Bab. The night the Bab arrived at Kashan coincided with the eve preceding the 3rd Nowruz after the declaration of his mission, which fell on the 2nd day of the month of Rabi'us Sani in the year 1263 AH. On that same night, Sayyid Hussein Yazdi, who had previously, in accordance with the directions of the Bab, come to Kashan, was invited to the house of Haji Mirza Jani and introduced into the presence of his master. The Bab was dictating to him a tablet in honour of his host, when a friend of the latter, a certain Sayyid Abdul Baqi, who was noted in Kashan for his learning, arrived. The Bab invited him to enter, permitted him to hear the verses which he was revealing, but refused to disclose his identity. In the concluding passages of the tablet which he was addressing to Haji Mirza Jani, he prayed in his behalf, supplicated the Almighty to illumine his heart with the light of divine knowledge, and to unloose his tongue for the service and proclamation of his cause. Unschooled and unlettered though he was, Haji Mirza Jani was able, by virtue of this prayer, to impress with his speech even the most accomplished divine of Kashan. He became endowed with such power that he was able to silence every idle pretender who dared to challenge the precepts of his faith. Even the haughty and imperious Mullah Ja'far Naraqi was unable, despite his consummate eloquence, to resist the force of his argument, and was compelled to acknowledge, outwardly, the merits of the cause of his adversary, though at heart he refused to believe in its truth. Sayyid Abdul Baqi sat and listened to the Bab. He heard his voice, watched his movements, looked upon the expression of his face, and noted the words which streamed unceasingly from his lips, and yet failed to be moved by their majesty and power. Wrapped in the veils of his own idle fancy and learning, he was powerless to appreciate the meaning of the utterances of the Bab. He did not even trouble to inquire the name or the character of the guest into whose presence he had been introduced. Unmoved by the things he had heard and seen, he retired from that presence, unaware of the unique opportunity which, through his apathy, he had irretrievably lost. A few days later, when informed of the name of the youth whom he had treated with such careless indifference, he was filled with chagrin and remorse. It was too late, however, for him to seek his presence and atone for his conduct, for the Báb had already departed from Káshan. In his grief, he renounced the society of his fellow men, and led to the end of his days a life of unrelieved seclusion. Among those who were privileged to meet the Báb in the home of Haji Mirza Jani was a man named Mehdi, who was destined at a later time, in the year 1268 AH, to suffer martyrdom in Tehran. He and a few others were, during those 3 days, affectionately entertained by Haji Mirza Jani, whose lavish hospitality earned him the praise and commendation of his master. To even the members of the Báb's escort he extended the same loving kindness, and by his liberality and charm of manner won their lasting gratitude. On the morning of the 2nd day after Nowruz, he, mindful of his pledge, delivered the prisoner into their hands, and with a heart overflowing with grief, bade him a last and touching farewell. Chapter 12. The Báb's journey from Káshan to Tabrīz. His approach to Qom. Attended by his escort, the Báb proceeded in the direction of Qom. His alluring charm, combined with a compelling dignity and unfailing benevolence, had by this time completely disarmed and transformed his guards. They seemed to have abdicated all their rights and duties, and to have resigned themselves to his will and pleasure. In their eagerness to serve and please him, they one day remarked, "We are strictly forbidden by the government to allow you to enter the city of Qom, and have been ordered to proceed by an unfrequented route directly to Tehran. We've been particularly directed to keep away from the Haram-e-Mahsumeh, that inviolable sanctuary under whose shelter the most notorious criminals are immune from arrest. We are ready, however, to ignore utterly for your sake whatever instructions we have received. If it be your wish, we shall unhesitatingly conduct you through the streets of Qom and enable you to visit its holy shrine." "The heart of the true believer is the throne of God," observed the Báb. "He who is the ark of salvation and the Almighty's impregnable stronghold is now journeying with you through this wilderness. I prefer the way of the country rather than to enter this unholy city. The Immaculate One, whose remains are interred within this shrine, her brother and her illustrious ancestors, no doubt bewail the plight of this wicked people. With their lips they pay homage to her. By their acts they heap dishonor upon her name. Outwardly they serve and reverence her shrine. Inwardly they disgrace her dignity." His stay at the village of Qomrud. Such lofty sentiments had instilled such confidence in the hearts of those who accompanied the Báb, that had he at any time chosen to turn away suddenly and leave them, no one among his guards would have felt in the least perturbed, or would have attempted to pursue him. Proceeding by a route that skirted the northern end of the city of Qom, they halted at the village of Qomrud, which was owned by a relative of Muhammad Beg, and the inhabitants of which all belonged to the sect of the Aliullahi. At the invitation of the headman of the village, the Báb tarried one night in that place, and was touched by the warmth and spontaneity of the reception which those simple folk had accorded him. Ere he resumed his journey, he invoked the blessings of the Almighty in their behalf, and cheered their hearts with assurances of his appreciation and love. His arrival at the fortress of Kenargerd, his stay at the village of Kolain, arrival of a number of believers. After a march of 2 days from that village, they arrived on the afternoon of the 8th day after Nowruz at the fortress of Kenargerd, which lies 6 farsangs to the south of Tehran. They were planning to reach the capital on the ensuing day and had decided to spend the night in the neighborhood of that fortress, when a messenger unexpectedly arrived from Tehran, bearing a written order from Haji Mirza Aghasi to Muhammad Beg. That message instructed him to proceed immediately with the Bab to the village of Kulain, where Sheikh Kulaini, Muhammad ibn Yaqub, the author of the Usul-e-Kafi, who was born in that place, had been laid to rest with his father, and whose shrines are greatly honored by the people of that neighborhood. Muhammad Beg was commanded, in view of the unsuitability of the houses in that village, to pitch a special tent for the Bab and keep the escort in its neighborhood pending the receipt of further instructions. On the morning of the 9th day after Nowruz, the 11th day of the month of Rabi'us Sani in the year 1263 AH, in the immediate vicinity of that village, which belonged to Haji Mirza Aghasi, a tent which had served for his own use whenever he visited that place, was erected for the Bab on the slopes of a hill pleasantly situated amid wide stretches of orchards and smiling meadows. The peacefulness of that spot, the luxuriance of its vegetation, and the unceasing murmur of its streams greatly pleased the Bab. He was joined 2 days after by Sayyid Hussein Yazdi, Sayyid Hassan, his brother, Mullah Abdul Karim, and Sheikh Hassan Zunuzi, all of whom were invited to lodge in the immediate surroundings of his tent. On the 14th day of the month of Rabi'us Sani, the 12th day after Nowruz, Mullah Mehdi Kui and Mullah Muhammad Mehdi Kandi arrived from Tehran. The latter, who had been closely associated with Baha'u'llah in Tehran, had been commissioned by him to present to the Bab a sealed letter, together with certain gifts, which, as soon as they were delivered into his hands, provoked in his soul sentiments of unusual delight. His face glowed with joy as he overwhelmed the bearer with marks of his gratitude and favor. Joy of the Bab at the gift and message from Baha'u'llah. That message, received at an hour of uncertainty and suspense, imparted solace and strength to the Bab. It dispelled the gloom that had settled upon his heart and imbued his soul with the certainty of victory. The sadness which had long lingered upon his face, and which the perils of his captivity had served to aggravate, visibly diminished. He no longer shed those tears of anguish which had streamed so profusely from his eyes ever since the days of his arrest and departure from Shiraz. The cry, "Beloved, my well-beloved," which in his bitter grief and loneliness he was wont to utter, gave way to expressions of thanksgiving and praise, of hope and triumph. The exaltation which glowed upon his face never forsook him until the day when the news of the great disaster which befell the heroes of Sheikh Tabarsi again beclouded the radiance of his countenance and dimmed the joy of his heart. An incident of the journey. I have heard Mullah Abdul Karim recount the following incident. My companions and I were fast asleep in the vicinity of the tent of the Bab when the trampling of horsemen suddenly awakened us. We were soon informed that the tent of the Báb was vacant, and that those who had gone out in search of him had failed to find him. We heard Mohammed Beg remonstrate with the guards. "Why feel disturbed?" he pleaded. "Are not his magnanimity and nobleness of soul sufficiently established in your eyes to convince you that he will never, for the sake of his own safety, consent to involve others in embarrassment? He no doubt must have retired in the silence of this moonlit night to a place where he can seek undisturbed communion with God. He will unquestionably return to his tent. He will never desert us." In his eagerness to reassure his colleagues, Mohammed Beg set out on foot along the road leading to Tehran. I too, with my companions, followed him. Shortly after, the rest of the guards were seen, each on horseback, marching behind us. We had covered about a maidan, when, by the dim light of the early dawn, we discerned in the distance the lonely figure of the Báb. He was coming towards us from the direction of Tehran. "Did you believe me to have escaped?" were his words to Mohammed Beg as he approached him. "Far be it from me," was the instant reply as he flung himself at the feet of the Báb, "to entertain such thoughts." Mohammed Beg was too much awed by the serene majesty which that radiant face revealed that morning to venture any further remark. A look of confidence had settled upon his countenance. His words were invested with such transcendent power that a feeling of profound reverence wrapped our very souls. No one dared to question him as to the cause of so remarkable a change in his speech and demeanour, nor did he himself choose to allay our curiosity and wonder. Mohammed Shah's letter to the Báb. For a fortnight the Báb tarried in that spot. The tranquillity which he enjoyed amidst those lovely surroundings was rudely disturbed by the receipt of a letter which Mohammed Shah himself addressed to the Báb, and which was composed in these terms: "Much as we desire to meet you, we find ourselves unable, in view of our immediate departure from our capital, to receive you befittingly in Tehran. We have signified our desire that you be conducted to MÁH-KÚ, and have issued the necessary instructions to Ali Khan, the warden of the castle, to treat you with respect and consideration. It is our hope and intention to summon you to this place upon our return to the seat of our government, at which time we shall definitely pronounce our judgment. We trust that we have caused you no disappointment, and that you will at no time hesitate to inform us in case any grievances befall you. We fain would hope that you will continue to pray for our well-being and for the prosperity of our realm." Dated Rabi'us Sani 1263 AH. Fears, designs and motives of Haji Mirza Aghasi. Haji Mirza Aghasi was no doubt responsible for having induced Mohammed Shah to address such a communication to the Báb. He was actuated solely by a sense of fear lest the contemplated interview should rob him of his position of unquestioned preeminence in the affairs of the state, and should lead eventually to his overthrow from power. He entertained no feelings of malice or resentment toward the Báb. He finally succeeded in persuading his sovereign to transfer so dreaded an opponent to a remote and sequestered corner of his realm, and was thus able to relieve his mind of a thought that continually obsessed him. How stupendous was his mistake, how grievous his blunder. Little did he realize at that moment that by his incessant intrigues he was withholding from his king and country the incomparable benefits of a divine revelation which alone had the power to deliver the land from the appalling state of degradation into which it had fallen. By his act, that short-sighted minister did not only withhold from Mohammed Shah the supreme instrument with which he could have rehabilitated a fast declining empire, but also deprived him of that spiritual agency which could have enabled him to establish his undisputed ascendancy over the peoples and nations of the earth. By his folly, his extravagance and perfidious counsels, he undermined the foundations of the state, lowered its prestige, sapped the loyalty of his subjects, and plunged them into an abyss of misery. Incapable of being admonished by the example of his predecessors, he contemptuously ignored the demands and interests of the people, pursued with unremitting zeal his designs for personal aggrandizement, and by his profligacy and extravagance involved his country in ruinous wars with its neighbors. Sa'ad-ibn Mu'adh, who was neither of royal blood nor invested with authority, attained through the uprightness of his conduct and his unsparing devotion to the cause of Muhammad so exalted a station that to the present day the chiefs and rulers of Islam have continued to reverence his memory and to praise his virtues. Whereas Buzurg Mehr, the ablest, the wisest, and most experienced administrator among the viziers of Nushirwan Adel, in spite of his commanding position, eventually was publicly disgraced, was thrown into a pit, and became the object of the contempt and the ridicule of the people. He bewailed his plight and wept so bitterly that he finally lost his sight. Neither the example of the former nor the fate of the latter seemed to have awakened that self-confident minister to the perils of his own position. He persisted in his thoughts until he too forfeited his rank, lost his riches, and sank into abasement and shame. The numerous properties which he forcibly seized from the humble and law-abiding subjects of the Shah, the costly furnitures with which he embellished them, the vast expenditures of labour and treasure which he ordered for their improvement, all were irretrievably lost 2 years after he had issued his decree condemning the Báb to a cruel incarceration in the inhospitable mountains of Azerbaijan. All his possessions were confiscated by the state. He himself was disgraced by his sovereign, was ignominiously expelled from Tehran, and fell a prey to disease and poverty. Bereft of hope and sunk in misery, he languished in Karbila until the hour of his death. Last stage of the Báb's journey to Tabriz. Arrival of the believers at the village of Siar-Dehan. The Báb was accordingly ordered to proceed to Tabriz. The same escort, under the command of Mohammad Beg, attended him on his journey to the northwestern province of Azerbaijan. He was allowed to select 1 companion and 1 attendant from among his followers to be with him during his sojourn in that province. He selected Sayyid Hussein Yazdi and Sayyid Hassan, his brother. He refused to expend on himself the funds provided by the government for the expense of that journey. All the allowances that were given by the state he bestowed upon the poor and needy, and devoted to his own private needs the money which he, as a merchant, had earned in Bushehr and Shiraz. as orders had been given to avoid entering the towns in the course of the journey to Tabriz. A number of the believers of Qazvin, informed of the approach of their beloved leader, set out for the village of Siardehan and were there able to meet him. One of them was Mullah Iskandar, who had been delegated by Hujjat to visit the Bab in Shiraz and to investigate his cause. The Bab commissioned him to deliver the following message to Sulayman Khan Afshar, who was a great admirer of the late Sayyid Kazem. He whose virtues the late Sayyid unceasingly extolled, and to the approach of whose revelation he continually alluded, is now revealed. I am that promised one. Arise and deliver me from the hand of the oppressor. When the Bab entrusted this message to Mullah Iskandar, Sulayman Khan was in Zanjan and was preparing to leave for Tehran. Within the space of 3 days, that message reached him. He failed, however, to respond to that appeal. Intervention of Hujjat Zanjani. 2 days later, a friend of Mullah Iskandar had acquainted Hujjat, who at the instigation of the ulamas of Zanjan had been incarcerated in the capital, with the appeal of the Bab. Hujjat immediately instructed the believers of his native city to undertake whatever preparations were required and to collect the necessary forces to achieve the deliverance of their master. He urged them to proceed with caution and to attempt at an appropriate moment to seize and carry him away to whatever place he might desire. These were shortly joined by a number of believers from Qazvin and Tehran, who set out according to the directions of Hujjat to execute the plan. They overtook the guards at the hour of midnight, and finding them fast asleep, approached the Bab and begged him to flee. The mountains of Azerbaijan too have their claims, was his confident reply, as he lovingly advised them to abandon their project and return to their homes. The Bab's farewell to his guards. Approaching the gate of Tabriz, Mohammed Beg, feeling that the hour of his separation from his prisoner was at hand, besought his presence and with tearful eyes begged him to overlook his shortcomings and transgressions. The journey from Isfahan, he said, has been long and arduous. I have failed to do my duty and to serve you as I ought. I crave your forgiveness and pray you to vouchsafe me your blessings. Be assured, the Bab replied, I account you a member of my fold. They who embrace my cause will eternally bless and glorify you, will extol your conduct and exalt your name. The rest of the guards followed the example of their chief, implored the blessings of their prisoner, kissed his feet, and with tears in their eyes bade him a last farewell. To each, the Bab expressed his appreciation of his devoted attentions and assured him of his prayers in his behalf. Reluctantly, they delivered him into the hands of the governor of Tabriz, the heir to the throne of Muhammad Shah. To those with whom they were subsequently brought in contact, these devoted attendants of the Bab and eyewitnesses of his superhuman wisdom and power recounted with awe and admiration the tale of those wonders which they had seen and heard, and by this means helped to diffuse in their own way the knowledge of the new revelation. The Bab welcomed by his youthful disciple. The news of the approaching arrival of the Bab at Tabriz bestirred the believers in that city. They all set out to meet him, eager to extend to so beloved a leader their welcome. The officials of the government into whose custody the Báb was to be delivered refused to allow them to draw near and to receive his blessings. One youth, however, unable to restrain himself, rushed forth barefooted through the gate of the city, and in his impatience to gaze upon the face of his beloved, ran out a distance of half a farsang towards him. As he approached the horsemen who were marching in advance of the Báb, he joyously welcomed them, and seizing the hem of the garment of one of them, devoutly kissed his stirrups. "Ye are the companions of my well-beloved," he tearfully exclaimed. "I cherish you as the apple of my eye." His extraordinary behavior, the intensity of his emotion, amazed them. They immediately granted him his request to attain the presence of his master. As soon as his eyes fell upon him, a cry of exultation broke from his lips. He fell upon his face and wept profusely. The Báb dismounted from his horse, put his arms around him, wiped away his tears, and soothed the agitation of his heart. Of all the believers of Tabriz, that youth alone succeeded in offering his homage to the Báb and in being blessed by the touch of his hand. All the others had perforce to content themselves with a distant glimpse of their beloved, and with that view sought to satisfy their longing. The Báb's arrival at Tabriz. Enthusiastic reception by the people of Tabriz. When the Báb arrived at Tabriz, he was conducted to one of the chief houses in that city, which had been reserved for his confinement. A detachment of the Nasiri regiment stood guard at the entrance of his house. With the exception of Sayyid Hussein and his brother, neither the public nor his followers were allowed to meet him. This same regiment, which had been recruited from among the inhabitants of Khamseh, and upon which special honours had been conferred, was subsequently chosen to discharge the volley that caused his death. The circumstances of his arrival had stirred the people in Tabriz profoundly. A tumultuous concourse of people had gathered to witness his entry into the city. Some were impelled by curiosity. Others were earnestly desirous of ascertaining the veracity of the wild reports that were current about him. And still others were moved by their faith and devotion to attain his presence and to assure him of their loyalty. As he walked along the streets, the acclamations of the multitude resounded on every side. The great majority of the people who beheld his face greeted him with the shout of "Allahu Akbar." Others loudly glorified and cheered him. A few invoked upon him the blessings of the Almighty. Others were seen to kiss reverently the dust of his footsteps. Such was the clamour which his arrival had raised, that a crier was ordered to warn the populace of the danger that awaited those who ventured to seek his presence. "Whosoever shall make any attempt to approach the Sayyid Báb," went forth the cry, "or seek to meet him, all his possessions shall forthwith be seized, and he himself condemned to perpetual imprisonment." The Báb's meeting with Haji Muhammad Taqi Milani and Haji Ali Asghar. On the day after the Báb's arrival, Haji Muhammad Taqi Milani, a noted merchant of the city, ventured together with Haji Ali Asghar to interview the Báb. They were warned by their friends and well-wishers that by such an attempt they would not only be risking the loss of their possessions, but would also be endangering their lives. They refused, however, to heed such counsels. As they approached the door of the house in which the Báb was confined, They were immediately arrested. Sayyid Hassan, who at that moment was coming out from the presence of the Bab, instantly intervened. "I am commanded by the Sayyid Bab," he vehemently protested, "to convey to you this message. Suffer these visitors to enter, inasmuch as I myself have invited them to meet me." I have heard Haji Ali Asghar testify to the following. This message immediately silenced the opposers. We were straightway ushered into his presence. He greeted us with these words: "These miserable wretches who watch at the gate of my house have been destined by me as a protection against the inrush of the multitude who throng around the house. They are powerless to prevent those whom I desire to meet from attaining my presence." For about 2 hours we tarried with him. As he dismissed us, he entrusted me with 2 cornelian ringstones, instructing me to have carved on them the 2 verses which he had previously given to me, to have them mounted and brought to him as soon as they were ready. He assured us that at whatever time we desired to meet him, no one would hinder our admittance to his presence. Several times I ventured to go to him in order to ascertain his wish regarding certain details connected with the commission with which he had entrusted me. Not once did I encounter the slightest opposition on the part of those who were guarding the entrance of his house. Not one offensive word did they utter against me, nor did they seem to expect the slightest remuneration for their indulgence. Account related by Haji Ali Asghar. I recall how in the course of my association with Mullah Hussain, I was impressed by the many evidences of his perspicacity and extraordinary power. I was privileged to accompany him on his journey from Shiraz to Mashhad, and visited with him the towns of Yazd, Tabriz, Bushruye, and Torbat. I deplored in those days the sadness of my failure to meet the Bab in Shiraz. "Grieve not," Mullah Hussain confidently assured me. "The Almighty is no doubt able to compensate you in Tabriz for the loss you have sustained in Shiraz. Not once, but 7 times can he enable you to partake of the joy of his presence in return for the one visit which you have missed." I was amazed at the confidence with which he uttered those words. Not until the time of my visit to the Bab in Tabriz, when, despite adverse circumstances, I was on several occasions admitted into his presence, did I recall those words of Mullah Hussain and marvel at his remarkable foresight. How great was my surprise when, on my 7th visit to the Bab, I heard him speak these words: "Praise be to God, who has enabled you to complete the number of your visits, and who has extended to you his loving protection." Chapter 13. The Bab's incarceration in the castle of MÁH-KÚ. Account related by Sayyid Hussain Yazdi. Sayyid Hussain Yazdi has been heard to relate the following. During the first 10 days of the Bab's incarceration in Tabriz, no one knew what would next befall him. The wildest conjectures were current in the city. One day I ventured to ask him whether he would continue to remain where he was or would be transferred to still another place. "Have you forgotten," was his immediate reply, "the question you asked me in Isfahan? For a period of no less than 9 months we shall remain confined in the Jabal-e-Basit, from whence we shall be transferred to the Jabal-e-Shadid. Both these places are among the mountains of Khoi and are situated on either side of the town bearing that name. 5 days after the Bab had uttered this prediction, orders were issued to transfer him and me to the castle of MÁH-KÚ and to deliver us into the custody of Ali Khan MÁH-KÚ. Situation of MÁH-KÚ and character of its people. The castle, a solid 4-towered stone edifice, occupies the summit of a mountain at the foot of which lies the town of MÁH-KÚ. The only road that leads from it passes into that town, ending at a gate which adjoins the seat of government and is invariably kept closed. This gate is distinct from that of the castle itself. Situated on the confines of both the Ottoman and Russian empires, this castle has been used, in view of its commanding position and strategic advantages, as a centre for reconnoitring purposes. The officer in charge of that station observed in time of war the movements of the enemy, surveyed the surrounding regions, and reported to his government such cases of emergency as came under his observation. The castle is bounded on the west by the river Araxes, which marks the frontier between the territory of the Shah and the Russian Empire. To the south extends the territory of the Sultan of Turkey, the frontier town of Bayazid being at a distance of only 4 farsangs from the mountain of MÁH-KÚ. The frontier officer in charge of the castle was a man named Ali Khan. The residents of the town are all Kurds and belong to the Sunni sect of Islam. The Shias, who constitute the vast majority of the inhabitants of Persia, have always been their avowed and bitter enemies. These Kurds particularly abhor the Sayyids of the Shia denomination, whom they regard as the spiritual leaders and chief agitators among their opponents. Ali Khan's mother being a Kurd, the son was held in great esteem and was implicitly obeyed by the people of MÁH-KÚ. They regarded him as a member of their own community and placed the utmost confidence in him. Attachment of inhabitants of MÁH-KÚ to the Bab. Haji Mirza Aghasi had deliberately contrived to relegate the Bab to so remote, so inhospitable and dangerously situated a corner of the territory of the Shah, with the sole purpose of stemming the tide of his rising influence and of severing every tie that bound him to the body of his disciples throughout the country. Confident that few, if any, would venture to penetrate that wild and turbulent region occupied by so rebellious a people, he fondly imagined that this forced seclusion of his captive from the pursuits and interests of his followers would gradually tend to stifle the movement at its very birth and would lead to its final extinction. He was soon made to realize, however, that he had gravely mistaken the nature of the revelation of the Bab and had underrated the force of its influence. The turbulent spirits of this unruly people were soon subdued by the gentle manners of the Bab, and their hearts were softened by the ennobling influence of his love. Their pride was humbled by his unexampled modesty, and their unreasoning arrogance mellowed by the wisdom of his words. Such was the fervour which the Bab had kindled in those hearts, that their first act every morning was to seek a place whence they could catch a glimpse of his face, where they could commune with him and beseech his blessings upon their daily work. In cases of dispute, they would instinctively hasten to that spot, and with their gaze fixed upon his prison, would invoke his name and adjure one another to declare the truth. Ali Khan several times attempted to induce them to desist from this practice, but found himself powerless to restrain their enthusiasm. He discharged his functions with the utmost severity, and refused to allow any of the avowed disciples of the Bab to reside even for one night in the town of MÁH-KÚ. Arrival of Sheikh Hassan Zunuzi and the Bab's message to him. For the first 2 weeks, Sayyid Hussein further related, no one was permitted to visit the Bab. My brother and I alone were admitted to his presence. Sayyid Hassan would every day, accompanied by one of the guards, descend to the town and purchase our daily necessities. Sheikh Hassan Zunuzi, who had arrived at MÁH-KÚ, spent the nights in a masjid outside the gate of the town. He acted as an intermediary between those of the followers of the Bab who occasionally visited MÁH-KÚ and Sayyid Hassan, my brother, who would in turn submit the petitions of the believers to their master and would acquaint Sheikh Hassan with his reply. Dream of Ali Khan MÁH-KÚ. One day, the Bab charged my brother to inform Sheikh Hassan that he would himself request Ali Khan to alter his attitude towards the believers who visited MÁH-KÚ and to abandon his severity. Tell him, he added, I will tomorrow instruct the warden to conduct him to this place. I was greatly surprised at such a message. How could the domineering and self-willed Ali Khan, I thought to myself, be induced to relax the severity of his discipline? Early the next day, the gate of the castle being still closed, we were surprised by a sudden knock at the door, knowing full well that orders had been given that no one was to be admitted before the hour of sunrise. We recognized the voice of Ali Khan, who seemed to be expostulating with the guards, one of whom presently came in and informed me that the warden of the castle insisted on being allowed admittance into the presence of the Bab. I conveyed his message and was commanded to usher him at once into his presence. As I was stepping out of the door of his antechamber, I found Ali Khan standing at the threshold in an attitude of complete submission, his face betraying an expression of unusual humility and wonder. His self-assertiveness and pride seemed to have entirely vanished. Humbly and with extreme courtesy, he returned my salute and begged me to allow him to enter the presence of the Bab. I conducted him to the room which my master occupied. His limbs trembled as he followed me. An inner agitation which he could not conceal brooded over his face. The Bab arose from his seat and welcomed him. Bowing reverently, Ali Khan approached and flung himself at his feet. "Deliver me," he pleaded, "from my perplexity. I adjure you, by the Prophet of God, your illustrious ancestor, to dissipate my doubts, for their weight has well-nigh crushed my heart." I was riding through the wilderness and was approaching the gate of the town when, it being the hour of dawn, my eyes suddenly beheld you standing by the side of the river, engaged in offering your prayer. With outstretched arms and upraised eyes, you were invoking the name of God. I stood still and watched you. I was waiting for you to terminate your devotions, that I might approach and rebuke you for having ventured to leave the castle without my leave. In your communion with God. You seemed so wrapped in worship that you were utterly forgetful of yourself. I quietly approached you. In your state of rapture, you remained wholly unaware of my presence. I was suddenly seized with great fear and recoiled at the thought of awakening you from your ecstasy. I decided to leave you, to proceed to the guards, and to reprove them for their negligent conduct. I soon found out, to my amazement, that both the outer and inner gates were closed. They were opened at my request. I was ushered into your presence, and now find you, to my wonder, seated before me. I am utterly confounded. I know not whether my reason has deserted me. The Báb answered and said, "What you have witnessed is true and undeniable. You belittled this revelation and have contemptuously disdained its author. God, the All-Merciful, desiring not to afflict you with his punishment, has willed to reveal to your eyes the truth. By his divine interposition, he has instilled into your heart the love of his chosen one, and caused you to recognize the unconquerable power of his faith." Change in the attitude of Ali Khan. This marvelous experience completely changed the heart of Ali Khan. Those words had calmed his agitation and subdued the fierceness of his animosity. By every means in his power, he determined to atone for his past behavior. "A poor man, a sheikh," he hastily informed the Báb, "is yearning to attain your presence. He lives in a masjid outside the gate of MÁH-KÚ. I pray you that I myself be allowed to bring him to this place, that he may meet you. By this act, I hope that my evil deeds may be forgiven, that I may be enabled to wash away the stains of my cruel behavior toward your friends." His request was granted, whereupon he went straightway to Sheikh Hassan Zunusi and conducted him into the presence of his master. Ali Khan set out, within the limits imposed upon him, to provide whatever would tend to alleviate the rigour of the captivity of the Báb. At night, the gate of the castle was still closed. In the daytime, however, those whom the Báb desired to see were allowed to enter his presence, were able to converse with him and to receive his instructions. Reference to the Persian Bayan. As he lay confined within the walls of the castle, he devoted his time to the composition of the Persian Bayan, the most weighty, the most illuminating and comprehensive of all his works. In it, he laid down the laws and precepts of his dispensation, plainly and emphatically announced the advent of a subsequent revelation, and persistently urged his followers to seek and find him whom God would make manifest, warning them lest they allow the mysteries and allusions in the Bayan to interfere with their recognition of his cause. I have heard Sheikh Hassan Zunusi bear witness to the following. The voice of the Báb, as he dictated the teachings and principles of his faith, could be clearly heard by those who were dwelling at the foot of the mountain. The melody of his chanting, the rhythmic flow of the verses which streamed from his lips, caught our ears and penetrated into our very souls. Mountain and valley re-echoed the majesty of his voice. Our hearts vibrated in their depths to the appeal of his utterance. Visit of the Báb's disciples to MÁH-KÚ. The gradual relaxation of the stern discipline imposed upon the Báb encouraged an increasing number of his disciples, from the different provinces of Persia to visit him in the castle of MÁH-KÚ. An unceasing stream of eager and devout pilgrims was directed to its gates through the gentleness and leniency of Ali Khan. After a stay of 3 days, they would invariably be dismissed by the Báb, with instructions to return to their respective fields of service and to resume their labours for the consolidation of his faith. Ali Khan himself never failed to pay his respects to the Báb each Friday and to assure him of his unswerving loyalty and devotion. He often presented him with the rarest and choicest fruit available in the neighbourhood of MÁH-KÚ, and would continually offer him such delicacies as he thought would prove agreeable to his taste and liking. Incidents in the life of the Báb at MÁH-KÚ. In this manner, the Báb spent the summer and autumn within the walls of that castle. A winter followed of such exceptional severity that even the copper implements were affected by the intensity of the cold. The beginning of that season coincided with the month of Muharram of the year 1264 AH. The water which the Báb used for his ablutions was of such icy coldness that its drops glistened as they froze upon his face. He would invariably, after the termination of each prayer, summon Sayyid Hussain to his presence and would request him to read aloud to him a passage from the Muhraqul Qulub, a work composed by the late Haji Mullah Mehdi, the great-grandfather of Haji Mirza Kamaluddin Naraqi, in which the author extols the virtues, laments the death, and narrates the circumstances of the martyrdom of Imam Hussain. The recital of those sufferings would provoke intense emotion in the heart of the Báb. His tears would keep flowing as he listened to the tale of the unutterable indignities heaped upon him and of the agonizing pain which he was made to suffer at the hands of a perfidious enemy. As the circumstances of that tragic life were unfolded before him, the Báb was continually reminded of that still greater tragedy which was destined to signal the advent of the promised Hussain. To him, those past atrocities were but a symbol which foreshadowed the bitter afflictions which his own beloved Hussain was soon to suffer at the hands of his countrymen. He wept as he pictured in his mind those calamities which he who was to be made manifest was predestined to suffer. Calamities such as the Imam Hussain, even in the midst of his agonies, was never made to endure. Dream of the Báb prior to the declaration of his mission. In one of his writings, revealed in the year 60 AH, the Báb declares the following: "The spirit of prayer which animates my soul is the direct consequence of a dream which I had in the year before the declaration of my mission. In my vision, I saw the head of Imam Hussain, the Sayyidush Shohada, which was hanging upon a tree. Drops of blood dripped profusely from his lacerated throat. With feelings of unsurpassed delight, I approached that tree and, stretching forth my hands, gathered a few drops of that sacred blood and drank them devoutly. When I awoke, I felt that the Spirit of God had permeated and taken possession of my soul. My heart was thrilled with the joy of his divine presence, and the mysteries of his revelation were unfolded before my eyes in all their glory. Misfortunes befall Muhammad Shah and his government. No sooner had Muhammad Shah condemned the Báb to captivity amid the mountain fastnesses of Azerbaijan than he became afflicted with a sudden reverse of fortune, such as he had never known before, and which struck at the very foundations of his state. Appalling disaster surprised his forces that were engaged in maintaining internal order throughout the provinces. The standard of rebellion was hoisted in Khurasan, and so great was the consternation provoked by that rising that the projected campaign of the Shah to Herat was immediately abandoned. Haji Mirza Aghasi's recklessness and prodigality had fanned into flame the smouldering fires of discontent, had exasperated the masses and encouraged them to stir up sedition and mischief. The most turbulent elements in Khurasan that inhabited the regions of Kuchan, Bojnurd and Shiravan leagued themselves with the Salar, son of the Asif-ud-Dawleh, the elder maternal uncle of the Shah and governor of the province, and repudiated the authority of the central government. Whatever forces were dispatched from the capital met with immediate defeat at the hands of the chief instigators of the rebellion. Ja'far Quli Khan Namdar and Amir Arslan Khan, son of the Salar, who conducted the operations against the forces of the Shah, displayed the utmost cruelty, and having repulsed the attacks of the enemy, mercilessly put their captives to death. Departure of Mullah Hussein from Mashhad on his pilgrimage to MÁH-KÚ. Motive of his departure. Mullah Hussein was at that time residing at Mashhad, and was endeavouring, despite the tumult which that revolt had occasioned, to spread the knowledge of the new revelation. No sooner had he discovered that the Salar, in his desire to extend the scope of the rebellion, had determined to approach him and obtain his support, than he promptly decided to leave the city in order to avoid implicating himself in the plots of that proud and rebellious chief. In the dead of night, with only Qambar Ali as his attendant, he proceeded on foot in the direction of Tehran, from which place he was determined to visit Azerbaijan, where he hoped to meet the Báb. His friends, when they learned of the manner of his departure, immediately provided whatever would be conducive to the comforts of his long and arduous journey, and hastened to overtake him. Mullah Hussein declined their help. "I have vowed," he said, "to walk the whole distance that separates me from my beloved. I shall not relax in my resolve until I shall have reached my destination." He even tried to induce Qambar Ali to return to Mashhad, but was finally obliged to yield to his entreaty to allow him to act as his servant throughout his pilgrimage to Azerbaijan. His visit to Tehran. On his way to Tehran, Mullah Hussein was enthusiastically greeted by the believers in the different towns through which he passed. They addressed to him the same request, and received from him the same reply. I have heard the following testimony from the lips of Aghay Kalim. When Mullah Hussein arrived at Tehran, I, together with a large number of believers, went to visit him. He seemed to us the very embodiment of constancy, of piety and virtue. He inspired us with his rectitude of conduct and passionate loyalty. Such were the force of his character and the ardour of his faith, that we felt convinced that he, unaided and alone, would be capable of achieving the triumph of the faith of God. He was, with secrecy, ushered into the presence of Baha'u'llah, and soon after his interview proceeded to Azerbaijan. His arrival at MÁH-KÚ and dream of Ali Khan. The night before his arrival at MÁH-KÚ, which was the eve of the 4th Nowruz after the declaration of the mission of the Báb, and which fell in that year, the year 1264 AH, on the 13th of the month of Rabi'us Sani, Ali Khan, dreamed a dream. In my sleep, he thus relates his story, I was startled by the sudden intelligence that Mohammed, the Prophet of God, was soon to arrive at MÁH-KÚ, that he was to proceed directly to the castle in order to visit the Báb and to offer him his congratulations on the advent of the Nowruz festival. In my dream, I ran out to meet him, eager to extend to so holy a visitor the expression of my humble welcome. In a state of indescribable gladness, I hastened on foot in the direction of the river, and as I reached the bridge, which lay at a distance of a maidan from the town of MÁH-KÚ, I saw two men advancing towards me. I thought one of them to be the Prophet himself, while the other, who walked behind him, I supposed to be one of his distinguished companions. I hastened to throw myself at his feet, and was bending to kiss the hem of his robe when I suddenly awoke. A great joy had flooded my soul. I felt as if paradise itself, with all its delights, had been crowded into my heart. Convinced of the reality of my vision, I performed my ablutions, offered my prayer, arrayed myself in my richest attire, anointed myself with perfume, and proceeded to the spot where the night before, in my dream, I had gazed upon the countenance of the Prophet. I had instructed my attendants to saddle 3 of my best and swiftest steeds, and to conduct them immediately to the bridge. The sun had just risen, when alone and unescorted, I walked out of the town of MÁH-KÚ in the direction of the river. As I approached the bridge, I discovered with a throb of wonder the 2 men whom I had seen in my dream, walking one behind the other and advancing towards me. Instinctively, I fell at the feet of the one whom I believed to be the Prophet and devoutly kissed them. I begged him and his companion to mount the horses which I had prepared for their entry into MÁH-KÚ. "Nay," was his reply, "I have vowed to accomplish the whole of my journey on foot. I will walk to the summit of this mountain and will there visit your prisoner." This strange experience of Ali Khan brought about a deepening of reverence in his attitude towards the Báb. His faith in the potency of his revelation became even greater, and his devotion to him was vastly increased. In an attitude of humble surrender, he followed Mullah Hussein until they reached the gate of the castle. As soon as the eyes of Mullah Hussein fell upon the countenance of his master, who was seen standing at the threshold of the gate, he halted instantly, and bowing low before him, stood motionless by his side. The Báb stretched forth his arms and affectionately embraced him. Taking him by the hand, he conducted him to his chamber. He then summoned his friends into his presence and celebrated in their company the feast of Nowruz. Dishes of sweetmeats and of the choicest fruits had been spread before him. He distributed them among his assembled friends, and as he offered some of the quinces and apples to Mullah Hussein, he said, "These luscious fruits have come to us from Milan, the Arde Jannat, and have been specially plucked and consecrated to this feast by the Esmullahul Fatih." Until that time, no one of the disciples of the Báb but Sayyid Hussein Yazdi and his brother had been allowed to spend the night within the castle. That day, Ali Khan went to the Báb and said, "If it be your desire to retain Mullah Hussein with you this night, I am ready to abide by your wish, for I have no will of my own. However long you desire him to stay with you, I pledge myself to carry out your command. The disciples of the Bab continue to arrive in increasing numbers at MÁH-KÚ, and were immediately, and without the least restriction, admitted to his presence. Words of the Bab to Mullah Hussain. One day, as the Bab, in the company of Mullah Hussain, was looking out over the landscape of the surrounding country from the roof of the castle, he gazed towards the west, and as he saw the Araxes winding its course far away below him, turned to Mullah Hussain and said, "That is the river, and this is the bank thereof, of which the poet Hafez has thus written, O Zephyr, shouldst thou pass by the banks of the Araxes, implant a kiss on the earth of that valley, and make fragrant thy breath. Hail 1,000 times, hail to thee, O abode of Salma! How dear is the voice of thy camel drivers, how sweet the jingling of thy bells. The days of your stay in this country are approaching their end. But for the shortness of your stay, we would have shown you the abode of Salma, even as we have revealed to your eyes the banks of the Araxes." By the abode of Salma, the Bab meant the town of Salmas, which is situated in the neighborhood of CHIHRÍQ, and which the Turks designate as Salmas. Continuing his remarks, the Bab said, "It is the immediate influence of the Holy Spirit that causes words such as these to stream from the tongue of poets, the significance of which they themselves are oftentimes unable to apprehend." The following verse is also divinely inspired. "Shíráz will be thrown into a tumult. A youth of sugar tongue will appear. I fear lest the breath of his mouth should agitate and upset Baghdad." The mystery enshrined within this verse is now concealed. It will be revealed in the year after Heen. The Bab subsequently quoted this well-known tradition. "Treasures lie hidden beneath the throne of God. The key to those treasures is the tongue of poets." He then, one after the other, related to Mullah Hussain those events which must needs transpire in the future, and bade him not to mention them to anyone. "A few days after your departure from this place," the Bab informed him, "they will transfer us to another mountain. Ere you arrive at your destination, the news of our departure from MÁH-KÚ will have reached you." Accusation against Ali Khan and the Bab's consequent transference to CHIHRÍQ. The prediction which the Bab had uttered was promptly fulfilled. Those who had been charged to watch secretly the movements and conduct of Ali Khan submitted to Haji Mirza Aghasi a detailed report in which they expatiated upon his extreme devotion to his prisoner and described such incidents as tended to confirm their statements. "Day and night," they wrote him, "the warden of the castle of MÁH-KÚ is to be seen associating with his captive in conditions of unrestrained freedom and friendliness. Ali Khan, who obstinately refused to wed his daughter with the heir to the throne of Persia, pleading that such an act would so infuriate the Sunni relatives of his mother that they would unhesitatingly put him and his daughter to death, now, with the keenest eagerness, desires that same daughter to be espoused to the Bab. The latter has refused, but Ali Khan still persists in his entreaty. But for the prisoner's refusal, the nuptials of the maiden would have been already celebrated. Ali Khan had actually made such a request, and had even begged Mullah Hussein to intercede in his behalf with the Bab, but had failed to obtain his consent. These malevolent reports had an immediate influence upon Haji Mirza Aghasi. Fear and resentment again impelled that capricious minister to issue a peremptory order for the transference of the Bab to the castle of CHIHRÍQ. Farewell of the Bab to Mullah Hussein. 20 days after Nowruz, the Bab bade farewell to the people of MÁH-KÚ, who in the course of his 9 months' captivity had recognized to a remarkable degree the power of his personality and the greatness of his character. Mullah Hussein, who had already, at the bidding of the Bab, departed from MÁH-KÚ, was still in Tabriz when the news of his master's predicted transference to CHIHRÍQ reached him. As the Bab bade his last farewell to Mullah Hussein, he addressed him in these words: "You have walked on foot all the way from your native province to this place. On foot you likewise must return until you reach your destination, for your days of horsemanship are yet to come. You are destined to exhibit such courage, such skill and heroism as shall eclipse the mightiest deeds of the heroes of old. Your daring exploits will win the praise and admiration of the dwellers in the eternal kingdom. You should visit on your way the believers of Khoi, of Urumiyeh, of Marageh, of Milan, of Tabriz, of Zanjan, of Qazvin, and of Tehran. To each you will convey the expression of my love and tender affection. You will strive to inflame their hearts anew with the fire of the love of the beauty of God, and will endeavor to fortify their faith in his revelation. From Tehran, you should proceed to Mazandaran, where God's hidden treasure will be made manifest to you. You will be called upon to perform deeds so great as will dwarf the mightiest achievements of the past. The nature of your task will, in that place, be revealed to you, and strength and guidance will be bestowed upon you, that you may be fitted to render your service to his cause." On the morning of the 9th day after Nowruz, Mullah Hussein set forth, as bidden by his master, on his journey to Mazandaran. To Qambar Ali, the Bab addressed these parting words: "The Qambar Ali of a bygone age would glory in that his namesake has lived to witness a day for which even he who was the lord of his lord sighed in vain, of which he with keen longing has spoken. Would that my eyes could behold the faces of my brethren who have been privileged to attain unto his day." Chapter 14. Mullah Hussein's journey to Mazandaran. Departure of Mullah Hussein for Tehran. Ali Khan cordially invited Mullah Hussein to tarry a few days in his home before his departure from MÁH-KÚ. He expressed a keen desire to provide every facility for his journey to Mazandaran. The latter, however, refused to delay his departure or to avail himself of the means of comfort which Ali Khan had so devotedly placed at his disposal. He, faithful to the instructions he had received, stopped at every town and village that the Bab had directed him to visit, gathered the faithful, conveyed to them the love, the greetings and the assurances of their beloved master, quickened afresh their zeal, and exhorted them to remain steadfast in his way. In Tehran, he was again privileged to enter the presence of Baha'u'llah and to receive from his hands that spiritual sustenance which enabled him with such undaunted courage to brave the perils that so fiercely assailed the closing days of his life. His stay at the home of Quddus in Bar Furush. From Tehran, Mullah Hussein proceeded to Mazandaran in eager expectation of witnessing the revelation of the hidden treasure promised to him by his master. Quddus was, at that time, living in Bar Furush in the home which had originally belonged to his own father. He freely associated with all classes of people, and by the gentleness of his character and the wide range of his learning, had won the affection and unqualified admiration of the inhabitants of that town. Upon his arrival in that city, Mullah Hussein went directly to the home of Quddus and was affectionately received by him. Quddus himself waited upon his guest and did his utmost to provide whatever seemed necessary for his comfort. With his own hands he removed the dust and washed the blistered skin of his feet. He offered him the seat of honor in the company of his assembled friends and introduced with extreme reverence each of the believers who had gathered to meet him. On the night of his arrival, as soon as the believers who had been invited to dinner to meet Mullah Hussein had returned to their homes, the host, turning to his guest, inquired whether he would enlighten him more particularly regarding his intimate experiences with the Bab in the castle of MÁH-KÚ. "Many and diverse," replied Mullah Hussein, "were the things which I heard and witnessed in the course of my 9 days' association with him. He spoke to me of things relating both directly and indirectly to his faith. He gave me, however, no definite directions as to the course I should pursue for the propagation of his cause. All he told me was this: on your way to Tehran, you should visit the believers in every town and village through which you pass. From Tehran, you should proceed to Mazandaran, for there lies a hidden treasure which shall be revealed to you, a treasure which will unveil to your eyes the character of the task you are destined to perform." By his allusions I could, however dimly, perceive the glory of his revelation and was able to discern the signs of the future ascendancy of his cause. From his words, I gathered that I should eventually be called upon to sacrifice my unworthy self in his path. For on previous occasions, whenever dismissing me from his presence, the Bab would invariably assure me that I should again be summoned to meet him. This time, however, as he spoke to me his parting words, he gave me no such promise, nor did he allude to the possibility of my ever meeting him again face to face in this world. "The feast of sacrifice," were his last words to me, "is fast approaching. Arise and gird up the loin of endeavour, and let nothing detain you from achieving your destiny. Having attained your destination, prepare yourself to receive us, for we too shall ere long follow you." Quddus inquired whether he had brought with him any of his master's writings, and on being informed that he had none with him, presented his guest with the pages of a manuscript which he had in his possession, and requested him to read certain of its passages. As soon as he had read a page of that manuscript, his countenance underwent a sudden and complete change. His features betrayed an undefinable expression of admiration and surprise. The loftiness, the profundity, above all the penetrating influence of the words he had read, provoked intense agitation in his heart and called forth the utmost praise from his lips. Laying down the manuscript, he said, "I can well realize that the author of these words has drawn his inspiration from that fountainhead which stands immeasurably superior to the sources whence the learning of men is ordinarily derived. I hereby testify to my wholehearted recognition of the sublimity of these words and to my unquestioned acceptance of the truth which they reveal." From the silence which Quddus observed, as well as from the expression which his countenance betokened, Mullah Hussein concluded that no one else except his host could have penned those words. He instantly arose from his seat, and standing with bowed head at the threshold of the door, reverently declared, "The hidden treasure of which the Bab has spoken now lies unveiled before my eyes. Its light has dispelled the gloom of perplexity and doubt. Though my master be now hidden amid the mountain fastnesses of Azerbaijan, the sign of his splendor and the revelation of his might stand manifest before me. I have found in Mazandaran the reflection of his glory." Observations regarding Haji Mirza Aghasi and Mullah Hussein. How grave, how appalling the mistake of Haji Mirza Aghasi. This foolish minister had vainly imagined that by condemning the Bab to a life of hopeless exile in a remote and sequestered corner of Azerbaijan, he would succeed in concealing from the eyes of his countrymen that flame of God's undying fire. Little did he perceive that by setting up the light of God upon a hill, he was helping to diffuse its radiance and to proclaim its glory. By his own acts, by his amazing miscalculations, instead of hiding that heavenly flame from the eyes of men, he gave it still further prominence and helped to excite its glow. How fair, on the other hand, was Mullah Hussein, and how keen and sure his judgment. Of those who had known and seen him, none could for one moment question the erudition of this youth, his charm, his high integrity, and amazing courage. Had he, after the death of Sayyid Kazem, declared himself the promised Qa'im, the most distinguished among his fellow disciples would have unanimously acknowledged his claim and submitted to his authority. Had not Mullah Muhammad Mama Ghani, that noted and learned disciple of Sheikh Ahmad as-Sayi, after he was made acquainted in Tabriz by Mullah Hussein with the claims of the new revelation, declared, "I take God as my witness, had this claim, which the Sayyid Bab has made, been advanced by this same Mullah Hussein, I would, in view of his remarkable traits of character and breadth of knowledge, have been the first to champion his cause and to proclaim it to all people. As he, however, has chosen to subordinate himself to another person, I have ceased to have any confidence in his words and have refused to respond to his appeal." Had not Sayyid Muhammad Baqir Rashdi, when he heard Mullah Hussein so ably resolve the perplexities which had long afflicted his mind, testified in such glowing terms to his high attainments, "I, who fondly imagined myself capable of confounding and silencing Sayyid Kazem Rashdi, realized when I first met and conversed with him who claims to be only his humble disciple, how grievously I had erred in my judgment. Such is the strength with which this youth seems endowed, that if he were to declare the day to be night, I would still believe him able to deduce such proofs as would conclusively demonstrate in the eyes of the learned divines the truth of his statement." On the very night he was brought in contact with the Bab, Mullah Hussein, Though at first conscious of his own infinite superiority and predisposed to belittle the claims advanced by the son of an obscure merchant of Shiraz, did not fail to perceive, as soon as his host had begun to unfold his theme, the incalculable benefits latent in his revelation. He eagerly embraced his cause and disdainfully abandoned whatever might hamper his own efforts for the proper understanding and the effective promotion of its interests. And when in due course Mullah Hussein was given the opportunity of appreciating the transcendent sublimity of the writings of Quddus, he, with his usual sagacity and unerring judgment, was likewise able to estimate the true worth and merit of those special gifts with which both the person and the utterance of Quddus were endowed. The vastness of his own acquired knowledge dwindled into insignificance before the all-encompassing, the God-given virtues which the spirit of this youth displayed. That very moment he pledged his undying loyalty to him who so powerfully mirrored forth the radiance of his own beloved master. He felt it to be his first obligation to subordinate himself entirely to Quddus, to follow in his footsteps, to abide by his will, and to ensure by every means in his power his welfare and safety, until the hour of his martyrdom, Mullah Hussein remained faithful to his pledge. In the extreme deference which he henceforth showed to Quddus, he was solely actuated by a firm and unalterable conviction of the reality of those supernatural gifts which so clearly distinguished him from the rest of his fellow disciples. No other consideration induced him to show such deference and humility in his behavior towards one who seemed to be but his equal. Mullah Hussein's keen insight swiftly apprehended the magnitude of the power that lay latent in him, and the nobility of his character impelled him to demonstrate befittingly his recognition of that truth. Instructions of Quddus to Mullah Hussein. Such was the transformation wrought in the attitude of Mullah Hussein towards Quddus, that the believers who gathered the next morning at his house were extremely surprised to find that the guest who the night before had occupied the seat of honor and upon whom had been lavished such kindness and hospitality had given his seat to his host and was now standing in his place at the threshold in an attitude of complete humility. The first words which in the company of the assembled believers Quddus addressed to Mullah Hussein were the following: "Now, at this very hour, you should arise and, armed with the rod of wisdom and of might, silence the host of evil plotters who strive to discredit the fair name of the faith of God. You should face that multitude and confound their forces. You should place your reliance upon the grace of God and should regard their machinations as a futile attempt to obscure the radiance of the cause. You should interview the Sayyidul Ulama, that notorious and false-hearted tyrant, and should fearlessly disclose to his eyes the distinguishing features of this revelation. From thence you should proceed to Khurasan. In the town of Mashhad, you should build a house so designed as both to serve for our private residence and at the same time afford adequate facilities for the reception of our guests. Thither we shall shortly journey, and in that house we shall dwell. To it you shall invite every receptive soul who we hope may be guided to the river of everlasting life. We shall prepare and admonish them to band themselves together and proclaim the cause of God. Interview of Mullah Hussein with the Sa'diul Ulama. Mullah Hussein set out the next day at the hour of sunrise to interview the Sa'idul Ulama. Alone and unaided, he sought his presence and conveyed to him, as bidden by Quddus, the message of the new day. With fearlessness and eloquence, he pleaded in the midst of the assembled disciples the cause of his beloved master, called upon him to demolish those idols which his own idle fancy had carved, and to plant upon their shattered fragments the standard of divine guidance. He appealed to him to disentangle his mind from the fettering creeds of the past, and to hasten free and untrammeled to the shores of eternal salvation. With characteristic vigour, he defeated every argument with which that specious sorcerer sought to refute the truth of the divine message, and exposed, by means of his unanswerable logic, the fallacies of every doctrine that he endeavoured to propound. Assailed by the fear lest the congregation of his disciples should unanimously rally round the person of Mullah Hussein, the Sayyidul Ulama had recourse to the meanest of devices, and indulged in the most abusive language in the hope of safeguarding the integrity of his position. He hurled his calumnies into the face of Mullah Hussein, and contemptuously ignoring the proofs and testimonies adduced by his opponent, confidently asserted, without the least justification on his part, the futility of the cause he had been summoned to embrace. No sooner had Mullah Hussein realized his utter incapacity to apprehend the significance of the message he had brought him than he arose from his seat and said, "My argument has failed to rouse you from your sleep of negligence. My deeds will in the days to come prove to you the power of the message you have chosen to despise." He spoke with such vehemence and emotion that the Sayyidul Ulama was utterly confounded. Such was the consternation of his soul that he was unable to reply. Mullah Hussein then turned to a member of that audience who seemed to have felt the influence of his words, and charged him to relate to Quddus the circumstances of this interview. "Say to him," he added, "inasmuch as you did not specifically command me to seek your presence, I have determined to set out immediately for Khurasan. I proceed to carry out in their entirety those things which you have instructed me to perform." Departure of Mullah Hussein and his arrival at Mashhad. Alone, and with a heart wholly detached from all else but God, Mullah Hussein set out on his journey to Mashhad. His only companion as he trod his way to Khurasan was the thought of accomplishing faithfully the wishes of Quddus, and his one sustenance, the consciousness of his unfailing promise. He went directly to the home of Mirza Muhammad Baqir Qaini, and was soon able to buy in the neighbourhood of that house in Bala Khiyaban a tract of land on which he began to erect the house which he had been commanded to build, and to which he gave the name of BÁB'S, a name that it bears to the present day. Shortly after it was completed, Quddus arrived at Mashhad and abode in that house. A steady stream of visitors, whom the energy and zeal of Mullah Hussein had prepared for the acceptance of the faith, poured into the presence of Quddus, acknowledged the claim of the cause, and willingly enlisted under its banner. The all-observing vigilance with which Mullah Hussein laboured to diffuse the knowledge of the new revelation, and the masterly manner in which Quddus edified its ever-increasing adherents, gave rise to a wave of enthusiasm which swept over the entire city of Mashhad, and the effects of which spread rapidly beyond the confines of Khurasan. The house of Barbiyeh was soon converted into a rallying centre for a multitude of devotees who were fired with an inflexible resolve to demonstrate by every means in their power the great inherent energies of their faith. Chapter 15. ṭާＨIR'S journey from Karbila to Khurasan. Allusion to Baha'u'llah. As the appointed hour approached, when according to the dispensations of Providence, the veil which still concealed the fundamental verities of the faith was to be rent asunder, there blazed forth in the heart of Khurasan a flame of such consuming intensity that the most formidable obstacles standing in the way of the ultimate recognition of the cause melted away and vanished. That fire caused such a conflagration in the hearts of men that the effects of its quickening power were felt in the most outlying provinces of Persia. It obliterated every trace of the misgivings and doubts which had still lingered in the hearts of the believers, and had hitherto hindered them from apprehending the full measure of its glory. The decree of the enemy had condemned to perpetual isolation him who was the embodiment of the beauty of God, and sought thereby to quench for all time the flame of his love. The hand of omnipotence, however, was busily engaged at a time when the host of evildoers were darkly plotting against him, in confounding their schemes and in nullifying their efforts. In the easternmost province of Persia, the Almighty had, through the hand of Quddus, lit a fire that glowed with the hottest flame in the breasts of the people of Khurasan. And in Karbila, beyond the western confines of that land, he had kindled the light of ṭާHIRih, a light that was destined to shed its radiance upon the whole of Persia. From the east and from the west of that country, the voice of the unseen summoned those twin great lights to hasten to the land of Ptah, the dayspring of glory, the home of Baha'u'llah. He bade them each seek the presence and revolve round the person of that daystar of truth, to seek his advice, to reinforce his efforts, and to prepare the way for his coming revelation. Epistle of the Bāb to the Believers. In pursuance of the divine decree, in the days when Quddus was still residing in Mashhad, there was revealed from the pen of the Bāb a tablet addressed to all the believers of Persia, in which every loyal adherent of the faith was enjoined to hasten to the land of Kha, the province of Khurasan. The news of this high injunction spread with marvelous rapidity and aroused universal enthusiasm. It reached the ears of ṭāHIRIH, who at that time was residing in Karbila, and was bending every effort to extend the scope of the faith she had espoused. She had left her native town of XVIII, and had arrived after the death of Sayyid Kazem at that holy city in eager expectation of witnessing the signs which the departed Sayyid had foretold. In the foregoing pages, we have seen how instinctively she had been led to discover the revelation of the Bāb, and how spontaneously she had acknowledged its truth. Unwarned and uninvited, she perceived the dawning light of the promised revelation breaking upon the city of Shīrāz, and was prompted to pen her message and plead her fidelity to him who was the revealer of that light. Response of Tahirih to the appeal of the Báb. The Báb's immediate response to her declaration of faith, which without attaining his presence she was moved to make, animated her zeal and vastly increased her courage. She arose to spread abroad his teachings, vehemently denounced the corruption and perversity of her generation, and fearlessly advocated a fundamental revolution in the habits and manners of her people. Her indomitable spirit was quickened by the fire of her love for the Báb, and the glory of her vision was further enhanced by the discovery of the inestimable blessings latent in his revelation. The innate fearlessness and the strength of her character were reinforced 100-fold by her immovable conviction of the ultimate victory of the cause she had embraced, and her boundless energy was revitalized by her recognition of the abiding value of the mission she had risen to champion. All who met her in Karbala were ensnared by her bewitching eloquence and felt the fascination of her words. None could resist her charm, few could escape the contagion of her belief. All testified to the extraordinary traits of her character, marveled at her amazing personality, and were convinced of the sincerity of her convictions. Her activities in Karbala. She was able to win to the cause the revered widow of Sayyid Kazem, who was born in Shiraz and was the first among the women of Karbala to recognize its truth. I have heard Sheikh Sultan describe her extreme devotion to Tahirih, whom she revered as her spiritual guide and esteemed as her affectionate companion. He was also a fervent admirer of the character of the widow of the Sayyid, to whose gentleness of manner he often paid a glowing tribute. Such was her attachment to Tahirih, Sheikh Sultan was often heard to remark, that she was extremely reluctant to allow that heroine, who was a guest in her house, to absent herself, though it were for an hour, from her presence. So great an attachment on her part did not fail to excite the curiosity and quicken the faith of her women friends, both Persian and Arab, who were constant visitors in her home. In the first year of her acceptance of the message, she suddenly fell ill, and after the lapse of 3 days, as had been the case with Sayyid Kazem, she departed this life. Her activities in Baghdad. Among the men who in Karbala eagerly embraced through the efforts of Tahirih the cause of the Báb was a certain Sheikh Saleh, an Arab resident of that city who was the first to shed his blood in the path of the faith in Tehran. She was so profuse in her praise of Sheikh Saleh that a few suspected him of being equal in rank to Quddus. Sheikh Sultan was also among those who fell under the spell of Tahirih. On his return from Shiraz, he identified himself with the faith, boldly and assiduously promoted its interests, and did his utmost to execute her instructions and wishes. Another admirer was Sheikh Mohammed Shebl, the father of Muhammad Mustafa, an Arab native of Baghdad who ranked high among the ulamas of that city. By the aid of this chosen band of staunch and able supporters, Tahirih was able to fire the imagination and to enlist the allegiance of a considerable number of the Persian and Arab inhabitants of Iraq, most of whom were led by her to join forces with those of their brethren in Persia, who were soon to be called upon to shape by their deeds the destiny and seal with their lifeblood the triumph of the cause of God. The Báb's appeal, which was originally addressed to his followers in Persia, was soon transmitted to the adherents of his faith in Iraq. Tahirih gloriously responded. Her example was followed immediately by a large number of her faithful admirers, all of whom expressed their readiness to journey forthwith to Khurasan. The ulamas of Karbala sought to dissuade her from undertaking that journey. Perceiving immediately the motive which prompted them to tender her such advice, and aware of their malignant design, she addressed to each of these sophists a lengthy epistle in which she set forth her motives and exposed their dissimulation. From Karbala, she proceeded to Baghdad. A representative delegation consisting of the ablest leaders among the Shia, the Sunni, the Christian and Jewish communities of that city sought her presence and endeavoured to convince her of the folly of her actions. She was able, however, to silence their protestations and astounded them with the force of her argument. Disillusioned and confused, they retired, deeply conscious of their own impotence. Her stay in Kermanshah and Hamadan. The ulamas of Kermanshah respectfully received her and presented her with various tokens of their esteem and admiration. In Hamadan, however, the ecclesiastical leaders of the city were divided in their attitude towards her. A few sought privily to provoke the people and undermine her prestige. Others were moved to extol openly her virtues and applaud her courage. It behoves us, these friends declared from their pulpits, to follow her noble example and reverently to ask her to unravel for us the mysteries of the Qur'an and to resolve the intricacies of the Holy Book. For our highest attainments are but a drop compared to the immensity of her knowledge. While in Hamadan, Tahirih was met by those whom her father, Haji Mullah Saleh, had sent from Qazvin to welcome and urge her on his behalf to visit her native town and prolong her stay in their midst. She reluctantly consented. Ere she departed, she bade those who had accompanied her from Iraq to proceed to their native land. Among them were Sheikh Sultan, Sheikh Mohammed Shebl, and his youthful son Mohammed Mustafa, Abed, and his son Nasser, who subsequently was given the name of Haji Abbas. Those of her companions who had been living in Persia, such as Sayyid Mohammad Gul Paigani, whose pen name was Ta'ir, and whom Tahirih had styled Fath al-Mali, and others, were also bidden to return to their homes. Only 2 of her companions remained with her, Sheikh Saleh and Mullah Ibrahim Gul Paigani, both of whom quaffed the cup of martyrdom, the first in Tehran and the other in Qazvin. Of her own kinsman, Mirza Muhammad Ali, one of the letters of the living and her brother-in-law, and Sayyid Abdul Hadi, who had been betrothed to her daughter, travelled with her all the way from Karbila to Qazvin. Her confinement in Qazvin. Her reply to Mullah Muhammad. On her arrival at the house of her father, her cousin, the haughty and false-hearted Mullah Muhammad, son of Mullah Taqi, who esteemed himself next to his father and his uncle the most accomplished of all the mujtahids of Persia, sent certain ladies of his own household to persuade Tahirih to transfer her residence from her father's house to his own. "Say to my presumptuous and arrogant kinsman," was her bold reply to the messengers. If your desire had really been to be a faithful mate and companion to me, you would have hastened to meet me in Karbila, and would on foot have guided my howdah all the way to Qazvin. I would, while journeying with you, have aroused you from your sleep of heedlessness, and would have shown you the way of truth. But this was not to be. 3 years have elapsed since our separation. Neither in this world nor in the next can I ever be associated with you. I have cast you out of my life forever. So stern and unyielding a reply roused both Mullah Muhammad and his father to a burst of fury. They immediately pronounced her a heretic, and strove day and night to undermine her position and to sully her fame. ṭާhِرih vehemently defended herself and persisted in exposing the depravity of their character. Her father, a peace-loving and fair-minded man, deplored this acrimonious dispute and endeavoured to bring about a reconciliation and harmony between them, but failed in his efforts. Arrival of Mullah Abdullah and murder of Mullah Taqi. This state of tension continued until the time when a certain Mullah Abdullah, a native of Shiraz and fervent admirer of both Sheikh Ahmad and Sayyid Kazem, arrived in Qazvin at the beginning of the month of Ramazan in the year 1263 AH. Subsequently, in the course of his trial in Tehran, in the presence of the Sahib Divan, this same Mullah Abdullah recounted the following. I have never been a convinced Báb'Í. When I arrived at Qazvin, I was on my way to MÁH-KÚ, intending to visit the Báb and investigate the nature of his cause. On the day of my arrival at Qazvin, I became aware that the town was in a great state of turmoil. As I was passing through the marketplace, I saw a crowd of ruffians who had stripped a man of his headdress and shoes, had wound his turban around his neck, and by it were dragging him through the streets. An angry multitude was tormenting him with their threats, their blows and curses. His unpardonable guilt, I was told in answer to my inquiry, is that he has dared to extol in public the virtues of Sheikh Ahmad and Sayyid Kazem. Accordingly, Haji Mullah Taqi, the Hujjatul Islam, has pronounced him a heretic and decreed his expulsion from the town. I was amazed at the explanation given me. How could a sheikhi, I thought to myself, be regarded as a heretic and be deemed worthy of such cruel treatment? Desirous of ascertaining from Mullah Taqi himself the truth of this report, I betook myself to his school and asked whether he had actually pronounced such a condemnation against him. Yes, he bluntly replied. The God whom the late Sheikh Ahmad al-Bahraini worshipped is a God in whom I can never believe. Him, as well as his followers, I regard as the very embodiments of error. I was moved that very moment to smite his face in the presence of his assembled disciples. I restrained myself, however, and vowed that, God willing, I would pierce his lips with my spear, so that he would never be again able to utter such blasphemy. I straightway left his presence and directed my steps towards the market, where I bought a dagger and a spearhead of the sharpest and finest steel. I concealed them in my bosom, ready to gratify the passion that burned within me. I was waiting for my opportunity when one night I entered the masjid in which he was wont to lead the congregation in prayer. I waited until the hour of dawn, at which time I saw an old woman enter the masjid, carrying with her a rug, which she spread over the floor of the mihrab. Soon after, I saw Mullah Taqi enter alone, walk to the mihrab, and offer his prayer. Cautiously and quietly, I followed him and stood behind him. He was prostrating himself on the floor when I rushed upon him, drew out my spearhead, and plunged it into the back of his neck. He uttered a loud cry. I threw him on his back and, unsheathing my dagger, drove it hilt deep into his mouth. With that same dagger, I struck him at several places in his breast and side, and left him bleeding in the mihrab. I ascended immediately the roof of the masjid and watched the frenzy and agitation of the multitude. A crowd rushed in and, placing him upon a litter, transported him to his house. Unable to identify the murderer, the people seized the occasion to gratify their basest instincts. They rushed at one another's throats, violently attacked and mutually accused one another in the presence of the governor. Finding out that a large number of innocent people had been gravely molested and thrown into prison, I was impelled by the voice of my conscience to confess my act. I accordingly besought the presence of the governor and said to him, "If I deliver into your hands the author of this murder, will you promise me to set free all the innocent people who are suffering in his place?" No sooner had I obtained from him the necessary assurance than I confessed to him that I had committed the deed. He was not disposed at first to believe me. At my request, he summoned the old woman who had spread the rug in the mihrab, but refused to be convinced by the evidence which she gave. I was finally conducted to the bedside of Mullah Taqi, who was on the point of death. As soon as he saw me, he recognized my features. In his agitation, he pointed with his finger to me, indicating that I had attacked him. He signified his desire that I be taken away from his presence. Shortly after, he expired. I was immediately arrested, was convicted of murder, and thrown into prison. The governor, however, failed to keep his promise and refused to release the prisoners. The candour and sincerity of Mullah Abdullah greatly pleased the Sahib Divan. He gave secret orders to his attendants to enable him to escape from prison. At the hour of midnight, the prisoner took refuge in the home of Reza Khan Sardar, who had recently been married to the sister of the Sepah Salar, and remained concealed in that house until the great struggle of Sheikh Tabarsi, when he determined to throw in his lot with the heroic defenders of the fort. He, as well as Reza Khan, who followed him to Mazandaran, quaffed eventually the cup of martyrdom. Imprisonment of the accused in Tehran, and intervention and confinement of Baha'u'llah. The circumstances of the murder fanned to fury the wrath of the lawful heirs of Mullah Taqi, who now determined to wreak their vengeance upon Tahirih. They succeeded in having her placed in the strictest confinement in the house of her father, and charged those women whom they had selected to watch over her, not to allow their captive to leave her room except for the purpose of performing her daily ablutions. They accused her of really being the instigator of the crime. "No one else but you," they asserted, "is guilty of the murder of our father. You issued the order for his assassination." Those whom they had arrested and confined were conducted by them to Tehran and were incarcerated in the home of one of the Kadkhudas of the capital. The friends and heirs of Mullah Taqi scattered themselves in all directions, denouncing their captives as the repudiators of the law of Islam and demanding that they be immediately put to death. Baha'u'llah, who was at that time residing in Tehran, was informed of the plight of these prisoners who had been the companions and supporters of Tahirih. As he was already acquainted with the Kadkhuda in whose home they were incarcerated, he decided to visit them and intervene in their behalf. That avaricious and deceitful official, who was fully aware of the extreme generosity of Baha'u'llah, greatly exaggerated in the hope of deriving a substantial pecuniary advantage for himself the misfortune that had befallen the unhappy captives. "They are destitute of the barest necessities of life," urged the Kadkhuda. "They hunger for food, and their clothing is wretchedly scanty." Baha'u'llah extended immediate financial assistance for their relief and urged the Kadkhuda to relax the severity of the rule under which they were confined. The latter consented to relieve a few who were unable to support the oppressive weight of their chains, and for the rest did whatever he could to alleviate the rigour of their confinement. Prompted by greed, he informed his superiors of the situation and emphasized the fact that both food and money were being regularly supplied by Baha'u'llah for those who were imprisoned in his house. These officials were in their turn tempted to derive every possible advantage from the liberality of Baha'u'llah. They summoned him to their presence, protested against his action, and accused him of complicity in the act for which the captives had been condemned. "The Kadkhuda," replied Baha'u'llah, "pleaded their cause before me and enlarged upon their sufferings and needs. He himself bore witness to their innocence and appealed to me for help. In return for the aid, which in response to his invitation I was impelled to extend, you now charge me with a crime of which I am innocent." Hoping to intimidate Baha'u'llah by threatening immediate punishment, they refused to allow him to return to his home. The confinement to which he was subjected was the first affliction that befell Baha'u'llah in the path of the cause of God, the first imprisonment he suffered for the sake of his loved ones. He remained in captivity for a few days, until Ja'far Quli Khan, the brother of Mirza Agha Khan Noori, who at a later time was appointed Grand Vizier of the Shah, and a number of other friends, intervened in his behalf, and threatening the Kadkhuda in severe language, were able to effect his release. Those who had been responsible for his confinement had confidently hoped to receive, in return for his deliverance, the sum of 1,000 tomans. But they soon found that they were forced to comply with the wishes of Ja'far Quli Khan without the hope of receiving either from him or from Baha'u'llah the slightest reward. With profuse apologies and with the utmost regret, they surrendered their captive into his hands. Appeal to Muhammad Shah. The heirs of Mullah Taqi were in the meantime bending every effort to avenge the blood of their distinguished kinsman. Unsatisfied with what they had already accomplished, they directed their appeal to Muhammad Shah himself and endeavoured to win his sympathy to their cause. The Shah is reported to have returned this answer: "Your father, Mullah Taqi, surely could not have claimed to be superior to the Imam Ali, the commander of the faithful. Did not the latter instruct his disciples that should he fall a victim to the sword of Ibn Muljam, the murderer alone should by his death be made to atone for his act, that no one else but he should be put to death? Why should not the murder of your father be similarly avenged? Declare to me his murderer, and I will issue my orders that he be delivered into your hands, in order that you may inflict upon him the punishment which he deserves. Execution of the first Bábí martyr in Persia. The uncompromising attitude of the Shah induced them to abandon the hopes which they had cherished. They declared Sheikh Saleh to be the murderer of their father, obtained his arrest, and ignominiously put him to death. He was the first to shed his blood on Persian soil in the path of the cause of God, the first of that glorious company destined to seal with their life-blood the triumph of God's holy faith. As he was being conducted to the scene of his martyrdom, his face glowed with zeal and joy. He hastened to the foot of the gallows and met his executioner as if he were welcoming a dear and lifelong friend. Words of triumph and hope fell unceasingly from his lips. I discarded, he cried with exultation as his end approached, the hopes and the beliefs of men from the moment I recognized thee, thou who art my hope and my belief. His remains were interred in the courtyard of the shrine of the Imamzadeh Zayd in Tehran. Attitude of Haji Mirza Aghasi and intervention of Sadr Ardebili. The unsatiable hatred that animated those who had been responsible for the martyrdom of Sheikh Saleh impelled them to seek additional instruments for the furtherance of their designs. Haji Mirza Aghasi, whom the Sahib Divan had succeeded in convincing of the treacherous conduct of the heirs of Mullah Taqi, refused to entertain their appeal. Undeterred by his refusal, they submitted their case to the Sadr Ardebili, a man notoriously presumptuous and one of the most arrogant among the ecclesiastical leaders of Persia. Behold, they pleaded, the indignity that has been inflicted upon those whose supreme function it is to keep guard over the integrity of the law. How can you, who are its chief and illustrious exponent, allow so grave an affront to its dignity to remain unpunished? Are you really incapable of avenging the blood of that slaughtered minister of the Prophet of God? Do you not realize that to tolerate such a heinous crime would in itself unloose a flood of calumny against those who are the chief repositories of the teachings and principles of our faith? Will not your silence embolden the enemies of Islam to shatter the structure which your own hands have reared? As a result, will not your own life be endangered? The Sadr Ardebili was sore afraid, and in his impotence sought to beguile his sovereign. He addressed the following request to Muhammad Shah. I would humbly implore your majesty to allow the captives to accompany the heirs of that martyred leader on their return to Qazvin, that these may of their own accord forgive them publicly their action and enable them to recover their freedom. Such a gesture on their part will considerably enhance their position and will win them the esteem of their countrymen. The Shah, wholly unaware of the mischievous designs of that crafty plotter, immediately granted his request, on the express condition that a written statement be sent to him from Qazvin, assuring him that the condition of the prisoners after their freedom was entirely satisfactory, and that no harm was likely to befall them in the future. No sooner were the captives delivered into the hands of the mischief-makers than they set about gratifying their feelings of implacable hatred towards them. On the first night after they had been handed over to their enemies, Haji Asadullah, the brother of Haji Alawardi and paternal uncle of Muhammad Hadi and Muhammad Jawad Farhadi, a noted merchant of Qazvin who had acquired a reputation for piety and uprightness which stood as high as that of his illustrious brother, was mercilessly put to death. Knowing full well that in his own native town they would be unable to inflict upon him the punishment they desired, they determined to take his life whilst in Tehran, in a manner that would protect them from the suspicion of murder. At the hour of midnight, they perpetrated the shameful act, and the next morning announced that illness had been the cause of his death. His friends and acquaintances, mostly natives of Qazvin, none of whom had been able to detect the crime which had distinguished such a noble life, accorded him a burial that befitted his station. Massacre of Qazvin. The rest of his companions, among whom were MULLÁ ṭÁHIR SHÍRÁZی and MULLÁ Ibrahim Mahallati, both of whom were greatly esteemed for their learning and character, were savagely put to death immediately after their arrival at Qazvin. The entire population, which had been sedulously instigated beforehand, clamoured for their immediate execution. A band of shameless scoundrels armed with knives, swords, spears and axes fell upon them and tore them to pieces. They mutilated their bodies with such wanton barbarity that no fragment of their scattered members could be found for burial. Gracious God, acts of such incredible savagery have been perpetrated in a town like Qazvin, which prides itself on the fact that no less than 100 of the highest ecclesiastical leaders of Islam dwell within its gates, and yet none could be found among all its inhabitants to raise his voice in protest against such revolting murders. No one seemed to question their right to perpetrate such iniquitous and shameless deeds. No one seemed to be aware of the utter incompatibility between such ferocious deeds committed by those who claim to be the sole repositories of the mysteries of Islam, and the exemplary conduct of those who first manifested its light to the world. No one was moved to exclaim indignantly, "O evil and perverse generation, to what depths of infamy and shame you have sunk! Have not the abominations which you have wrought surpassed in their ruthlessness the acts of the basest of men? Will you not recognize that neither the beasts of the field nor any moving thing on earth has ever equaled the ferociousness of your acts? How long is your heedlessness to last? Is it not your belief that the efficacy of every congregational prayer is dependent upon the integrity of him who leads that prayer? Have you not again and again declared that no such prayer is acceptable in the sight of God until and unless the Imam who leads the congregation has purged his heart from every trace of malice? And yet you deem those who instigate and share in the performance of such atrocities to be the true leaders of your faith, the very embodiments of fairness and justice. Have you not committed to their hands the reins of your cause and regarded them as the masters of your destinies? Effects of the massacre in Tehran. The news of this outrage reached Tehran and spread with bewildering rapidity throughout the city. Haji Mirza Aghasi vehemently protested. "In what passage of the Quran," he is reported to have exclaimed, "in which tradition of Muhammad, has the massacre of a number of people been justified in order to avenge the murder of a single person?" Muhammad Shah also expressed his strong disapproval of the treacherous conduct of the Sadr Ardebili and his confederates. He denounced his cowardice, banished him from the capital and condemned him to a life of obscurity in Qom. His degradation from office pleased immensely the Grand Vizier, who had hitherto laboured in vain to bring about his downfall, and whom his sudden removal from Tehran relieved of the apprehensions which the extension of his authority had inspired. His own denunciation of the massacre of Qazvin was prompted not so much by his sympathy with the cause of the defenceless victims, as by his hope of involving the Sadr Ardebili in such embarrassments as would inevitably disgrace him in the eyes of his sovereign. Her deliverance by Baha'u'llah. The failure of the Shah and of his government to inflict immediate punishment upon the malefactors encouraged them to seek further means for the gratification of their relentless hatred towards their opponents. They now directed their attention to Tahirih herself, and resolved that she should suffer at their hands the same fate that had befallen her companions. While still in confinement, Tahirih, as soon as she was informed of the designs of her enemies, addressed the following message to Mullah Muhammad, who had succeeded to the position of his father and was now recognized as the Imam Jum'eh of Qazvin. Fain would they put out God's light with their mouths, but God only desireth to perfect his light, albeit the infidels abhor it. If my cause be the cause of truth, if the Lord whom I worship be none other than the one true God, he will, ere 9 days have elapsed, deliver me from the yoke of your tyranny. Should he fail to achieve my deliverance, you are free to act as you desire. You will have irrevocably established the falsity of my belief. Mullah Muhammad, recognizing his inability to accept so bold a challenge, chose to ignore entirely her message, and sought by every cunning device to accomplish his purpose. Her removal to Tehran. In those days, ere the hour which Tahirih had fixed for her deliverance had struck, Baha'u'llah signified his wish that she should be delivered from her captivity and brought to Tehran. He determined to establish in the eyes of the adversary the truth of her words, and to frustrate the schemes which her enemies had conceived for her death. Muhammad Hadiya Farhadi was accordingly summoned by him and was entrusted with the task of effecting her immediate transference to his own home in Tehran. Muhammad Hadi was charged to deliver a sealed letter to his wife, Khatun Jan, and instruct her to proceed in the guise of a beggar to the house where Tahirih was confined, to deliver the letter into her hands, to wait a while at the entrance of her house until she should join her, and then to hasten with her and commit her to his care. As soon as Tahirih has joined you, Baha'u'llah urged the emissary, start immediately for Tehran. This very night I shall dispatch to the neighbourhood of the gate of Qazvin an attendant with 3 horses, that you will take with you and station at a place that you will appoint outside the walls of Qazvin. You will conduct Tahirih to that spot, will mount the horses, and will, by an unfrequented route, endeavour to reach at daybreak the outskirts of the capital. As soon as the gates are opened, you must enter the city and proceed immediately to my house. You should exercise the utmost caution lest her identity be disclosed. The Almighty will assuredly guide your steps and will surround you with his unfailing protection. Effects of her departure from Qazvin. Fortified by the assurance of Baha'u'llah, Muhammad Hadi set out immediately to carry out the instructions he had received. Unhampered by any obstacle, he ably and faithfully acquitted himself of his task and was able to conduct Tahirih to safety at the appointed hour to the home of his master. Her sudden and mysterious removal from Qazvin filled her friends and foes alike with consternation. The whole night they searched the houses and were baffled in their efforts to find her. The fulfillment of the prediction she had uttered astounded even the most skeptical among her opponents. A few were made to realize the supernatural character of the faith she had espoused and submitted willingly to its claims. Mirza Abdul Wahhab, her own brother, acknowledged that very day the truth of the revelation, but failed to demonstrate subsequently by his acts the sincerity of his belief. Her attitude towards the Bab and Baha'u'llah. The hour which Tahirih had fixed for her deliverance found her already securely established under the sheltering shadow of Baha'u'llah. She knew full well into whose presence she had been admitted. She was profoundly aware of the sacredness of the hospitality she had been so graciously accorded. As it was with her acceptance of the faith proclaimed by the Bab, when she, unwarned and unsummoned, had hailed his message and recognized its truth, so did she perceive, through her own intuitive knowledge, the future glory of Baha'u'llah. It was in the year 60, while in KARBILÁ, that she alluded in her odes to her recognition of the truth he was to reveal. I have myself been shown in Tehran, in the home of Sayyid Muhammad, whom Tahirih had styled Fatal Mali, the verses which she in her own handwriting had penned, every letter of which bore eloquent testimony to her faith in the exalted missions of both the Bab and Baha'u'llah. In that ode, the following verse occurs: "The effulgence of the Abha beauty hath pierced the veil of night. Behold the souls of his lovers dancing moth-like in the light that has flashed from his face." It was her steadfast conviction in the unconquerable power of Baha'u'llah that prompted her to utter her prediction with such confidence and to fling her challenge so boldly in the face of her enemies. Nothing short of an immovable faith in the unfailing efficacy of that power could have induced her in the darkest hours of her captivity to assert with such courage and assurance the approach of her victory. Her departure for Khurasan. 1. Instructions of Baha'u'llah to Aghay Kalim. A few days after Tahirih's arrival at Tehran, Baha'u'llah decided to send her to Khurasan, in the company of the believers who were preparing to depart for that province. He too had determined to leave the capital and take the same direction a few days later. He accordingly summoned Aghay Kalim and instructed him to take immediately the necessary measures to ensure the removal of Tahirih, together with her woman attendant Ghanete, to a place outside the gate of the capital, from whence they were later on to proceed to Khurasan. He cautioned him to exercise the utmost care and vigilance, lest the guards who were stationed at the entrance of the city and who had been ordered to refuse the passage of women through the gates without a permit should discover her identity and prevent her departure. I have heard Aghay Kalim recount the following. Putting our trust in God, we rode out, Tahirih, her attendant, and I, to a place in the vicinity of the capital. None of the guards who were stationed at the gate of Shemiran raised the slightest objection, nor did they inquire regarding our destination. At a distance of 2 farsangs from the capital, we alighted in the midst of an orchard abundantly watered and situated at the foot of a mountain, in the centre of which was a house that seemed completely deserted. As I went about in search of the proprietor, I chanced to meet an old man who was watering his plants. In answer to my inquiry, he explained that a dispute had arisen between the owner and his tenants, as a result of which those who occupied the place had deserted it. "I've been asked by the owner," he added, "to keep guard over this property until the settlement of the dispute." I was greatly delighted with the information he gave me, and asked him to share with us our luncheon. When, later in the day, I decided to depart for Tehran, I found him willing to watch over and guard Tahirih and her attendant. As I committed them to his care, I assured him that I would either myself return that evening or send a trusted attendant whom I would follow the next morning with all the necessary requirements for the journey to Khurasan. Upon my arrival at Tehran, I dispatched Mullah Baqir one of the letters of the living, together with an attendant, to join Tahirih. I informed Baha'u'llah of her safe departure from the capital. He was greatly pleased at the information I gave him, and named that orchard Bagh-e-Jannat. "That house," he remarked, "has been providentially prepared for your reception, that you may entertain in it the loved ones of God." Her departure from Tehran. Tahirih tarried 7 days in that spot, after which she set out, accompanied by Muhammad Hassan Qazvini, surnamed Fatah, and a few others, in the direction of Khurasan. I was commanded by Baha'u'llah to arrange for her departure and to provide whatever might be required for her journey. Chapter 16. The Conference of Badasht. Departure of Baha'u'llah from Tehran. Soon after Tahirih had started on her journey, Baha'u'llah instructed Aghay Kalim to complete the necessary preparations for his contemplated departure for Khurasan. He committed to his care his family and asked him to provide whatever might be conducive to their well-being and safety. When he arrived at Shahrud, he was met by Qudus, who had left Mashhad, where he had been residing, and had come to welcome him as soon as he had heard of his approach. The whole province of Khurasan was, in those days, in the throes of a violent agitation. The activities which Qudus and Mullah Hussein had initiated, their zeal, their courage, their outspoken language, had aroused the people from their lethargy, had kindled in the hearts of some of the noblest sentiments of faith and devotion, and had provoked in the breasts of others the instincts of passionate fanaticism and malice. A multitude of seekers constantly poured from every direction into Mashhad, eagerly sought the residence of Mullah Hussein, and through him were ushered into the presence of Qudus. The disturbances at Mashhad. Their numbers soon swelled to such proportions as to excite the apprehension of the authorities. The chief constable viewed with concern and dismay the crowds of agitated people who streamed unceasingly into every quarter of the holy city. In his desire to assert his rights, intimidate Mullah Hussein, and induce him to curtail the scope of his activities, he issued orders to arrest immediately the latter's special attendant, whose name was Hassan, and subject him to cruel and shameful treatment. They pierced his nose, passed a cord through the incision, and with this halter led and paraded him through the streets. Mullah Hussein was in the presence of Quddus when the news of the disgraceful affliction that had befallen his servant reached him. Fearing lest this sad intelligence might grieve the heart of his beloved chief, he arose and quietly retired. His companions soon gathered round him, expressed their indignation at this outrageous assault upon so innocent a follower of their faith, and urged him to avenge the insult. Mullah Hussein tried to appease their anger. Let not, he pleaded, the indignity that has befallen Hassan afflict and disturb you. For Hussein is still with you, and will safely deliver him back into your hands tomorrow. In the face of so solemn an assurance, his companions ventured no further remarks. Their hearts, however, burned with impatience to redress that bitter injury. A number of them eventually decided to band themselves together and loudly raise through the streets of Mashhad the cry of Ya Sahabul Zaman, as a protest against this sudden affront to the dignity of their faith. That cry was the first of its kind to be raised in Khurasan, in the name of the cause of God. The city re-echoed with the sound of those voices. The reverberations of their shouts reached even the most outlying regions of the province, raised a great tumult in the hearts of the people, and were the signal for the tremendous happenings that were destined to transpire in the future. In the midst of the confusion that ensued, those who were holding the halter with which they dragged Hassan through the streets perished by the sword. The companions of Mullah Hussein conducted the released captive into the presence of their leader and informed him of the fate that had befallen the oppressor. "You have refused," Mullah Hussein is reported to have remarked, "to tolerate the trials to which Hassan has been subjected. How can you reconcile yourselves to the martyrdom of Hussein?" The city of Mashhad, which had just recovered its peace and tranquillity after the rebellion that the Salar had provoked, was plunged again into confusion and distress. Prince Hamza Mirza was stationed with his men and munitions at a distance of 4 farsangs from the city, ready to face whatever emergency might arise, when the news of these fresh disturbances suddenly reached him. He immediately dispatched a detachment to the city with instructions to obtain the assistance of the governor for the arrest of Mullah Hussein and to conduct him into his presence. Abdul Ali Khan Maraghi, the captain of the prince's artillery, immediately intervened. "I deem myself," he pleaded, "one among the lovers and admirers of Mullah Hussein. If you contemplate inflicting any harm upon him, I pray you to take my life and then to proceed to execute your design. For I cannot, so long as I live, tolerate the least disrespect towards him." The prince, who knew full well how much he stood in need of that officer, was greatly embarrassed at this unexpected declaration. "I too have met Mullah Hussein," was his reply, as he tried to remove the apprehension of Abdul Ali Khan. "I too cherish the utmost devotion to him. By summoning him to my camp, I am hoping to restrict the scope of the mischief which has been kindled and to safeguard his person." The prince then addressed in his own handwriting a letter to Mullah Hussein, in which he urged the extreme desirability of his transferring his residence for a few days to his headquarters, and assured him of his sincere desire to shield him from the attacks of his infuriated opponents. He gave orders that his own highly ornamented tent be pitched in the vicinity of his camp and be reserved for the reception of his expected guest. Departure of Quddus for Mazandaran. On the receipt of this communication, Mullah Hussein presented it to Quddus, who advised him to respond to the invitation of the prince. "No harm can befall you," Quddus assured him. "As to me, I shall this very night set out in the company of Mirza Muhammad Ali Qazvini, one of the letters of the living, for Mazandaran. Please God, you too, later on, at the head of a large company of the faithful and preceded by the black standards, will depart from Mashhad and join me. We shall meet at whatever place the Almighty will have decreed." Mullah Hussein joyously responded. He threw himself at the feet of Quddus and assured him of his firm determination to discharge with fidelity the obligations which he had imposed upon him. Quddus lovingly took him in his arms, and kissing his eyes and his forehead, committed him to the Almighty's unfailing protection. Early that same afternoon, Mullah Hussein mounted his steed and rode out with dignity and calm to the encampment of Prince Hamza Mirza, and was ceremoniously conducted by Abdul Ali Khan, who together with a number of officers had been appointed by the prince to go out and welcome him, to the tent that had been specially erected for his use. That very night, Quddus summoned to his presence Mirza Muhammad Baqir Qaini, who had built the Bāb'S, together with a number of the most prominent among his companions, and enjoined upon them to bear unquestioned allegiance to Mullah Hussein, and to obey implicitly whatever he might wish them to do. "Tempestuous are the storms which lie ahead of us," he told them. "The days of stress and violent commotion are fast approaching. Cleave to him, for in obedience to his command lies your salvation." With these words, Quddus bade farewell to his companions, and accompanied by Mirza Muhammad Ali Qazvini, departed from Mashhad. A few days later, he encountered Mirza Sulaiman Nuri, who informed him of the circumstances attending the deliverance of Tahirih from her confinement in Qazvin, of her journey in the direction of Khurasan, and of Baha'u'llah's subsequent departure from the capital. Mirza Sulaiman, as well as Mirza Muhammad Ali, remained in the company of Quddus until their arrival at Badasht. They reached that hamlet at the hour of dawn, and found there assembled a large gathering of people whom they recognized as their fellow believers. They decided, however, to resume their journey and proceeded directly to Shahrud. As they were approaching that village, Mirza Sulaiman, who was following at a distance behind them, encountered Muhammad Hanna Sab, who was on his way to Badasht. In answer to his inquiry as to the object of that gathering, Mirza Sulaiman was informed that Baha'u'llah and Tahirih had a few days before left Shahrud for that hamlet, that a large number of believers had already arrived from Isfahan, Qazvin, and other towns of Persia, and were waiting to accompany Baha'u'llah on his intended journey to Khurasan. "Tell Mullah Ahmad Ebdal, who is now in Badasht," Mirza Sulaiman remarked, "that this very morning a light has shone upon you, the radiance of which you have failed to recognize." Meeting of Baha'u'llah with Quddus in Shahrud. Their arrival at Badasht. No sooner had Baha'u'llah been informed by Muhammad Hanna Sab of the arrival of Quddus at Shahrud than he decided to join him. Attended by Mullah Muhammad Mu'allim Nuri, he set out on horseback that same evening for that village, and had returned with Quddus to Badasht the next morning at the hour of sunrise. Significance of the gathering in Badasht. It was then the beginning of summer. Upon his arrival, Baha'u'llah rented 3 gardens, one of which he assigned exclusively to the use of Quddus. Another he set apart for Tahirih and her attendant, and reserved the 3rd for himself. Those who had gathered in Badasht were 81 in number, all of whom, from the time of their arrival to the day of their dispersion, were the guests of Baha'u'llah. Every day he revealed a tablet which Mirza Sulaiman Nuri chanted in the presence of the assembled believers. Upon each he bestowed a new name. He himself was henceforth designated by the name of Baha. Upon the last letter of the living was conferred the appellation of Quddus, and to Qurratul Ayn was given the title of Tahirih. To each of those who had convened at Badasht, a special tablet was subsequently revealed by the Bab, each of whom he addressed by the name recently conferred upon him. When at a later time a number of the more rigid and conservative among her fellow disciples chose to accuse Tahirih of indiscreetly rejecting the time-honoured traditions of the past, the Bab, to whom these complaints had been addressed, replied in the following terms: "What am I to say regarding her whom the tongue of power and glory has named Tahirih, the Pure One? Each day of that memorable gathering witnessed the abrogation of a new law and the repudiation of a long-established tradition. The veils that guarded the sanctity of the ordinances of Islam were sternly rent asunder, and the idols that had so long claimed the adoration of their blind worshippers were rudely demolished. No one knew, however, the source whence these bold and defiant innovations proceeded. No one suspected the hand which steadily and unerringly steered their course. Even the identity of him who had bestowed a new name upon each of those who had congregated in that hamlet remained unknown to those who had received them. Each conjectured according to his own degree of understanding. Few, if any, dimly surmised that Baha'u'llah was the author of the far-reaching changes which were being so fearlessly introduced. Incident related by Sheikh Abu Turab. Sheikh Abu Turab, one of the best informed as to the nature of the developments in Badasht, is reported to have related the following incident. Illness one day confined Baha'u'llah to his bed. Quddus, as soon as he heard of his indisposition, hastened to visit him. He seated himself, when ushered into his presence, on the right hand of Baha'u'llah. The rest of the companions were gradually admitted to his presence and grouped themselves around him. No sooner had they assembled than Muhammad Hasan Qazvini, the messenger of Tahirih, upon whom the name of Fattal Qazvini had been newly conferred, suddenly came in and conveyed to Quddus a pressing invitation from Tahirih to visit her in her own garden. "I have severed myself entirely from her," he boldly and decisively replied. "I refuse to meet her." The messenger retired immediately, and soon returned, reiterating the same message and appealing to him to heed her urgent call. "She insists on your visit," were his words. "If you persist in your refusal, she herself will come to you." Perceiving his unyielding attitude, the messenger unsheathed his sword, laid it at the feet of Quddus, and said, "I refuse to go without you. Either choose to accompany me to the presence of Tahirih, or cut off my head with this sword." "I have already declared my intention not to visit Tahirih," Quddus angrily retorted. "I am willing to comply with the alternative which you have chosen to put before me." Muhammad Hassan, who had seated himself at the feet of Quddus, had stretched forth his neck to receive the fatal blow, when suddenly the figure of Tahirih, adorned and unveiled, appeared before the eyes of the assembled companions. Consternation immediately seized the entire gathering. All stood aghast before this sudden and most unexpected apparition. To behold her face unveiled was to them inconceivable. Even to gaze at her shadow was a thing which they deemed improper, inasmuch as they regarded her as the very incarnation of Fatima, the noblest emblem of chastity in their eyes. Quietly, silently, and with the utmost dignity, Tahirih stepped forward, and advancing towards Quddus, seated herself on his right side. Her unruffled serenity sharply contrasted with the affrighted countenances of those who were gazing upon her face. Fear, anger, and bewilderment stirred the depths of their souls. That sudden revelation seemed to have stunned their faculties. Abdul Khaliq Isfahani was so gravely shaken that he cut his throat with his own hands, covered with blood, and shrieking with excitement, he fled away from the face of Tahirih. A few, following his example, abandoned their companions and forsook their faith. A number were seen standing speechless before her, confounded with wonder. Quddus, meanwhile, had remained seated in his place, holding the unsheathed sword in his hand, his face betraying a feeling of inexpressible anger. It seemed as if he were waiting for the moment when he could strike his fatal blow at Tahirih. His threatening attitude failed, however, to move her. Her countenance displayed that same dignity and confidence which she had evinced at the first moment of her appearance before the assembled believers. A feeling of joy and triumph had now illumined her face. She rose from her seat and, undeterred by the tumult that she had raised in the hearts of her companions, began to address the remnant of that assembly. Without the least premeditation, and in a language which bore a striking resemblance to that of the Qur'an, she delivered her appeal with matchless eloquence and profound fervour. She concluded her address with this verse of the Qur'an: "Verily, amid gardens and rivers shall the pious dwell, in the seat of truth, in the presence of the potent King." As she uttered these words, she cast a furtive glance towards both Baha'u'llah and Quddus, in such a manner that those who were watching her were unable to tell to which of the two she was alluding. Immediately after, she declared, "I am the word which the Qa'im is to utter, the word which shall put to flight the chiefs and nobles of the earth." She then turned her face towards Quddus and rebuked him for having failed to perform in Khurasan those things which she deemed essential to the welfare of the faith. "I am free to follow the promptings of my own conscience," retorted Quddus. "I am not subject to the will and pleasure of my fellow disciples." Turning away her eyes from him, Tahirih invited those who were present to celebrate befittingly this great occasion. "This day is the day of festivity and universal rejoicing," she added. the day on which the fetters of the past are burst asunder. Let those who have shared in this great achievement arise and embrace each other. Differences among the believers. That memorable day and those which immediately followed it witnessed the most revolutionary changes in the life and habits of the assembled followers of the Bab. Their manner of worship underwent a sudden and fundamental transformation. The prayers and ceremonials by which those devout worshippers had been disciplined were irrevocably discarded. A great confusion, however, prevailed among those who had so zealously arisen to advocate these reforms. A few condemned so radical a change as being the essence of heresy, and refused to annul what they regarded as the inviolable precepts of Islam. Some regarded ṭāhirih as the sole judge in such matters and the only person qualified to claim implicit obedience from the faithful. Others who denounced her behavior held to Quddus, whom they regarded as the sole representative of the Bab, the only one who had the right to pronounce upon such weighty matters. Still others, who recognized the authority of both ṭāhirih and Quddus, viewed the whole episode as a God-sent test designed to separate the true from the false and distinguish the faithful from the disloyal. Reconciliation achieved by Baha'u'llah. ṭāhirih herself ventured on a few occasions to repudiate the authority of Quddus. "I deem him," she is reported to have declared, "a pupil whom the Bab has sent me to edify and instruct. I regard him in no other light." Quddus did not fail on his part to denounce ṭāhirih as the author of heresy and stigmatize those who advocated her views as the victims of error. This state of tension persisted for a few days until Baha'u'llah intervened and in his masterly manner effected a complete reconciliation between them. He healed the wounds which that sharp controversy had caused, and directed the efforts of both along the path of constructive service. Departure from Badasht. The object of that memorable gathering had been attained. The clarion call of the new order had been sounded. The obsolete conventions which had fettered the consciences of men were boldly challenged and fearlessly swept away. The way was clear for the proclamation of the laws and precepts that were destined to usher in the new dispensation. The remnant of the companions who had gathered in Badasht accordingly decided to depart for Mazandaran. Quddus and ṭāhirih seated themselves in the same howdah which had been prepared for their journey by Baha'u'llah. On their way, ṭāhirih each day composed an ode which she instructed those who accompanied her to chant as they followed her howdah. Mountain and valley re-echoed the shouts with which that enthusiastic band, as they journeyed to Mazandaran, hailed the extinction of the old and the birth of the new day. Baha'u'llah's sojourn in Badasht lasted 22 days. In the course of their journey to Mazandaran, a few of the followers of the Bab sought to abuse the liberty which the repudiation of the laws and sanctions of an outgrown faith had conferred upon them. They viewed the unprecedented action of ṭāhirih in discarding the veil as a signal to transgress the bounds of moderation and to gratify their selfish desires. The excesses in which a few indulged provoked the wrath of the Almighty and caused their immediate dispersion. In the village of Ni'ala, they were grievously tested and suffered severe injuries at the hands of their enemies. This scattering extinguished the mischief which a few of the irresponsible among the adherents of the faith had sought to kindle, and preserved untarnished its honor and dignity. The incident in Ni'ala, as related by Baha'u'llah. I have heard Baha'u'llah himself describe that incident. We were all gathered in the village of Ni'ala and were resting at the foot of a mountain, when at the hour of dawn we were suddenly awakened by the stones which the people of the neighborhood were hurling upon us from the top of the mountain. The fierceness of their attack induced our companions to flee in terror and consternation. I clothed Qudus in my own garments and dispatched him to a place of safety where I intended to join him. When I arrived, I found that he had gone. None of our companions had remained in Ni'ala except Tahirih and a young man from Shiraz, Mirza Abdullah. The violence with which we were assailed had brought desolation into our camp. I found no one into whose custody I could deliver Tahirih except that young man, who displayed on that occasion a courage and determination that were truly surprising. Sword in hand, undaunted by the savage assault of the inhabitants of the village, who had rushed to plunder our property, he sprang forward to stay the hand of the assailants. Though himself wounded in several parts of his body, he risked his life to protect our property. I bade him desist from his act. When the tumult had subsided, I approached a number of the inhabitants of the village and was able to convince them of the cruelty and shamefulness of their behavior. I subsequently succeeded in restoring a part of our plundered property. Baha'u'llah, accompanied by Tahirih and her attendant, proceeded to Nur. He appointed Sheikh Abu Turrab to watch over her and ensure her protection and safety. Meanwhile, the mischief-makers were endeavoring to kindle the anger of Muhammad Shah against Baha'u'llah, and by representing him as the prime mover of the disturbances of Shahrud and Mazandaran, succeeded eventually in inducing the sovereign to have him arrested. I have hitherto, the Shah is reported to have angrily remarked, refused to countenance whatever has been said against him. My indulgence has been actuated by my recognition of the services rendered to my country by his father. This time, however, I am determined to put him to death. He accordingly commanded one of his officers in Tehran to instruct his son, who was residing in Mazandaran, to arrest Baha'u'llah and to conduct him to the capital. The son of this officer received the communication on the very day preceding the reception which he had prepared to offer to Baha'u'llah, to whom he was devotedly attached. He was greatly distressed and did not divulge the news to anyone. Baha'u'llah, however, perceived his sadness and advised him to put his trust in God. The next day, as he was being accompanied by his friend to his home, they encountered a horseman who was coming from the direction of Tehran. "Muhammad Shah is dead!" that friend exclaimed in the Mazandarani dialect as he hastened to rejoin him after a brief conversation with the messenger. He drew out the imperial summons and showed it to him. The document had lost its efficacy. That night was spent in the company of his guest in an atmosphere of undisturbed calm and gladness. Outcome of that incident. Qudus had in the meantime fallen into the hands of his opponents and was confined in Sari in the home of Mirza Muhammad Taqi, the leading mujtahid of that town. The rest of his companions, after their dispersal in Ni'ala, had scattered in different directions, each carrying with him to his fellow believers the news of the momentous happenings of Badasht. Chapter 17. The Báb's incarceration in the castle of CHIHRÍQ. The incident of Ni'allah occurred in the middle of the month of Sha'ban in the year 1264 AH. Towards the end of that same month, the Báb was brought to Tabriz, where he suffered at the hands of his oppressors a severe and humiliating injury. That deliberate affront to his dignity almost synchronized with the attack which the inhabitants of Ni'allah directed against Baha'u'llah and his companions. The one was pelted with stones by an ignorant and pugnacious people. The other was afflicted with stripes by a cruel and treacherous enemy. I shall now relate the circumstances that led to that odious indignity which the persecutors of the Báb chose to inflict upon him. He had, in pursuance of the orders issued by Haji Mirza Aghasi, been transferred to the castle of CHIHRÍQ and consigned to the keeping of Yahya Khan Kurd, whose sister was the wife of Muhammad Shah, the mother of the Nayyibus Sultaneh. Strict and explicit instructions had been given by the Grand Vizier to Yahya Khan, enjoining him not to allow anyone to enter the presence of his prisoner. He was particularly warned not to follow the example of Ali Khan MÁH-KÚ, who had gradually been led to disregard the orders he had received. Attitude of the people of CHIHRÍQ towards the Báb. Despite the emphatic character of that injunction, and in the face of the unyielding opposition of the all-powerful Haji Mirza Aghasi, Yahya Khan found himself powerless to abide by those instructions. He, too, soon came to feel the fascination of his prisoner. He, too, forgot, as soon as he came into contact with his spirit, the duty he was expected to perform. At the very outset, the love of the Báb penetrated his heart and claimed his entire being. The Kurds who lived in CHIHRÍQ, and whose fanaticism and hatred of the Shias exceeded the aversion which the inhabitants of MÁH-KÚ entertained for that people, were likewise subjected to the transforming influence of the Báb. Such was the love he had kindled in their hearts, that every morning, ere they started for their daily work, they directed their steps towards his prison, and gazing from afar at the castle which contained his beloved self, invoked his name and besought his blessings. They would prostrate themselves on the ground and seek to refresh their souls with remembrance of him. To one another they would freely relate the wonders of his power and glory, and would recount such dreams as bore witness to the creative power of his influence. To no one would Yahya Khan refuse admittance to the castle. As CHIHRÍQ itself was unable to accommodate the increasing number of visitors who flocked to its gates, they were enabled to obtain the necessary lodgings in Shahr, the old CHIHRÍQ, which was situated at an hour's distance from the castle. Whatever provisions were required for the Báb were purchased in the old town and transported to his prison. The Báb's instructions to an attendant. One day, the Báb asked that some honey be purchased for him. The price at which it had been bought seemed to him exorbitant. He refused it and said, "Honey of a superior quality could no doubt have been purchased at a lower price." I, who am your example, have been a merchant by profession, It behoves you in all your transactions to follow in my way. You must neither defraud your neighbor, nor allow him to defraud you. Such was the way of your master. The shrewdest and ablest of men were unable to deceive him, nor did he, on his part, choose to act ungenerously towards the meanest and most helpless of creatures. He insisted that the attendant who had made that purchase should return and bring back to him a honey superior in quality and cheaper in price. Acceptance of the message by ulamas and government officials. Mirza Muhammad Ali and his brother. During the Báb's captivity in the castle of CHIHRÍQ, events of a startling character caused grave perturbation to the government. It soon became evident that a number of the most eminent among the Sayyids, the ulamas, and the government officials of Khoi had espoused the cause of the prisoner and had completely identified themselves with his faith. Among them figured Mirza Muhammad Ali and his brother Buyuk Agha, both Sayyids of distinguished merit, who had risen with fevered eagerness to proclaim their faith to all sorts and conditions of people among their countrymen. A continuous stream of seekers and confirmed believers flowed back and forth as a result of such activities between Khoi and CHIHRÍQ. Mirza Asadullah. It came to pass at that time that a prominent official of high literary ability, Mirza Asadullah, who was later surnamed Dayyan by the Báb, and whose vehement denunciations of his message had baffled those who had endeavoured to convert him, dreamed a dream. When he awoke, he determined not to recount it to anyone, and fixing his choice on 2 verses of the Quran, he addressed the following request to the Báb. I have conceived 3 definite things in my mind. I request you to reveal to me their nature. Mirza Muhammad Ali was asked to submit this written request to the Báb. A few days later, he received a reply penned in the Báb's handwriting, in which he set forth in their entirety the circumstances of that dream and revealed the exact texts of those verses. The accuracy of that reply brought about a sudden conversion. Though unused to walking, Mirza Asadullah hastened on foot along that steep and stony path which led from Khoi to the castle. His friends tried to induce him to proceed on horseback to CHIHRÍQ, but he refused their offer. His meeting with the Báb confirmed him in his belief and excited that fiery ardour which he continued to manifest to the end of his life. That same year, the Báb had expressed his desire that 40 of his companions should each undertake to compose a treatise and seek by the aid of verses and traditions to establish the validity of his mission. His wishes were instantly obeyed, and the results of their labours was duly submitted to his presence. Mirza Asadullah's treatise won the unqualified admiration of the Báb and ranked highest in his estimation. He bestowed on him the name Dayyan and revealed in his honour the Lawh-e-Hurufat, in which he made the following statement. Had the point of the Bayan no other testimony with which to establish his truth, this was sufficient, that he revealed a tablet such as this, a tablet such as no amount of learning could produce. The people of the Bayan, who utterly misconceived the purpose underlying that tablet, thought it to be a mere exposition of the science of Jafr. When at a later time, in the early years of Baha'u'llah's incarceration in the prison city of Akka, Janab-e-Muballigh made from Shiraz his request that he unravel the mysteries of that tablet, there was revealed from his pen an explanation which they who misconceived the words of the Bab might do well to ponder. Baha'u'llah adduced from the statements of the Bab irrefutable evidence proving that the appearance of the Man Yuzhiruhullah must needs occur no less than 19 years after the declaration of the Bab. The mystery of the Mustaghas had long baffled the most searching minds among the people of the Bayan, and had proved an unsurmountable obstacle to their recognition of the Promised One. The Bab had himself in that tablet unravelled that mystery. No one, however, was able to understand the explanation which he had given. It was left to Baha'u'llah to unveil it to the eyes of all men. The untiring zeal which Mirza Asadullah displayed induced his father, who was an intimate friend of Haji Mirza Aghasi, to report to him the circumstances which led to the conversion of his son, and to inform him of his negligence in carrying out the duties which the state had imposed upon him. He expatiated upon the eagerness with which so able a servant of the government had risen to serve his new master, and the success which had attended his efforts. A dervish from India. A further cause for apprehension on the part of the government authorities was supplied by the arrival at CHIHRÍQ of a dervish who had come from India and who, as soon as he met the Bab, acknowledged the truth of his mission. All who met that dervish, whom the Bab had named Ghahrullah during his sojourn at Eskishar, felt the warmth of his enthusiasm and were deeply impressed by the tenacity of his conviction. An increasing number of people became enamored of the charm of his personality and willingly acknowledged the compelling power of his faith. Such was the influence which he exercised over them that a few among the believers were inclined to regard him as an exponent of divine revelation, although he altogether disclaimed such pretensions. He was often heard to relate the following. In the days when I occupied the exalted position of a Nawab in India, the Bab appeared to me in a vision. He gazed at me and won my heart completely. I arose and had started to follow him when he looked at me intently and said, "Divest yourself of your gorgeous attire. Depart from your native land and hasten on foot to meet me in Azerbaijan. In CHIHRÍQ you will attain your heart's desire." I followed his directions and have now reached my goal. Believers dismissed from CHIHRÍQ. The news of the turmoil which that lowly dervish had been able to raise among the Kurdish leaders in CHIHRÍQ reached Tabriz and was thence communicated to Tehran. No sooner had the news reached the capital than orders were issued to transfer the Bab immediately to Tabriz, in the hope of allaying the excitement which his continued residence in that locality had provoked. Before the news of this fresh order had reached CHIHRÍQ, the Bab had charged Azim to inform Ghahrullah of his desire that he return to India and there consecrate his life to the service of his cause. Alone and on foot, he commanded him, he should return whence he came. With the same ardour and detachment with which he performed his pilgrimage to this country, he must now repair to his native land and unceasingly labour to advance the interests of the cause. He also bade him instruct Mirza Abdul Wahhab Toshizi, who was living in Khoi, to proceed immediately to Urumiyeh, where he said he would soon join him. Azim himself was directed to leave for Tabriz, and there inform Sayyid Ibrahim Khalil of his approaching arrival at that city. Tell him, the Bab added, that the fire of Nimrod will shortly be kindled in Tabriz, but despite the intensity of its flame, no harm will befall our friends. No sooner had Qahrullah received the message from his master than he arose to carry out his wishes. To anyone who wished to accompany him, he would say, "You can never endure the trials of this journey. Abandon the thought of coming with me. You would surely perish on your way, inasmuch as the Bab has commanded me to return alone to my native land." The compelling force of his reply silenced those who begged to be allowed to journey with him. He refused to accept either money or clothing from anyone. Alone, clad in the meanest attire, staff in hand, he walked all the way back to his country. No one knows what ultimately befell him. Muhammad Ali Zunuzi, surnamed Anis, was among those who heard of the message from the Bab in Tabriz and was fired with the desire to hasten to CHIHRÍQ and attain his presence. Those words had kindled in him an irrepressible longing to sacrifice himself in his path. Sayyid Ali Zunuzi, his stepfather, a notable of Tabriz, strenuously objected to his leaving the city, and was at last induced to confine him in his house and strictly watch over him. His son languished in his confinement until the time when his beloved had reached Tabriz and had been taken back again to his prison in CHIHRÍQ. I have heard Sheikh Hassan Zunuzi relate the following. At about the same time that the Bab dismissed Azim from his presence, I was instructed by him to collect all the available tablets that he had revealed during his incarceration in the castles of MÁH-KÚ and CHIHRÍQ, and to deliver them into the hands of Sayyid Ibrahim Khalil, who was then living in Tabriz, and urge him to conceal and preserve them with the utmost care. Incident concerning Mirza Muhammad Ali. During my stay in that city, I often visited Sayyid Ali Zunuzi, who was related to me, and frequently heard him deplore the sad fate of his son. "He seems to have lost his reason," he bitterly complained. "He has by his behaviour brought reproach and shame upon me. Try to calm the agitation of his heart and induce him to conceal his convictions." Every day I visited him, I witnessed the tears that continually rained from his eyes. After the Bab had departed from Tabriz, one day as I went to see him, I was surprised to note the joy and gladness which had illumined his countenance. His handsome face was wreathed in smiles as he stepped forward to receive me. "The eyes of my beloved," he said as he embraced me, "have beheld this face, and these eyes have gazed upon his countenance. Let me," he added, "tell you the secret of my happiness." After the Bab had been taken back to CHIHRÍQ, one day as I lay confined in my cell, I turned my heart to him and besought him in these words: "Thou beholdest, O my best beloved, my captivity and helplessness, and knowest how eagerly I yearn to look upon thy face. Dispel the gloom that oppresses my heart with the light of thy countenance." What tears of agonizing pain I shed that hour! I was so overcome with emotion that I seemed to have lost consciousness. Suddenly, I heard the voice of the Bab, and lo! He was calling me. He bade me arise. I beheld the majesty of his countenance as he appeared before me. He smiled as he looked into my eyes. I rushed forward and flung myself at his feet. Rejoice, he said. The hour is approaching when in this very city I shall be suspended before the eyes of the multitude, and shall fall a victim to the fire of the enemy. I shall choose no one except you to share with me the cup of martyrdom. Rest assured that this promise which I give you shall be fulfilled. I was entranced by the beauty of that vision. When I recovered, I found myself immersed in an ocean of joy, a joy the radiance of which all the sorrows of the world could never obscure. That voice keeps ringing in my ears. That vision haunts me both in the daytime and in the night season. The memory of that ineffable smile has dissipated the loneliness of my confinement. I am firmly convinced that the hour at which his pledge is to be fulfilled can no longer be delayed. I exhorted him to be patient and to conceal his emotions. He promised me not to divulge that secret, and undertook to exercise the utmost forbearance towards Sayyid Ali. I hastened to assure the father of his determination, and succeeded in obtaining his release from his confinement. That youth continued until the day of his martyrdom to associate in a state of complete serenity and joy with his parents and kinsmen. Such was his behavior towards his friends and relatives that on the day he laid down his life for his beloved, the people of Tabriz all wept and bewailed him. Chapter 18. Examination of the Bab at Tabriz. His visit to Urumiyeh. The Bab, in anticipation of the approaching hour of his affliction, had dispersed his disciples who had gathered in CHIHRÍQ, and awaited with calm resignation the order which was to summon him to Tabriz. Those into whose custody he was delivered thought it inadvisable to pass through the town of Khoi, which lay on their route to the capital of Azerbaijan. They decided to go by way of Urumiyeh, and thus avoid the demonstrations which the excited populace in Khoi were likely to make as a protest against the tyranny of the government. When the Bab arrived at Urumiyeh, Malek Qasem Mirza ceremoniously received him and accorded him the warmest hospitality. In his presence, the prince acted with extraordinary deference, and refused to allow the least disrespect on the part of those who were allowed to meet him. On a certain Friday, when the Bab was going to the public bath, the prince, who was curious to test the courage and power of his guest, ordered his groom to offer him one of his wildest horses to ride. Apprehensive lest the Bab might suffer any harm, the attendant secretly approached him and tried to induce him to refuse to mount a horse that had already overthrown the bravest and most skilful of horsemen. "Fear not," was his reply. "Do as you have been bidden, and commit us to the care of the Almighty." The inhabitants of Urumiyeh, who had been informed of the intention of the prince, had filled the public square, eager to witness what might befall the Bab. As soon as the horse was brought to him, he quietly approached it, and taking hold of the bridle which the groom had offered him, gently caressed it, and placed his foot in the stirrup. The horse stood still and motionless beside him, as if conscious of the power which was dominating it. The multitude that watched this most unusual spectacle marveled at the behavior of the animal. To their simple minds, this extraordinary incident appeared little short of a miracle. They hastened in their enthusiasm to kiss the stirrups of the Báb, but were prevented by the attendants of the prince, who feared lest so great an onrush of people might harm him. The prince himself, who had accompanied his guest on foot as far as the vicinity of the bath, was bidden by him, ere they reached its entrance, to return to his residence. All the way the prince's footmen were endeavouring to restrain the people, who from every side were pressing forward to catch a glimpse of the Báb. Upon his arrival, he dismissed all those who had accompanied him, except the prince's private attendant and Sayyid Hassan, who waited in the antechamber and aided him in undressing. On his return from the bath, he again mounted the same horse, and was acclaimed by the same multitude. The prince came on foot to meet him, and escorted him back to his residence. No sooner had the Báb left the bath than the people of Urumiyeh rushed to take away to the last drop the water which had served for his ablutions. Great excitement prevailed on that day. The Báb, as he observed these evidences of unrestrained enthusiasm, was reminded of the well-known tradition commonly ascribed to the Imam Ali, the commander of the faithful, which specifically referred to Azerbaijan. The lake of Urumiyeh, that same tradition asserts in its concluding passages, will boil up, will overrun its banks and inundate the town. When he was subsequently informed how the overwhelming majority of the people had spontaneously arisen to proclaim their undivided allegiance to his cause, he calmly observed, "Think men that when they say, 'We believe,' they shall be let alone and not be put to the proof?" This comment was fully justified by the attitude which that same people assumed towards him when the news of the dreadful treatment meted out to him in Tabrīz reached them. Hardly a handful among those who had so ostentatiously professed their faith in him persevered in the hour of trial in their allegiance to his cause. Foremost among these was Mullah Imam Vardi, the tenacity of whose faith no one except Mullah Jalil Urumi, a native of Urumiyeh and one of the letters of the living, could surpass. Adversity served but to intensify the ardour of his devotion and to reinforce his belief in the righteousness of the cause he had embraced. He subsequently attained the presence of Baha'u'llah, the truth of whose mission he readily recognized, and for the advancement of which he strove with the same fevered earnestness that had characterized his earlier strivings for the promotion of the cause of the Báb. In recognition of his long-standing services, he and also his family were honoured with numerous tablets from the pen of Baha'u'llah, in which he extolled his achievements and invoked the blessings of the Almighty upon his efforts. With unflinching determination, he continued to labour for the furtherance of the faith until past 80 years of age, when he departed this life. The tales of the signs and wonders which the Báb's unnumbered admirers had witnessed were soon transmitted from mouth to mouth, and gave rise to a wave of unprecedented enthusiasm which spread with bewildering rapidity over the entire country. It swept over Tehran and roused the ecclesiastical dignitaries of the realm to fresh exertions against him. They trembled at the progress of a movement which, if allowed to run its course, they felt certain would soon engulf the institutions upon which their authority, nay, their very existence, depended. They saw on every side increasing evidences of a faith and devotion such as they themselves had been powerless to evoke, of a loyalty which struck at the very root of the fabric which their own hands had reared, and which all the resources of their command had as yet failed to undermine. His arrival at Tabriz. Tabriz in particular was in the throes of the wildest excitement. The news of the impending arrival of the Bab had inflamed the imagination of its inhabitants and had kindled the fiercest animosity in the hearts of the ecclesiastical leaders of Azerbaijan. These alone, of all the people of Tabriz, abstained from sharing in the demonstrations with which a grateful population hailed the return of the Bab to their city. Such was the fervour of popular enthusiasm which that news had evoked, that the authorities decided to house the Bab in a place outside the gates of the city. Only those whom he desired to meet were allowed the privilege of approaching him. All others were strictly refused admittance. On the second night after his arrival, the Bab summoned Azim to his presence, and in the course of his conversation with him asserted emphatically his claim to be none other than the promised Qa'im. He found him, however, reluctant to acknowledge this claim unreservedly. Perceiving his inner agitation, he said, "Tomorrow I shall, in the presence of the Vali'ad and in the midst of the assembled ulamas and notables of the city, proclaim my mission. Whoso may feel inclined to require from me any other testimony besides the verses which I have revealed, let him seek satisfaction from the Qa'im of his idle fancy." I have heard Azim testify to the following. That night I was in a state of great perturbation. I remained awake and restless until the hour of sunrise. As soon as I had offered my morning prayer, however, I realized that a great change had come over me. A new door seemed to have been unlocked and set open before my face. The conviction soon dawned upon me that if I were loyal to my faith in Mohammed, the apostle of God, I must needs also unreservedly acknowledge the claims advanced by the Bab, and must submit without fear or hesitation to whatever he might choose to decree. This conclusion allayed the agitation of my heart. I hastened to the Bab and begged his forgiveness. "It is further evidence of the greatness of this cause," he remarked, "that even Azim should have felt so exceedingly troubled and shaken by its power and the immensity of its claim. Rest assured," he added, "the grace of the Almighty shall enable you to fortify the faint in heart and to make firm the step of the waverer. So great shall be your faith that should the enemy mutilate and tear your body to pieces in the hope of lessening by one jot or tittle the ardour of your love, he would fail to attain his object. You will, no doubt, in the days to come, meet face to face him who is the Lord of all the worlds, and will partake of the joy of his presence." These words dispelled the gloom of my apprehensions. From that day onward, no trace of either fear or agitation ever again cast its shadow upon me. His examination by the ulamas. The detention of the Bab outside the gate of Tabriz failed to allay the excitement which reigned in the city. Every measure of precaution, every restriction which the authorities had imposed served only to aggravate a situation which had already become ominous and menacing. Haji Mirza Aghasi issued his orders for the immediate convocation of the ecclesiastical dignitaries of Tabriz in the official residence of the governor of Azerbaijan, for the express purpose of arraigning the Bab and of seeking the most effective means for the extinction of his influence. Haji Mullah Mahmud, entitled the Nizam-ul-Ulama, who was the tutor of Nasiruddin Mirza, the Wali-Ahd, Mullah Muhammad Mamaqani, Mirza Ali Asghar, the Shaykhul-Islam, and a number of the most distinguished shaykhis and doctors of divinity were among those who had convened for that purpose. Nasiruddin Mirza himself attended that gathering. The presidency belonged to the Nizam-ul-Ulama, who, as soon as the proceedings had begun, in the name of the assembly, commissioned an officer of the army to introduce the Bab into their presence. A multitude of people had meanwhile besieged the entrance of the hall and were impatiently awaiting the time when they could catch a glimpse of his face. They were pressing forward in such large numbers that a passage had to be forced for him through the crowd that had collected before the gate. Upon his arrival, the Bab observed that every seat in that hall was occupied except one which had been reserved for the Wali-Ahd. He greeted the assembly and, without the slightest hesitation, proceeded to occupy that vacant seat. The majesty of his gait, the expression of overpowering confidence which sat upon his brow, above all, the spirit of power which shone from his whole being, appeared to have for a moment crushed the soul out of the body of those whom he had greeted. A deep, a mysterious silence suddenly fell upon them. Not one soul in that distinguished assembly dared breathe a single word. At last, the stillness which brooded over them was broken by the Nizam-ul-Ulama. "Whom do you claim to be?" he asked the Bab, "and what is the message which you have brought?" "I am," thrice exclaimed the Bab, I am the promised one. I am the one whose name you have for 1,000 years invoked, at whose mention you have risen, whose advent you have longed to witness, and the hour of whose revelation you have prayed God to hasten. Verily I say, it is incumbent upon the peoples of both the East and the West to obey my word and to pledge allegiance to my person. No one ventured to reply, except Mullah Muhammad Mamaqani, the leader of the Shaykhi community, who had been himself a disciple of Sayyid Kazem. It was he on whose unfaithfulness and insincerity the Sayyid had tearfully remarked, and the perversity of whose nature he had deplored. Sheikh Hassan Zunuzi, who had heard Sayyid Kazem make these criticisms, recounted to me the following. I was greatly surprised at the tone of his reference to Mullah Muhammad, and was curious to know what his future behaviour would be, so as to merit such expressions of pity and condemnation from his master. Not until I discovered his attitude that day towards the Bab did I realize the extent of his arrogance and blindness. I was standing together with other people outside the hall, and was able to follow the conversation of those who were within. Mullah Muhammad was seated on the left hand of the Wali-Ahd. The Bab was occupying a seat between them. Immediately after he had declared himself to be the promised one, a feeling of awe seized those who were present. They had dropped their heads in silent confusion. The pallor of their faces betrayed the agitation of their hearts. Mullah Muhammad, that one-eyed and white-bearded renegade, insolently reprimanded him, saying, "You wretched and immature lad of Shiraz! You have already convulsed and subverted Iraq. Do you now wish to arouse a like turmoil in Azerbaijan?" "Your Honour," replied the Báb, "I have not come hither of my own accord. I have been summoned to this place." "Hold your peace!" furiously retorted Mullah Muhammad. "You perverse and contemptible follower of Satan!" "Your Honour," the Báb again answered, "I maintain what I have already declared." The Nizam ul-Ulama thought it best to challenge his mission openly. "The claim which you have advanced," he told the Báb, "is a stupendous one. It must needs be supported by the most incontrovertible evidence." "The mightiest, the most convincing evidence of the truth of the mission of the Prophet of God," the Báb replied, "is admittedly his own word. He himself testifies to this truth. Is it not enough for them that we have sent down to thee the book? The power to produce such evidence has been given to me by God. Within the space of 2 days and 2 nights, I declare myself able to reveal verses of such number as will equal the whole of the Qur'an." "Describe orally, if you speak the truth," the Nizam ul-Ulama requested, "the proceedings of this gathering, in language that will resemble the phraseology of the verses of the Qur'an, so that the Vali'ad and the assembled divines may bear witness to the truth of your claim." The Báb readily acceded to his wish. No sooner had he uttered the words, "In the name of God, the Merciful, the Compassionate, praised be to him who has created the heaven and the earth," than Mullah Muhammad Mamaqani interrupted and called his attention to an infraction of the rules of grammar. "This self-appointed Qa'im of ours," he cried in haughty scorn, "has at the very start of his address betrayed his ignorance of the most rudimentary rules of grammar." "The Qur'an itself," pleaded the Báb, "does in no wise accord with the rules and conventions current amongst men. The word of God can never be subject to the limitations of his creatures. Nay, the rules and canons which men have adopted have been deduced from the text of the word of God and are based upon it. These men have, in the very texts of the Holy Book, discovered no less than 300 instances of grammatical error, such as the one you now criticize. Inasmuch as it was the word of God, they had no other alternative except to resign themselves to his will." He then repeated the same words he had uttered, to which Mullah Muhammad raised again the same objection. Shortly after, another person ventured to put this question to the Báb: "To which tense does the word eshtartana belong?" In answer to him, the Báb quoted this verse of the Qur'an: "Far be the glory of thy Lord, the Lord of all greatness, from what they impute to him, and peace be upon his apostles, and praise be to God, the Lord of the worlds." Immediately after, he arose and left the gathering. The Nizam ul-Ulama was sorely displeased at the manner in which the meeting had been conducted. "How shameful," he was heard to exclaim later, "is the discourtesy of the people of Tabriz! What could possibly be the connection between these idle remarks and the consideration of such weighty, such momentous issues?" A few others, were likewise inclined to denounce the disgraceful treatment meted out to the Bab on that occasion. Mullah Muhammad Momaqani, however, persisted in his vehement denunciations. "I warn you," he loudly protested, "if you allow this youth to pursue unhampered the course of his activities, the day will come when the entire population of Tabriz will have flocked to his standard. Should he, when that day arrives, signify his wish that all the ulamas of Tabriz, that the Valiad himself should be expelled from the city, and that he alone should assume the reins of civil and ecclesiastical authority, no one of you who now view with apathy his cause will feel able to oppose him effectually. The entire city, nay, the whole province of Azerbaijan, will on that day unanimously support him." Indignity inflicted upon him. The persistent denunciations of that evil plotter excited the apprehensions of the authorities of Tabriz. Those who held the reins of power in their grasp took counsel together as to the most effective measures to be taken to resist the progress of his faith. Some urged that in view of the marked disrespect which the Bab had shown to the Vali'ad in occupying his seat without his leave, and because of his failure to obtain the consent of the chairman of that gathering when he arose to depart, he should be summoned again to a like gathering, and should receive from the hands of its members a humiliating punishment. Nasr-ed-Din Mirza, however, refused to entertain this proposal. Finally, it was decided that the Bab should be brought to the home of Mirza Ali Asghar, who was both the Shaykhul Islam of Tabriz and a Sayyid, and should receive at the hands of the governor's bodyguard the chastisement which he deserved. The guard refused to accede to this request, preferring not to interfere in a matter which they regarded as the sole concern of the ulamas of the city. The Shaykhul Islam himself decided to inflict the punishment. He summoned the Bab to his home, and with his hand 11 times applied the rods to his feet. That same year, this insolent tyrant was struck with paralysis, and after enduring the most excruciating pain, died a miserable death. His treacherous, avaricious, and self-seeking character was universally recognized by the people of Tabriz. Notoriously cruel and sordid, he was feared and despised by the people who groaned under his yoke and prayed for deliverance. The abject circumstances of his death reminded both his friends and his opponents of the punishment which must necessarily await those whom neither the fear of God nor the voice of conscience can deter from behaving with such perfidious cruelty towards their fellow men. After his death, the functions of the Shaykhul Islam were abolished in Tabriz. Such was his infamy that the very name of the institution with which he had been associated came to be abhorred by the people. And yet his behaviour, base and treacherous as it was only one instance of the villainous conduct which characterized the attitude of the ecclesiastical leaders among his countrymen towards the Bab. How far and how grievously have these erred from the path of fairness and justice! How contemptuously have they cast away the counsels of the Prophet of God and the admonitions of the Imams of the faith! Have not these explicitly declared that should a youth from Bani Hashim be manifest and summon the people to a new book and to new laws, all should hasten to him and embrace his cause? Although these same Imams have clearly stated that most of his enemies shall be the ulamas, yet These blind and ignoble people have chosen to follow the example of their leaders and to regard their conduct as the pattern of righteousness and justice. They walk in their footsteps, implicitly obey their orders, and deem themselves the people of salvation, the chosen of God, and the custodians of his truth. His return to CHIHRÍQ and his epistle to Haji Mirza Aghasi. From Tabriz, the Bab was taken back to CHIHRÍQ, where he was again entrusted to the keeping of Yahya Khan. His persecutors had fondly imagined that by summoning him to their presence, they would, through threats and intimidation, induce him to abandon his mission. That gathering enabled the Bab to set forth emphatically, in the presence of the most illustrious dignitaries assembled in the capital of Azerbaijan, the distinguishing features of his claim, and to confute in brief and convincing language the arguments of his adversaries. The news of that momentous declaration, fraught with such far-reaching consequences, spread rapidly throughout Persia, and stirred again more deeply the feelings of the disciples of the Bab. It reanimated their zeal, reinforced their position, and was a signal for the tremendous happenings that were soon to convulse that land. No sooner had the Bab returned to CHIHRÍQ than he wrote in bold and moving language a denunciation of the character and action of Haji Mirza Aghasi. In the opening passages of that epistle, which was given the name of Khutbiyah Qahriyeh, the author addresses the Grand Vizier of Muhammad Shah in these terms: O thou who hast disbelieved in God and hast turned thy face away from his signs. That lengthy epistle was forwarded to Hujjat, who in those days was confined in Tehran. He was instructed to deliver it in person to Haji Mirza Aghasi. I was privileged to hear the following account from the lips of Baha'u'llah while in the prison city of Akka. Mullah Muhammad Ali Zanjani, soon after he had delivered that tablet to Haji Mirza Aghasi, came and visited me. I was in the company of Mirza Masih Nuri and a number of other believers when he arrived. He recounted the circumstances attending the delivery of the tablet and recited before us the entire text, which was about 3 pages in length and which he had committed to memory. The tone of Baha'u'llah's reference to Hujjat indicated how greatly pleased he was with the purity and nobleness of his life, and how much he admired his undaunted courage, his indomitable will, his unworldliness, and his unwavering constancy. Chapter 19. The Mazandaran Upheaval. Mullah Husayn's departure from Mashhad. In the same month of Sha'ban that witnessed the indignities inflicted upon the Bab in Tabriz, and the afflictions which befell Baha'u'llah and his companions in Ni'ala, Mullah Husayn returned from the camp of Prince Hamza Mirza to Mashhad, from which place he was to proceed 7 days later to Karbila, accompanied by whomsoever he might desire. The prince offered him a sum to defray the expenses of his journey, an offer that he declined, sending the money back with a message requesting him to expend it for the relief of the poor and needy. Abdul Ali Khan likewise volunteered to provide all the requirements of Mullah Husayn's intended pilgrimage, and expressed his eagerness to pay also the expenses of whomsoever he might choose to accompany him. All that he accepted from him was a sword and a horse, both of which he was destined to utilize with consummate bravery and skill in repulsing the assaults of a treacherous enemy. My pen can never adequately describe the devotion which Mullah Hussein had kindled in the hearts of the people of Mashhad, nor can it seek to fathom the extent of his influence. His house in those days was continually besieged by crowds of eager people who begged to be allowed to accompany him on his contemplated journey. Mothers brought their sons and sisters their brothers, and tearfully implored him to accept them as their most cherished offerings on the altar of sacrifice. Mullah Hussein was still in Mashhad when a messenger arrived bearing to him the Báb'S turban and conveying the news that a new name, that of Sayyid Ali, had been conferred upon him by his master. "Adorn your head," was the message, "with my green turban, the emblem of my lineage, and with the black standard unfurled before you, hasten to the Jazireh Khazra and lend your assistance to my beloved Quddus." As soon as that message reached him, Mullah Hussein arose to execute the wishes of his master. Leaving Mashhad for a place situated at a farsang's distance from the city, he hoisted the black standard, placed the turban of the Báb upon his head, assembled his companions, mounted his steed, and gave the signal for their march to the Jazireh Khazra. His companions, who were 202 in number, enthusiastically followed him. That memorable day was the 19th of Sha'ban in the year 1264 AH. Wherever they tarried, at every village and hamlet through which they passed, Mullah Hussein and his fellow disciples would fearlessly proclaim the message of the new day, would invite the people to embrace its truth, and would select from among those who responded to their call a few whom they would ask to join them on their journey. In the town of Nishapur, Haji Abdul Majid, the father of Badi, who was a merchant of note, enlisted under the banner of Mullah Hussein. Though his father enjoyed an unrivaled prestige as the owner of the best-known turquoise mine of Nishapur, he, forsaking all the honours and material benefits that his native town had conferred upon him, pledged his undivided loyalty to Mullah Hussein. In the village of Mian-May, 30 among its inhabitants declared their faith and joined that company. All of them, with the exception of Mullah Isa, fell martyrs in the fort of Sheikh Tabarsi. Death of Muhammad Shah. Arriving at Cheshme Ali, a place situated near the town of Damghan and on the high road to Mazandaran, Mullah Hussein decided to break his journey and to tarry there for a few days. He encamped under the shadow of a big tree by the side of a running stream. "We stand at the parting of the ways," he told his companions. "We shall await his decree as to which direction we should take." Towards the end of the month of Shawwal, a fierce gale arose and struck down a large branch of that tree, whereupon Mullah Hussein observed, "The tree of the sovereignty of Muhammad Shah has, by the will of God, been uprooted and hurled to the ground." On the third day after he had uttered that prediction, a messenger who was on his way to Mashhad arrived from Tehran and reported the death of his sovereign. The following day, the company determined to leave for Mazandaran. As their leader arose to depart, he pointed in the direction of Mazandaran and said, "This is the way that leads to our Karbila. Whoever is unprepared for the great trials that lie before us, let him now repair to his home and give up the journey." He several times repeated that warning, and as he approached MÁH-KÚ, explicitly declared, "I, together with 72 of my companions, shall suffer death for the sake of the well-beloved. Whoso is unable to renounce the world, let him now, at this very moment, depart, for later on he will be unable to escape." 20 of his companions chose to return, feeling themselves powerless to withstand the trials to which their chief continually alluded. The Sayyidul Ulama's appeal to the people of Barfurush. The news of their approach to the town of Barfurush alarmed the Sayyidul Ulama. The widespread and growing popularity of Mullah Hussein, the circumstances attending his departure from Mashhad, the black standard which waved before him, above all, the number, the discipline, and the enthusiasm of his companions combined to arouse the implacable hatred of that cruel and overbearing mujtahid. He bade the crier summon the people of Barfurush to the masjid, and announced that a sermon of such momentous consequence was to be delivered by him that no loyal adherent of Islam in that neighbourhood could afford to ignore it. An immense crowd of men and women thronged the masjid, saw him ascend the pulpit, fling his turban to the ground, tear open the neck of his shirt, and bewail the plight into which the faith had fallen. "Awake," he thundered from the pulpit, "for our enemies stand at our very doors, ready to wipe out all that we cherish as pure and holy in Islam. Should we fail to resist them, none will be left to survive their onslaught." He who is the leader of that band came alone one day and attended my classes. He utterly ignored me and treated me with marked disdain in the presence of my assembled disciples. As I refused to accord him the honours which he expected, he angrily arose and flung me his challenge. This man had the temerity, at a time when Mohammed Shah was seated upon his throne and was at the height of his power, to assail me with so much bitterness. What excesses this stirrer up of mischief, who is now advancing at the head of his savage band, will not commit, now that the protecting hand of Mohammed Shah has been suddenly withdrawn. It is the duty of all the inhabitants of Barfurush, both young and old, both men and women, to arm themselves against these contemptible wreckers of Islam, and by every means in their power to resist their onset. Tomorrow, at the hour of dawn, let all of you arise and march out to exterminate their forces. The entire congregation arose in response to his call. His passionate eloquence, the undisputed authority he exercised over them, and the dread of the loss of their own lives and property, combined to induce the inhabitants of that town to make every possible preparation for the coming encounter. They armed themselves with every weapon which they could either find or devise, and set out at break of day from the town of Barfurush, fully determined to face and slay the enemies of their faith and to plunder their property. As soon as Mullah Hussein had determined to pursue the way that led to Mazandaran, he immediately, after he had offered his morning prayer, bade his companions discard all their possessions. "Leave behind all your belongings," he urged them, "and content yourselves only with your steeds and swords, that all may witness your renunciation of all earthly things, and may realize that this little band of God's chosen companions has no desire to safeguard its own property, much less to covet the property of others. Instantly they all obeyed, and unburdening their steeds, arose and joyously followed him. The father of Badi was the first to throw aside his satchel, which contained a considerable amount of turquoise, which he had brought with him from the mine that belonged to his father. One word from Mullah Hussein proved sufficient to induce him to fling by the roadside what was undoubtedly his most treasured possession, and to cling to the desire of his leader. Attack by the people of Barfurush on Mullah Hussein and his companions. At a farsang's distance from Barfurush, Mullah Hussein and his companions encountered their enemies, a multitude of people, fully equipped with arms and ammunition, had gathered and blocked their way. A fierce expression of savagery rested upon their countenances, and the foulest imprecations fell unceasingly from their lips. The companions, in the face of the uproar of this angry populace, made as if to unsheath their swords. "Not yet," commanded their leader. "Not until the aggressor forces us to protect ourselves must our swords leave their scabbards." He had scarcely uttered these words when the fire of the enemy was directed against them. 6 of the companions were immediately hurled to the ground. "Beloved leader," exclaimed one of them, "we have risen and followed you with no desire except to sacrifice ourselves in the path of the cause we have embraced. Allow us, we pray you, to defend ourselves, and suffer us not to fall so disgracefully a victim to the fire of the enemy." "The time is not yet come," replied Mullah Hussein. "The number is as yet incomplete." A bullet immediately after pierced the breast of one of his companions, a Sayyid from Yazd, who had walked all the way from Mashhad to that place, and who ranked among his staunchest supporters. At the sight of that devoted companion fallen dead at his feet, Mullah Hussein raised his eyes to heaven and prayed, "Behold, O God, my God, the plight of thy chosen companions, and witness the welcome which these people have accorded thy loved ones. Thou knowest that we cherish no other desire than to guide them to the way of truth, and to confer upon them the knowledge of thy revelation. Thou hast thyself commanded us to defend our lives against the assaults of the enemy. Faithful to thy command, I now arise with my companions to resist the attack which they have launched against us." Repulse of the attack by Mullah Hussein. Unsheathing his sword and spurring on his charger into the midst of the enemy, Mullah Hussein pursued with marvellous intrepidity the assailant of his fallen companion. His opponent, who was afraid to face him, took refuge behind a tree and, holding aloft his musket, sought to shield himself. Mullah Hussein immediately recognized him, rushed forward, and with a single stroke of his sword cut across the trunk of the tree the barrel of the musket and the body of his adversary. The astounding force of that stroke confounded the enemy and paralyzed their efforts. All fled, panic-stricken, in the face of so extraordinary a manifestation of skill, of strength, and of courage. This feat was the first of its kind to attest to the prowess and heroism of Mullah Hussein, a feat which earned him the commendation of the Báb. Qaddus likewise paid his tribute to the cool fearlessness which Mullah Hussein displayed on that occasion. He is reported to have quoted, when informed of the news, the following verse of the Qur'an: So it was not ye who slew them, but God who slew them, and those shafts were God's, not thine. He would make trial of the faithful by a gracious trial from himself. Verily, God heareth, knoweth. This befell, that God might also bring to naught the craft of the infidels. I myself, when in Tehran in the year 1265 AH, a month after the conclusion of the memorable struggle of Sheikh Tabarsi, heard Mirza Ahmad relate the circumstances of this incident in the presence of a number of believers, among whom were Mirza Muhammad Hussain Hakimi Kermani, Haji Mullah Ismail Farahani, Mirza Habibullah Isfahani, and Sayyid Muhammad Isfahani. Account related by Mirza Muhammad Furuqi. When, at a later time, I visited Khurasan and was staying at the home of Mullah Sadiq Khurasani in Mashhad, where I had been invited to teach the cause, I asked Mirza Muhammad Furuqi in the presence of a number of believers, among whom were Nabila Akbar and the father of Badi, to enlighten me regarding the true character of that amazing report. Mirza Muhammad emphatically declared, I myself was a witness to this act of Mullah Hussain. Had I not seen it with my own eyes, I never would have believed it. In this connection, the same Mirza Muhammad related to us the following story. After the engagement of BÁB'S, when Prince Mehdi Quli Mirza was completely routed and had fled barefooted from the face of the companions of the Báb, the Amir Nizam severely rebuked him. I have charged you, he wrote him, with the mission of subduing a handful of young and contemptible students. I have placed at your disposal the army of the Shah, and yet you have allowed it to suffer such a disgraceful defeat. What would have befallen you, I wonder, had I entrusted you with the mission of defeating the combined forces of the Russian and Ottoman governments? The prince thought it best to entrust a messenger with the fragments of the barrel of that same rifle which was cleft in twain by the sword of Mullah Hussain, and to instruct him to present them in person to the Amir Nizam. Such was his message to the Amir, the contemptible strength of an adversary who with a single stroke of his sword has shattered into 6 pieces the tree, the musket, and its holder. So convincing a testimony of the strength of his opponent, constituted in the eyes of the Amir Nizam a challenge which no man of his position and authority could afford to ignore. He resolved to curb the power which by so daring an act had sought to assert itself against his forces. Unable, in spite of the overwhelming number of his men, to defeat Mullah Hussain and his companions fairly and honourably, he meanly resorted to treachery and fraud as instruments for the attainment of his purpose. He ordered the prince to affix his seal to the Qur'an and pledge the honour of his officers that they would henceforth abstain from any act of hostility towards the occupants of the fort. By this means he was able to induce them to lay down their arms and to inflict upon his defenceless opponents a crushing and inglorious defeat. Such a remarkable display of dexterity and strength could not fail to attract the attention of a considerable number of observers whose minds had remained as yet untainted by prejudice or malice. It evoked the enthusiasm of poets who in different cities of Persia were moved to celebrate the exploits of the author of so daring an act. Their poems helped to diffuse the knowledge and to immortalize the memory of that mighty deed. Among those who paid their tribute to the valor of Mullah Hussain was a certain Reza Ghuli Khan Lalebashi, who in the ṭÁHIRIH lavished his praise on the prodigious strength and the unrivaled skill which had characterized that stroke. I ventured to ask Mirza Muhammad Furugi whether he was aware that in the Nasikh Tawarikh mention had been made of the fact that Mullah Hussein had, in his early youth, been instructed in the art of swordsmanship, that he had acquired his proficiency only after a considerable period of training. "This is sheer fabrication," affirmed Mullah Muhammad. "I have known him from his childhood and have been associated with him as a classmate and friend for a long time. I have never known him to be possessed of such strength and power. I even deem myself superior in vigor and bodily endurance." His hand trembled as he wrote, and he often expressed his inability to write as fully and as frequently as he wished. He was greatly handicapped in this respect, and he continued to suffer from its effects until his journey to Mazandaran. The moment he unsheathed his sword, however, to repulse that savage attack, a mysterious power seemed to have suddenly transformed him. In all subsequent encounters, he was seen to be the first to spring forward and spur on his charger into the camp of the aggressor. Unaided, he would face and fight the combined forces of his opponents, and would himself achieve the victory. We, who followed him in the rear, had to content ourselves with those who had already been disabled and were weakened by the blows they had sustained. His name alone was sufficient to strike terror into the hearts of his adversaries. They fled at the mention of him. They trembled at his approach. Even those who were his constant companions were mute with wonder before him. We were stunned by the display of his stupendous force, his indomitable will, and complete intrepidity. We were all convinced that he had ceased to be the Mullah Hussein whom we had known, and that in him resided a spirit which God alone could bestow. This same Mirza Muhammad Furugi related to me the following. Mullah Hussein had no sooner dealt his memorable blow to his adversary than he disappeared from our sight. We knew not whither he had gone. His attendant, Gambar Ali, alone could follow him. He subsequently informed us that his master threw himself headlong upon his enemies and was able with a single stroke of his sword to strike down each of those who dared assail him. Unmindful of the bullets that rained upon him, he forced his way through the ranks of the enemy and headed for Barfurush. He rode straight to the residence of the Sayyid al-Ulama, thrice made the circuit of his house, and cried out, "Let that contemptible coward who has incited the inhabitants of this town to wage holy warfare against us, and has ignominiously concealed himself behind the walls of his house, emerge from his inglorious retreat. Let him, by his example, demonstrate the sincerity of his appeal and the righteousness of his cause. Has he forgotten that he who preaches a holy war must needs himself march at the head of his followers, and by his own deeds kindle their devotion and sustain their enthusiasm?" Surrender of the people of Barfurush. The voice of Mullah Hussein drowned the clamour of the multitude. The inhabitants of Barfurush surrendered, and soon raised the cry, "Peace, peace." No sooner had the voice of surrender been raised than the acclamations of the followers of Mullah Hussein, who at that moment were seen galloping towards Barfurush, were heard from every side. The cry of "Ya Sahibuz Zaman," which they shouted at the top of their voices, struck dismay into the hearts of those who heard it. The companions of Mullah Hussein, who had abandoned the hope of again finding him alive, were greatly surprised when they saw him seated erect upon his horse, unhurt and unaffected by the fierceness of that onset. Each reverently approached him and kissed his stirrups. On the afternoon of that day, the peace which the inhabitants of Barfurush had implored was granted. To the crowd which had gathered about him, Mullah Hussein spoke these words: "O followers of the Prophet of God and Shias of the Imams of his faith, why have you risen against us? Why deem the shedding of our blood an act meritorious in the sight of God? Did we ever repudiate the truth of your faith? Is this the hospitality which the Apostle of God has enjoined his followers to accord to both the faithful and the infidel? What have we done to merit such condemnation on your part? Consider, I alone, with no other weapon than my sword, have been able to face the rain of bullets which the inhabitants of Barfurush have poured upon me, and have emerged unscathed from the midst of the fire with which you have besieged me. Both my person and my horse have escaped unhurt from your overwhelming attack. Except for the slight scratch which I received on my face, you have been powerless to wound me. God has protected me and willed to establish in your eyes the ascendancy of his faith." Immediately afterwards, Mullah Hussein proceeded to the caravanserai of Sabz Maidan. He dismounted and, standing at the entrance of the inn, awaited the arrival of his companions. As soon as they had gathered and been accommodated in that place, he sent for bread and water. Those who had been commissioned to fetch them returned empty-handed, and informed him that they had been unable to procure either bread from the baker or water from the public square. "You have exhorted us," they told him, "to put our trust in God and to resign ourselves to his will. Nothing can befall us but what God hath destined for us. Our liege lord is he, and on God let the faithful trust." Renewed attempts by Mullah Hussein's companions to sound the azan. Mullah Hussein ordered that the gates of the caravanserai be closed. Assembling his companions, he begged them to remain gathered in his presence until the hour of sunset. As the evening approached, he asked whether any among them would be willing to arise and, renouncing his life for the sake of his faith, ascend to the roof of the caravanserai and sound the azan. A youth gladly responded. No sooner had the opening words of Allahu Akbar dropped from his lips than a bullet suddenly struck him and immediately caused his death. "Let another one among you arise," Mullah Hussein urged them, "and with the self-same renunciation proceed with the prayer which that youth was unable to finish." Another youth started to his feet, and had no sooner uttered the words, "I bear witness that Mohammed is the apostle of God," than he also was struck down by another bullet from the enemy. A third youth, at the bidding of his chief, attempted to complete the prayer which his martyred companions had been forced to leave unfinished. He, too, suffered the same fate. As he was approaching the end of his prayer and was uttering the words, "There is no God but God," he, in his turn, fell dead. Sortie from the caravanserai of the Sabz Maidan. The fall of his third companion decided Mullah Hussein to throw open the gate of the caravanserai and to arise together with his friends to repulse this unexpected attack from a treacherous enemy. Leaping on horseback, he gave the signal to charge upon the assailants who had massed before the gates and had filled the Sabz Maidan. Sword in hand, and followed by his companions, he succeeded in decimating the forces that had been arrayed against him. Those few who had escaped their swords fled before them in panic, again pleading for peace, again imploring mercy. With the approach of evening, the entire crowd had vanished. The Sabz Maidan, which a few hours before overflowed with a seething mass of opponents, was now deserted. The clamour of the multitude was stilled. Bestrewn with the bodies of the slain, the Maidan and its surroundings offered a sad and moving spectacle, a scene which bore witness to the victory of God over his enemies. Intercession of the notables of Barfurush. Instructions given to Khosroy Qadi Kalai. So startling a victory induced a number of the nobles and chiefs of the people to intervene and beseech the mercy of Mullah Hussein on behalf of their fellow citizens. They came on foot to submit to him their petition. God is our witness, they pleaded, that we harbour no intention but that of establishing peace and reconciliation between us. Remain seated on your charger for a while, until we have explained our motive. Observing the earnestness of their appeal, Mullah Hussein dismounted and invited them to join him in the caravanserai. We, unlike the people of this town, know how to receive the stranger in our midst, he said, as he invited them to be seated beside him and ordered that they be served with tea. The Sayyidul Ulama, they replied, was alone responsible for having kindled the fire of so much mischief. The people of Barfurush should in no wise be implicated in the crime which he has committed. Let the past be now forgotten. We would suggest, in the interest of both parties, that you and your companions leave tomorrow for Amul. Barfurush is in the throes of great excitement. We fear lest they may again be instigated to attack you. Mullah Hussein, though hinting at the insincerity of the people, consented to their proposal. Whereupon Abbas Quli Khan Larijani and Haji Mustafa Khan arose together and, swearing by the Quran which they had brought with them, solemnly declared their intention to regard them as their guests that night, and the following day to instruct Khosroy Qadi Kalai and 100 horsemen to ensure their safe passage through SHÍRÁZ. The malediction of God and his prophets be upon us, both in this world and in the next, they added, if we ever allow the slightest injury to be inflicted upon you and your party. As soon as they had made their declaration, their friends who had gone to fetch food for the companions and fodder for their horses arrived. Mullah Hussein bade his fellow believers break their fast, inasmuch as none of them that day, which was Friday, the 12th of the month of Zil-Qa'dah, had taken any meat or drink since the hour of dawn. So great was the number of notables and their attendants that had crowded into the caravanserai that day, that neither he nor any of his companions had partaken of the tea which they had offered to their visitors. That night, about 4 hours after sunset, Mullah Hussein, together with his friends, dined in the company of Abbas Quli Khan and Haji Mustafa Khan. In the middle of that same night, the Sayyidul Ulama summoned Khosroy Qadi Kalai and confidentially intimated to him his desire that at any time or place he himself might decide, the entire property of the party which had been entrusted to his charge should be seized, and that they themselves, without a single exception, should be put to death. "Are these not the followers of Islam?" Khosrow observed. "Have not these same people as I have already learned, preferred to sacrifice 3 of their companions rather than leave unfinished the call to prayer which they had raised. How could we, who cherish such designs and perpetrate such acts, be regarded as worthy of that name? That shameless miscreant insisted that his orders be faithfully obeyed. "Slay them," he said, as he pointed with his finger to his neck, "and be not afraid. I hold myself responsible for your act. I will, on the day of judgment, be answerable to God in your name. We who wield the scepter of authority are surely better informed than you, and can better judge how best to extirpate this heresy." At the hour of sunrise, Abbas Quli Khan asked that Khosrow be conducted into his presence, and bade him exercise the utmost consideration towards Mullah Hussein and his companions, to ensure their safe passage through SHÍRÁZ, and to refuse whatever rewards they might wish to offer him. Khosrow feigned submission to these instructions, and assured him that neither he nor his horsemen would relax in their vigilance or flinch in their devotion to them. "On our return," he added, "we shall show you his own written expression of satisfaction with the services we shall have rendered him." When Khosrow was taken by Abbas Quli Khan and Haji Mustafa Khan and other representative leaders of Barfurush into the presence of Mullah Hussein, and was introduced to him, the latter remarked, "If ye do well, it will redound to your own advantage, and if ye do evil, the evil will return upon you. If this man should treat us well, great shall be his reward, and if he act treacherously towards us, great shall be his punishment. To God would we commit our cause, and to his will are we wholly resigned." Mullah Hussein spoke these words and gave the signal for departure. Once more, Qambar Ali was heard to raise the call of his master, "Mount your steeds, O heroes of God!" a summons which he invariably called out on such occasions. At the sound of those words, they all hurried to their steeds. A detachment of Khosrow's horsemen marched before them. They were immediately followed by Khosrow and Mullah Hussein, who rode abreast in the centre of the company. In their rear followed the rest of the companions, and on their right and left marched the remainder of the 100 horsemen whom Khosrow had armed as willing instruments for the execution of his design. It had been agreed that the party should start early in the morning from Barfurush and arrive on the same day at noon at SHÍRÁZ. 2 hours after sunrise, they started for their destination. Khosrow intentionally took the way of the forest, a route which he thought would better serve his purpose. Incident in the forest of Mazandaran. As soon as they had penetrated it, he gave the signal for attack. His men fiercely threw themselves upon the companions, seized their property, killed a number, among whom was the brother of Mullah Sadegh, and captured the rest. As soon as the cry of agony and distress reached his ears, Mullah Hussein halted, and alighting from his horse protested against Khosrow's treacherous behaviour. "The hour of midday is long past," he told him. "We have still not attained our destination. I refuse to proceed further with you. I can dispense with your guidance and company and that of your men." Turning to Qambar Ali, he asked him to spread his prayer mat that he might offer his devotions. He was performing his ablutions when Khosrow, who had also dismounted, called one of his attendants and bade him inform Mullah Hussein that if he wished to reach his destination safely, he should deliver to him both his sword and his horse. Refusing to give a reply, Mullah Hussein proceeded to offer his prayer. Shortly after, Mirza Muhammad Taqi Jovani Sabzevari, a man of literary accomplishments and fearless courage, went to an attendant who was preparing the Kalyan and requested him to allow him to take it in person to Khosrow, a request that was readily granted. Mirza Muhammad Taqi was bending to kindle the fire of the Kalyan when, thrusting his hand suddenly into Khosrow's bosom, he drew his dagger from his robe and plunged it hilt deep into his vitals. Mullah Hussein was still in the act of prayer when the cry of "Ya Sahibu Zaman" was raised again by his companions. They threw themselves upon their treacherous assailants, and in one onslaught struck them all down, except the attendant who had prepared the Kalyan. Affrighted and defenceless, he fell at the feet of Mullah Hussein and implored his aid. He was given the bejewelled Kalyan which belonged to his master, and was bidden to return to Barfurush and recount to Abbas Quli Khan all that he had witnessed. "Tell him," said Mullah Hussein, "how faithfully Khosrow discharged his mission. That false miscreant foolishly imagined that my mission had come to an end, that both my sword and my horse had fulfilled their function. Little did he know that their work had but just begun, that until the services which they can render are entirely accomplished, neither his power nor the power of any man beside him can wrest them from me." Arrival at the shrine of Sheikh Tabarsi. As the night was approaching, the party decided to tarry in that spot until the hour of dawn. At daybreak, after Mullah Hussein had offered his prayer, he gathered his companions together and said, "We are approaching our Karbila, our ultimate destination." Immediately after, he set out on foot towards that spot and was followed by his companions. Finding that a few were attempting to carry with them the belongings of Khosrow and of his men, he ordered them to leave everything behind except their swords and horses. "It behoves you," he urged them, "to arrive at that hallowed spot in a state of complete detachment, wholly sanctified from all that pertains to this world." He had walked the distance of a maidan when he arrived at the shrine of Sheikh Tabarsi. The sheikh had been one of the transmitters of the traditions ascribed to the imams of the faith, and his burial place was visited by the people of the neighborhood. On reaching that spot, he recited the following verse of the Quran: "O my Lord, bless thou my arrival at this place, for thou alone canst vouch such blessings. Dream of the guardian of the shrine of Sheikh Tabarsi." The night preceding their arrival, the guardian of the shrine dreamed that the Sayyid al-Shuhada, the Imam Hussein, had arrived at Sheikh Tabarsi, accompanied by no less than 72 warriors and a large number of his companions. He dreamed that they tarried in that spot, engaged in the most heroic of battles, triumphing in every encounter over the forces of the enemy, and that the Prophet of God himself arrived one night and joined that blessed company. When Mullah Hussein arrived on the following day, the guardian immediately recognized him as the hero he had seen in his vision, threw himself at his feet and kissed them devoutly. Mullah Hussein invited him to be seated by his side and heard him relate his story. All that you have witnessed, he assured the keeper of the shrine, will come to pass. Those glorious scenes will again be enacted before your eyes. That servant threw in his lot eventually with the heroic defenders of the fort, and fell a martyr within its walls. Attack and repulse of the horsemen of Qadi Kallah. On the very day of their arrival, which was the 14th of Zil-Qa'dah, Mullah Hussein gave Mirza Muhammad Baqir, who had built the Bāb'S, the preliminary instructions regarding the design of the fort, which was to be constructed for their defense. Towards the evening of the same day, they found themselves suddenly encompassed by an irregular multitude of horsemen who had emerged from the forest and were preparing to open fire upon them. "We are of the inhabitants of Qadi Kallah," they shouted. "We come to avenge the blood of Khosrow. Not until we have put you all to the sword shall we be satisfied." Besieged by a savage crowd ready to pounce upon them, the party had to draw their swords again in self-defense. Raising the cry of Ya Sahibul Zaman, they leapt forward, repulsed the assailants, and put them to flight. So tremendous was the shout that the horsemen vanished as soon as they had appeared. Mirza Muhammad Taqi Juvaini had, at his own request, assumed the command of that encounter. Fearing that their assailants might again turn on them and resort to a general massacre, they pursued them until they reached a village, which they thought to be the village of Qadi Kallah. At the sight of them, all the men fled in wild terror. The mother of Nazar Khan, the owner of the village, was inadvertently killed in the darkness of the night amid the confusion that ensued. The outcries of the women, who were violently protesting that they had no connection whatever with the people of Qadi Kallah, soon reached the ears of Mirza Muhammad Taqi, who immediately ordered his companions to withhold their hands until they ascertained the name and character of the place. They soon found out that the village belonged to Nazar Khan, and that the woman who had lost her life was his mother. Greatly distressed at the discovery of so grievous a mistake on the part of his companions, Mirza Muhammad Taqi sorrowfully exclaimed, "We did not intend to molest either the men or the women of this village. Our sole purpose was to curb the violence of the people of Qadi Kallah, who were about to put us all to death." He apologized earnestly for the pitiful tragedy which his companions had unwittingly enacted. Nazar Khan, who in the meantime had concealed himself in his house, was convinced of the sincerity of the regrets expressed by Mirza Muhammad Taqi. Though suffering from this grievous loss, he was moved to call upon him and to invite him to his home. He even asked Mirza Muhammad Taqi to introduce him to Mullah Hussein, and expressed a keen desire to be made acquainted with the precepts of a cause that could kindle such fervour in the breasts of its adherents. At the hour of dawn, Mirza Muhammad Taqi, accompanied by Nazar Khan, arrived at the shrine of Sheikh Tabarsi, and found Mullah Hussein leading the congregational prayer. Such was the rapture that glowed upon his countenance that Nazar Khan felt an irresistible impulse to join the worshippers and to repeat the very prayers that were then falling from their lips. After the completion of that prayer, Mullah Hussein was informed of the loss which Nazar Khan had sustained. He expressed in the most touching language the sympathy which he and the entire company of his fellow disciples felt for him in his great bereavement. "God knows," he assured him, "that our sole intention was to protect our lives rather than disturb the peace of the neighbourhood. Mullah Hussein then proceeded to relate the circumstances that had led to the attack directed against them by the people of Barfurush, and explained the treacherous conduct of Khosrow. He again assured him of the sorrow which the death of his mother had caused him. "Afflict not your heart," Nazar Khan spontaneously replied. "Would that 100 sons had been given me, all of whom I would have joyously placed at your feet and offered as a sacrifice to the Sahib-uz Zaman." He pledged at that very moment his undying loyalty to Mullah Hussein and hastened back to his village in order to return with whatever provisions might be required for the party. Mullah Hussein ordered his companions to commence the building of the fort which had been designed. To every group he assigned a section of the work and encouraged them to hasten its completion. In the course of these operations, they were continually harassed by the people of the neighbouring villages, who, at the persistent instigations of the Sayyidul Ulama, marched out and fell upon them. Every attack of the enemy ended in failure and shame. Undeterred by the fierceness of their repeated onsets, the companions valiantly withstood their assaults until they had succeeded in subjugating temporarily the forces which had hemmed them in on every side. When the work of construction was completed, Mullah Hussein undertook the necessary preparations for the siege which the fort was destined to sustain, and provided, despite the obstacles which stood in his way, whatever seemed essential for the safety of its occupants. Visit of Baha'u'llah to the fort of Sheikh Tabarsi. The work had scarcely been completed when Sheikh Abu Turab arrived, bearing the news of Baha'u'llah's arrival at the village of Nazar Khan. He informed Mullah Hussein that he had been specially commanded by Baha'u'llah to inform them that they all were to be his guests that night, and that he himself would join them that same afternoon. I have heard Mullah Mirza Muhammad Furuqi recount the following. The tidings which Sheikh Abu Turab brought imparted an indefinable joy to the heart of Mullah Hussein. He hasted immediately to his companions and bade them bestir themselves for the reception of Baha'u'llah. He himself joined them in sweeping and sprinkling with water the approaches to the shrine, and attended in person to whatever was necessary for the arrival of the beloved visitor. As soon as he saw him approaching with Nazar Khan, he rushed forward, tenderly embraced him, and conducted him to the place of honour which he had reserved for his reception. We were too blind in those days to recognize the glory of him whom our leader had introduced with such reverence and love into our midst. What Mullah Hussein had perceived, our dull vision was as yet unable to recognize. With what solicitude he received him in his arms! What feelings of rapturous delight filled his heart on seeing him! He was so lost in admiration that he was utterly oblivious of us all. His soul was so wrapped in contemplation of that countenance that we, who were awaiting his permission to be seated, were kept standing a long time beside him. It was Baha'u'llah himself who finally bade us be seated. We too were soon made to feel, however inadequately, the charm of his utterance, though none of us were even dimly aware of the infinite potency latent in his words. Liberation of Quddus. Baha'u'llah, in the course of that visit, inspected the fort and expressed his satisfaction with the work that had been accomplished. In his conversation with Mullah Hussein, he explained in detail such matters as were vital to the welfare and safety of his companions. "The one thing this fort and company require," he said, is the presence of Quddus. His association with this company would render it complete and perfect. He instructed Mullah Hussein to dispatch Mullah Mehdi Khoi with 6 people to Sari and to demand of Mirza Muhammad Taghi that he immediately deliver Quddus into their hands. The fear of God and the dread of his punishment, he assured Mullah Hussein, will prompt him to surrender unhesitatingly his captive. Ere he departed, Baha'u'llah enjoined them to be patient and resigned to the will of the Almighty. If it be His will, he added, we shall once again visit you at this same spot and shall lend you our assistance. You have been chosen of God to be the vanguard of His host and the establishers of His faith. His host verily will conquer. Whatever may befall, victory is yours, a victory which is complete and certain. With these words, he committed those valiant companions to the care of God and returned to the village with Nazar Khan and Sheikh Abu Turrab. From thence he departed by way of Nur to Tehran. Mullah Hussein set out immediately to carry out the instructions he had received. Summoning Mullah Mehdi, he bade him proceed together with 6 other companions to Sari and ask that the Mujtahid liberate his prisoner. As soon as the message was conveyed to him, Mirza Muhammad Taghi unconditionally acceded to their request. The potency with which that message had been endowed seemed to have completely disarmed him. I have regarded him, he hastened to assure the messengers, only as an honoured guest in my house. It would be unbecoming of me to pretend to have dismissed or released him. He is at liberty to do as he desires. Should he wish it, I would be willing to accompany him. Mullah Hussein had in the meantime apprised his companions of the approach of Quddus, and had enjoined them to observe towards him a reverence such as they would feel prompted to show to the Bab himself. As to myself, he added, you must consider me as his lowly servant. You should bear him such loyalty that if he were to command you to take my life, you would unhesitatingly obey. If you waver or hesitate, you will have shown your disloyalty to your faith. Not until he summons you to his presence must you in any wise venture to intrude upon him. You should forsake your desires and cling to his will and pleasure. You should refrain from kissing either his hands or his feet, for his blessed heart dislikes such evidences of reverent affection. Such should be your behaviour, that I may feel proud of you before him. The glory and authority with which he has been invested must needs be duly recognized by even the most insignificant of his companions. Whoso departs from the spirit and letter of my admonitions, a grievous chastisement will surely overtake him. Reference to the Black Standards. The incarceration of Quddus in the home of Mirza Muhammad Taghi, Sari's most eminent mujtahid, to whom he was related, lasted 95 days. Though confined, Quddus was treated with marked deference and was allowed to receive most of the companions who had been present at the gathering of Badasht. To none, however, did he grant permission to stay in Sari. Whoever visited him was urged in the most pressing terms to enlist under the black standard hoisted by Mullah Hussein. It was the same standard of which Mohammed, the Prophet of God, had thus spoken. Should your eyes behold the black standards proceeding from Khurasan, hasten ye towards them, even though ye should have to crawl over the snow, inasmuch as they proclaim the advent of the promised Mahdi, the vicegerent of God. That standard was unfurled at the command of the Bab, in the name of Quddus and by the hands of Mullah Hussein. It was carried aloft all the way from the city of Mashhad to the shrine of Sheikh Tabarsi. For 11 months, from the beginning of Sha'ban in the year 1264 AH to the end of Jamadius Sani in the year 1265 AH, that earthly emblem of an unearthly sovereignty waved continually over the heads of that small and valiant band, summoning the multitude who gazed upon it to renounce the world and to espouse the cause of God. Confinement of Quddus in the house of Mirza Muhammad Taqi. While in Saudi, Quddus frequently attempted to convince Mirza Muhammad Taqi of the truth of the divine message. He freely conversed with him on the most weighty and outstanding issues related to the revelation of the Bab. His bold and challenging remarks were couched in such gentle, such persuasive and courteous language, and delivered with such geniality and humour, that those who heard him felt not in the least offended. They even misconstrued his allusions to the sacred book as humorous observations intended to entertain his hearers. Mirza Muhammad Taqi, despite the cruelty and wickedness that were latent in him, and which he subsequently manifested by the stand he took in insisting upon the extermination of the remnants of the defenders of the fort of Sheikh Tabarsi, was withheld by an inner power from showing the least disrespect to Quddus while the latter was confined in his home. He even was prompted to prevent the inhabitants of Sari from offending Quddus, and was often heard to rebuke them for the harm which they desired to inflict upon him. Arrival of Quddus at the fort of Sheikh Tabarsi. The news of the impending arrival of Quddus bestirred the occupants of the fort of Tabarsi. As he drew near his destination, he sent forward a messenger to announce his approach. The joyful tidings gave them new courage and strength. Roused to a burst of enthusiasm which he could not repress, Mullah Hussein started to his feet and, escorted by about 100 of his companions, hastened to meet the expected visitor. He placed 2 candles in the hands of each, lighted them himself, and bade them proceed to meet Quddus. The darkness of the night was dispelled by the radiance which those joyous hearts shed as they marched forth to meet their beloved. In the midst of the forest of Mazandaran, their eyes instantly recognized the face which they had longed to behold. They pressed eagerly around his steed, and with every mark of devotion paid him their tribute of love and undying allegiance. Still holding the lighted candles in their hands, they followed him on foot towards their destination. Quddus, as he rode along in their midst, appeared as the day star that shines amidst its satellites. As the company slowly wended its way towards the fort, there broke forth the hymn of glorification and praise, intoned by the band of his enthusiastic admirers. Holy, holy, the Lord our God, the Lord of the angels and the Spirit, rang their jubilant voices around him. Mullah Hussein raised the glad refrain, to which the entire company responded. The forest of Mazandaran re-echoed to the sound of their acclamations. Account related by Mirza Muhammad Furuqi. In this manner, They reached the shrine of Sheikh Tabarsi. The first words that fell from the lips of Quddus after he had dismounted and leaned against the shrine were the following: "The Baqiyatullah will be best for you if you are of those who believe." By this utterance was fulfilled the prophecy of Muhammad as recorded in the following tradition: "And when the Mahdi is made manifest, he shall lean his back against the Kaaba and shall address to the 313 followers who will have grouped around him these words: The Baqiyatullah will be best for you if ye are of those who believe." By Baqiyatullah, Quddus meant none other than Baha'u'llah. To this testified Mullah Mirza Muhammad Furuqi, who related to me the following: "I myself was present when Quddus alighted from his horse. I saw him lean against the shrine and heard him utter those same words. No sooner had he spoken them than he made mention of Baha'u'llah, and turning to Mullah Hussein, inquired about him. He was informed that unless God decreed to the contrary, he had signified his intention to return to this place before the first day of Muharram. Shortly after, Quddus entrusted to Mullah Hussein a number of homilies which he asked him to read aloud to his assembled companions. The first homily he read was entirely devoted to the Bab. The second concerned Baha'u'llah, and the third referred to ṭާهِرِH'S. We ventured to express to Mullah Hussein our doubts whether the references in the second homily were applicable to Baha'u'llah, who appeared clothed in the garb of nobility. The matter was reported to Quddus, who assured us that, God willing, its secret would be revealed to us in due time. Utterly unaware in those days of the character of the mission of Baha'u'llah, we were unable to understand the meaning of those allusions, and idly conjectured as to what could be their probable significance. In my eagerness to unravel the subtleties of the traditions concerning the promised Qa'im, I several times approached Quddus and requested him to enlighten me regarding that subject. Though at first reluctant, he eventually acceded to my wish. The manner of his answer, his convincing and illuminating explanations, served to heighten the sense of awe and of veneration which his presence inspired. He dispelled whatever doubts lingered in our minds, and such were the evidences of his perspicacity that we came to believe that to him had been given the power to read our profoundest thoughts and to calm the fiercest tumult in our hearts. Many a night I saw Mullah Hussein circle round the shrine within the precincts of which Quddus lay asleep. How often did I see him emerge in the mid-watches of the night from his chamber, and quietly direct his steps to that spot, and whisper the same verse with which we all had greeted the arrival of the beloved visitor. With what feelings of emotion I can still remember him, as he advanced towards me in the stillness of those dark and lonely hours which I devoted to meditation and prayer, whispering in my ears these words: "Banish from your mind, O Mullah Mirza Muhammad, these perplexing subtleties, and freed from their trammels, arise and seek with me to quaff the cup of martyrdom. Then will you be able to comprehend, as the year 80 dawns upon the world, the secret of the things which now lie hidden from you." Quddus, on his arrival at the shrine of Sheikh Tabarsi, charged Mullah Hussein to ascertain the number of the assembled companions. One By one he counted them, and passed them in through the gate of the fort. 312 in all. He himself was entering the fort in order to acquaint Quddus with the result, when a youth who had hastened all the way on foot from Barfurush suddenly rushed in, and seizing the hem of his garment pleaded to be enrolled among the companions and to be allowed to lay down his life whenever required in the path of the beloved. His wish was readily granted. When Quddus was informed of the total number of the companions, he remarked, "Whatever the tongue of the Prophet of God has spoken concerning the Promised One must needs be fulfilled, that thereby his testimony may be complete in the eyes of those divines who esteem themselves as the sole interpreters of the law and traditions of Islam. Through them will the people recognize the truth and acknowledge the fulfillment of these traditions." Incidents in the fort of Sheikh Tabarsi concerning Quddus. Every morning and every afternoon during those days, Quddus would summon Mullah Hussein and the most distinguished among his companions and ask them to chant the writings of the Bab. Seated in the Maidan, the open square adjoining the fort, and surrounded by his devoted friends, he would listen intently to the utterances of his master and would occasionally be heard to comment upon them. Neither the threats of the enemy nor the fierceness of their successive onsets could induce him to abate the fervour or to break the regularity of his devotions. Despising all danger and oblivious of his own needs and wants, he continued, even under the most distressing circumstances, his daily communion with his beloved, wrote his praises of him, and roused to fresh exertions the defenders of the fort. Though exposed to the bullets that kept ceaselessly raining upon his besieged companions, he, undeterred by the ferocity of the attack, pursued his labours in a state of unruffled calm. "My soul is wedded to thy mention," he was wont to exclaim. "Remembrance of thee is the stay and solace of my life. I glory in that I was the first to suffer ignominiously for thy sake in Shíráz. I long to be the first to suffer in thy path a death that shall be worthy of thy cause." He would sometimes ask his Iraqi companions to chant various passages of the Qur'an, to which he would listen with close attention, and would often be moved to unfold their meaning. In the course of one of their chantings, they came across the following verse: "With somewhat of fear and hunger, and loss of wealth and lives and fruits, will we surely prove you, but bear good tidings to the patient." These words, Quddus would remark, were originally revealed with reference to Job and the afflictions that befell him. In this day, however, they are applicable to us, who are destined to suffer those same afflictions. Such will be the measure of our calamity, that none but he who has been endowed with constancy and patience will be able to survive them. The knowledge and sagacity which Quddus displayed on those occasions, the confidence with which he spoke, and the resource and enterprise which he demonstrated in the instructions he gave to his companions, reinforced his authority and enhanced his prestige. These at first supposed that the profound reverence which Mullah Hussein showed towards him was dictated by the exigencies of the situation, rather than prompted by a spontaneous feeling of devotion to his person. His own writings and general behaviour gradually dispelled such doubts, and served to establish him still more firmly in the esteem of his companions. In the days of his confinement in the town of Sari, Qudus, whom Mirza Muhammad Taqi had requested to write a commentary on the Surah of Ikhlas, better known as the Surah of Qul Huwallahul Ahad, composed, in his interpretation of the Sa'd of Samad alone, a treatise which was thrice as voluminous as the Qur'an itself. That exhaustive and masterly exposition had profoundly impressed Mirza Muhammad Taqi and had been responsible for the marked consideration which he showed towards Qudus, although in the end he joined the Sayyidul Ulama in compassing the death of the heroic martyrs of Sheikh Tabarsi. Qudus continued, while besieged in that fort, to write his commentary on that surah, and was able, despite the vehemence of the enemy's onslaught, to pen as many verses as he had previously written in Sari in his interpretation of that same letter. The rapidity and copiousness of his composition, the inestimable treasures which his writings revealed, filled his companions with wonder and justified his leadership in their eyes. They read eagerly the pages of that commentary which Mullah Hussein brought to them each day, and to which he paid his share of tribute. The completion of the fort, and the provision of whatever was deemed essential for its defence, animated the enthusiasm of the companions of Mullah Hussein, and excited the curiosity of the people of the neighbourhood. A few, out of sheer curiosity, others in pursuit of material interest, and still others, prompted by their devotion to the cause which that building symbolized, sought to be admitted within its walls, and marvelled at the rapidity with which it had been raised. Qudus had no sooner ascertained the number of its occupants than he ordered that no visitor be allowed to enter it. The praises which those who had already inspected the fort had lavished upon it were transmitted from mouth to mouth until they reached the ears of the Sayyidul Ulama and kindled within his breast the flame of unrelenting jealousy. In his detestation of those who had been responsible for its erection, he issued the strictest prohibition against anyone's approaching its precincts, and urged all to boycott the companions of Mullah Hussein. Despite the stringency of his orders, a few were found to disregard his wishes and to render whatever assistance was in their power to those whom he had so undeservedly persecuted. The afflictions to which these sufferers were subjected were such that at times they felt a distressing need of the bare necessities of life. In their dark hour of adversity, however, there would suddenly break upon them the light of divine deliverance, opening before their face the door of unexpected relief. The Sayyidul Ulama's appeal to Nasir-ud-Din Shah. The providential manner in which the occupants of the fort were relieved of the distress which weighed upon them fanned to fury the wrath of the wilful and imperious Sayyidul Ulama. Impelled by an implacable hatred, he addressed a burning appeal to Nasir-ud-Din Shah, who had recently ascended the throne, and expatiated upon the danger with which his dynasty, nay, the monarchy itself, was menaced. The standard of revolt, he pleaded, has been raised by the contemptible sect of the BÁB'S. This wretched band of irresponsible agitators has dared to strike at the very foundations of the authority with which your Imperial Majesty has been invested. The inhabitants of a number of villages in the immediate vicinity of their headquarters have already flown to their standard and sworn allegiance to their cause. They have built themselves a fort, and in that massive stronghold they have entrenched themselves, ready to direct a campaign against you. With unswerving obstinacy, they have resolved to proclaim their independent sovereignty, a sovereignty that shall abase to the dust the imperial diadem of your illustrious ancestors. You stand at the threshold of your reign. What greater triumph could signalize the inauguration of your rule than to extirpate this hateful creed that has dared to conspire against you? It will serve to establish your majesty in the confidence of your people. It will enhance your prestige and invest your crown with imperishable glory. Should you vacillate in your policy, should you betray the least indulgence towards them, I feel it my duty to warn you that the day is fast approaching when not only the province of Mazandaran, but the whole of Persia, from end to end, will have repudiated your authority and will have surrendered to their cause. Nasr-ed-Din Shah, as yet inexperienced in the affairs of state, referred the matter to the officers who commanded the army of Mazandaran and who were in attendance upon him. He instructed them to take whatever means they deemed fit for the eradication of the disturbers of his realm. Haji Mustafa Khan Turkaman submitted his views to his sovereign. I myself come from Mazandaran. I have been able to estimate the forces at their disposal. The handful of untrained and frail-bodied students whom I have seen are utterly powerless to withstand the forces which your majesty can command. The army which you contemplate dispatching is, in my view, unnecessary. A small detachment of that army will be sufficient to wipe them out. They are utterly unworthy of the care and consideration of my sovereign. Should your majesty be willing to signify your desire in an imperial message addressed to my brother Abdullah Khan Turkaman, that he should be given the necessary authority to subjugate that band, I am convinced that he will, within the space of 2 days, quell their rebellion and shatter their hopes. Encampment of the army of Abdullah Khan Turkaman near the fort of Sheikh Tabarsi. The Shah gave his consent and issued his farman to that same Abdullah Khan, bidding him to recruit without delay from any part of his realm the forces he might require for the execution of his purpose. He sent with his message a royal badge, which he bestowed upon him as a mark of confidence in his capacity to undertake that task. The receipt of the imperial farman and the token of the honour which his sovereign had conferred upon him nerved him to fresh resolve to carry out his mission befittingly. Within a short space of time, he had raised an army of about 12,000 men, composed largely of the Osanlu, the Afghan, and the Kudar communities. He equipped them with whatever ammunition was required and stationed them in the village of Afra, which was the property of Nazar Khan, and which commanded the fort of Tabarsi. No sooner had he fixed his camp upon that eminence than he set out to intercept the bread which was being daily conveyed to the companions of Mullah Hussein. Even water was soon to be denied them, as it became impossible for the besieged to leave the fort under the fire of the enemy. The army was ordered to set up a number of barricades in front of the fort, and to open fire upon anyone who chanced to leave its gate. Qudus forbade his companions to go out in order to fetch water from the neighbourhood. "Our bread has been intercepted by our enemy," complained Rasul Bahnemiri. "What will befall us if water should likewise be denied us?" Qudus, who was at that time, the hour of sunset, viewing the army of the enemy in company with Mullah Hussein from the terrace of the fort, turned to him and said, "The scarcity of water has distressed our companions. God willing, this very night, a downpour of rain will overtake our opponents, followed by a heavy snowfall, which will assist us to repulse their contemplated assault." That very night, the army of Abdullah Khan was surprised by a torrential rain which overwhelmed that section which lay close to the fort. Much of the ammunition was irretrievably ruined. There gathered within the walls of the fort an amount of water which for a long period was sufficient for the consumption of the besieged. In the course of the following night, a snowfall, such as the people of the neighbourhood, even in the depth of winter, had never experienced, added considerably to the annoyance which the rain had caused. The next night, which was the evening preceding the 5th of Muharram in the year 1265 AH, Qudus determined to leave the gate of the fort. "Praised be to God," he remarked to Rasul-e-Bahnamiri as he paced with calm and serenity the approaches to the gate, "who has graciously answered our prayer and caused both rain and snow to fall upon our enemies, a fall that has brought desolation into their camp and refreshment into our fort." First sortie from the fort of Sheikh Tabarsi. As the hour of the attack approached, for which that numerous army, despite the losses it had sustained, was strenuously preparing, Qudus determined to sally out and scatter its forces. 2 hours after sunrise, he mounted his steed and, escorted by Mullah Hussein and 3 other of his companions, all of whom were riding beside him, marched out of the gate, followed by the entire company on foot behind them. As soon as they had emerged, there pealed out the cry of "Ya Sahibuz Zaman," a cry that diffused consternation through the camp of the enemy. The roar which these lion-hearted followers of the Bab raised amidst the forest of Mazandaran dispersed the affrighted enemy that lay in ambush within its recesses. The glitter of their bared weapons dazzled their sight, and its menace was sufficient to stun and overpower them. They fled in disgraceful rout before their onrush, leaving all possessions behind them. Within the space of 45 minutes, the shout of victory had been raised. Qudus and Mullah Hussein had succeeded in bringing under their control the remnants of the defeated army. Abdullah Khan-e-Turkaman, with 2 of his officers, Habibul Khan-e-Afghan and Nurullah Khan-e-Afghan, together with no less than 430 of their men, had perished. Qudus returned to the fort, while Mullah Hussein was still engaged in pursuing the work which had been so valiantly performed. The voice of Sayyid Abdul Azim Khoi was soon raised, summoning him, on behalf of Qudus, to return immediately to the fort. "We have repulsed the assailants," Qudus remarked. "We need not carry further the punishment. Our purpose is to protect ourselves, that we may be able to continue our labours for the regeneration of men. We have no intention whatever of causing unnecessary harm to anyone. What we have already achieved is sufficient testimony to God's invincible power. We, a little band of his followers, have been able through his sustaining grace to overcome the organized and trained army of our enemies." Despite this defeat, not one of the followers of the Bab lost his life in the course of that encounter. No one, except a man named Ghuli, who rode in advance of Qudus, was badly wounded. They were all commanded to take none of the property of their adversaries, excepting their swords and horses. Message of Prince Mehdi Ghuli Mirza to Mullah Hussein. As the signs of the reassembling of the forces which had been commanded by Abdullah Khan became apparent, Qudus bade his companions dig a moat around the fort as a safeguard against a renewed attack. 19 days elapsed, during which they exerted themselves to the utmost for the completion of the task they'd been charged to perform. They joyously labored by day and by night in order to expedite the work with which they had been entrusted. Soon after the work was completed, it was announced that Prince Mehdi Quli Mirza was advancing towards the fort at the head of a numerous army, and had actually encamped at SHÍRÁZ. A few days later, he had transferred his headquarters to Vaz-Kas. On his arrival, he sent one of his men to inform Mullah Hussein that he had been commanded by the Shah to ascertain the purpose of his activities and to request that he be enlightened as to the object he had in view. "Tell your master," Mullah Hussein replied, "that we utterly disclaim any intention either of subverting the foundations of the monarchy or of usurping the authority of Nasr-ed-Din Shah. Our cause concerns the revelation of the promised Qa'em, and is primarily associated with the interests of the ecclesiastical order of this country. We can set forth incontrovertible arguments and deduce infallible proofs in support of the truth of the message we bear." The passionate sincerity with which Mullah Hussein pleaded in defence of his cause, and the details which he cited to demonstrate the validity of his claims, touched the heart of the messenger and brought tears to his eyes. "What are we to do?" he exclaimed. "Let the prince," Mullah Hussein replied, "direct the ulamas of both Sari and Barfurush to betake themselves to this place and ask us to demonstrate the validity of the revelation proclaimed by the Bab. Let the Quran decide as to who speaks the truth. Let the prince himself judge our case and pronounce the verdict. Let him also decide as to how he should treat us if we fail to establish, by the aid of verses and traditions, the truth of this cause." The messenger expressed his complete satisfaction with the answer he had received, and promised that before the lapse of 3 days, the ecclesiastical dignitaries would be convened in the manner he had suggested. The promise given by the messenger was destined to remain unfulfilled. 3 days after, Prince Mehdi Quli Mirza prepared to launch his attack, on a scale hitherto unprecedented, upon the occupants of the fort. At the head of 3 regiments of infantry and several regiments of cavalry, he quartered his host upon a height that overlooked that spot, and gave the signal to open fire in that direction. Second sortie from the fort of Sheikh Tabarsi. The day had not yet broken, when at the signal, "Mount your steeds, O heroes of God," Qudus ordered that the gates of the fort be again thrown open. Mullah Hussein and 202 of his companions ran to their horses and followed Qudus as he rode out in the direction of Vaz-Kas. Undaunted by the overwhelming forces arrayed against them, and undeterred by the snow and mud which had accumulated on the roads, they headed without a pause, in the midst of the darkness that surrounded them, towards the stronghold which served as a base for the operations of the enemy. The prince, who was observing the movements of Mullah Hussein, saw him approaching from his fort and ordered his men to open fire upon him. The bullets, which they discharged, were powerless to check his advance. He forced his way through the gate and rushed into the private apartments of the prince, who, with a sudden sense that his life was in danger, threw himself from the back window into the moat and escaped barefooted. His host, deprived of their leader and struck with panic, fled in disgraceful rout before that little band, which, despite their own overwhelming numbers and the resources which the imperial treasury had placed at their disposal, they were unable to subdue. As the victors were forcing their way through the section of the fort reserved for the prince, 2 other princes of royal blood fell in an attempt to strike down their opponents. As they penetrated his apartments, They discovered in one of his rooms coffers filled with gold and silver, all of which they disdained to touch. With the exception of a pot of gunpowder and the favourite sword of the prince, which they carried as an evidence of their triumph to Mullah Hussein, his companions ignored the costly furnishings which their owner had abandoned in his despair. When they took it to Mullah Hussein, they discovered that he had, as a result of the bullet which had struck his own sword, exchanged it for that of Qudus, with which he was engaged in repulsing the assailant. They were throwing open the gate of the prison, which had been in the hands of the enemy, when they heard the voice of Mullah Yusuf Ardebili, who had been made a captive on his way to the fort and was languishing among the prisoners. He interceded for his fellow sufferers and succeeded in obtaining their immediate release. Injury sustained by Qudus. On the morning of that memorable engagement, Mullah Hussein assembled his companions around Qudus in the outskirts of Vazkas, while he remained himself on horseback in anticipation of a renewed attack by the enemy. He was watching their movements when he suddenly observed an innumerable host rushing from both sides towards him. All sprang to their feet, and raising again the cry of "Ya Sahibuz Zaman," pressed forward to face the challenge. Mullah Hussein spurred his charger in one direction, and Qudus and his companions in another. The detachment which was charging Mullah Hussein suddenly deflected its course, and fleeing from before him, joined forces with the rest of the enemy and encompassed Qudus and those who were with him. At a given moment they discharged 1,000 bullets, one of which struck Qudus in the mouth, knocking out several of his teeth and wounding both his tongue and throat. The loud noise which the simultaneous discharge of 1,000 bullets produced, and which could be heard at a distance of 10 farsangs, filled with apprehension Mullah Hussein, who hastened to the rescue of his friends. As soon as he reached them, he alighted from his horse and, entrusting it to his attendant Qambar Ali, ran towards Qudus. The sight of blood dripping profusely from the mouth of his beloved chief struck him with fear and dismay. He raised his hands in horror and was on the point of beating himself upon the head when Qudus bade him desist. Obeying his leader instantly, he begged him to be allowed to receive his sword from his hand, which, as soon as it had been delivered, was unsheathed from its scabbard and used to scatter the forces that had massed around him. Followed by 110 of his fellow disciples, he faced the forces arrayed against him. Wielding in one hand the sword of his beloved leader, and in the other that of his disgraced opponent, he fought a desperate battle against them, and within 30 minutes, during which he displayed marvellous heroism, he succeeded in putting the entire army to flight. The disgraceful retreat of the army of Prince Mehdi Quli Mirza enabled Mullah Hussein and his companions to repair to the fort. With pain and regret, they conducted their wounded leader to the shelter of his stronghold. On his arrival, Qudus addressed a written appeal to his friends who were bewailing his injury, and by his words of cheer soothed their sorrow. "We should submit," he exhorted them, "to whatever is the will of God. We should stand firm and steadfast in the hour of trial. The stone of the infidel broke the teeth of the prophet of God. Mine have fallen as a result of the bullet of the enemy. Though my body be afflicted, my soul is immersed in gladness. My gratitude to God knows no bounds. If you love me, suffer not that this joy be obscured by the sight of your lamentations." Baha'u'llah's attempt to join the occupants of the fort of Sheikh Tabarsi. This memorable engagement fell on the 25th of Muharram, 1265 AH. In the beginning of that same month, Baha'u'llah, faithful to the promise he had given to Mullah Hussein, set out, attended by a number of his friends, from Nur for the fort of Tabarsi. Among those who accompanied him were Haji Mirza Jani Kashani, Mullah Baqir Tabrizi, one of the Letters of the Living, and Mirza Yahya, his brother. Baha'u'llah had signified his wish that they should proceed directly to their destination and allow no pause in their journey. His intention was to reach that spot at night, inasmuch as strict orders had been issued ever since Abdullah Khan had assumed the command that no help should be extended under any circumstances to the occupants of the fort. Guards had been stationed at different places to ensure the isolation of the besieged. His companions, however, pressed him to interrupt the journey and to seek a few hours of rest, although he knew that this delay would involve a grave risk of being surprised by the enemy. He yielded to their earnest request. They halted at a lonely house adjoining the road. After supper, his companions all retired to sleep. He alone, despite the hardships he had endured, remained wakeful. He knew well the perils to which he and his friends were exposed, and was fully aware of the possibilities which his early arrival at the fort involved. As he watched beside them, the secret emissaries of the enemy informed the guards of the neighborhood of the arrival of the party and ordered the immediate seizure of whatever they could find in their possession. "We have received strict orders," they told Baha'u'llah, whom they recognized instantly as the leader of the group, "to arrest every person we chance to meet in this vicinity, and are commanded to conduct him without any previous investigation to our mul and deliver him into the hands of its governor." "The matter has been misrepresented in your eyes," Baha'u'llah remarked. "You have misconstrued our purpose. I would advise you to act in a manner that will cause you eventually no regret." This admonition, uttered with dignity and calm, induced the chief of the guards to treat with consideration and courtesy those whom he had arrested. He bade them mount their horses and proceed with him to Amul. As they were approaching the banks of a river, Baha'u'llah signalled to his companions, who were riding at a distance from the guards, to cast into the water whatever manuscripts they had in their possession. At daybreak, as they were approaching the town, a message was sent in advance to the acting governor, informing him of the arrival of a party that had been captured on their way to the fort of Tabarsi. The governor himself, together with the members of his bodyguard, had been appointed to join the army of Prince Mehdi Quli Mirza, and had commissioned his kinsman to act in his absence. As soon as the message reached him, he went to the masjid of Amul and summoned the ulamas and leading sayyids of the town to gather and meet the party. He was greatly surprised as soon as his eyes saw and recognized Baha'u'llah, and deeply regretted the orders he had given. He feigned to reprimand him for the action he had taken, in the hope of appeasing the tumult and allaying the excitement of those who had gathered in the masjid. "We are innocent," Baha'u'llah declared, "of the guilt they impute to us. Our blamelessness will eventually be established in your eyes. I would advise you to act in a manner that will cause you eventually no regret." The acting governor asked the ulamas who were present to put any question they desired. To their inquiries, Baha'u'llah returned explicit and convincing replies. As they were interrogating him, they discovered a manuscript in the possession of one of his companions, which they recognized as the writings of the Bab, and which they handed to the chief of the ulamas present at that gathering. As soon as he had perused a few lines of that manuscript, he laid it aside, and turning to those around him, exclaimed, "These people who advance such extravagant claims have in this very sentence which I have read betrayed their ignorance of the most rudimentary rules of orthography." "Esteemed and learned divine," Baha'u'llah replied, "these words which you criticize are not the words of the Bab. They have been uttered by no less a personage than the Imam Ali, the commander of the faithful, in his reply to Kumail ibn Ziyad, whom he had chosen as his companion." The circumstances which Baha'u'llah proceeded to relate in connection with the reply, no less than the manner of his delivery, convince the arrogant mujtahid of his stupidity and blunder. Unable to contradict so weighty a statement, he preferred to keep silent. A Sayyid angrily interjected, "This very statement conclusively demonstrates that its author is himself a Babi, and no less than a leading expounder of the tenets of that sect." He urged in vehement language that its followers be put to death. "These obscure sectarians are the sworn enemies," he cried, "both of the state and of the faith of Islam. We must at all costs extirpate that heresy." He was seconded in his denunciation by the other Sayyids who were present, and who, emboldened by the imprecations uttered at that gathering, insisted that the governor comply unhesitatingly with their wishes. The acting governor was much embarrassed, and realized that any evidence of indulgence on his part would be fraught with grave consequences for the safety of his position. In his desire to hold in check the passions which had been aroused, he ordered his attendants to prepare the rods and promptly inflict a befitting punishment upon the captives. "We will afterwards," he added, "keep them in prison pending the return of the governor, who will send them to Tehran, where they will receive at the hands of the sovereign the chastisement they deserve." The first who was bound to receive the bastinado was Mullah Baqir. "I'm only a groom of Baha'u'llah," he urged. "I was on my way to Mashhad when they suddenly arrested me and brought me to this place." Baha'u'llah intervened and succeeded in inducing his oppressors to release him. He likewise interceded for Haji Mirza Jani, who he said was a mere tradesman whom he regarded as his guest, so that he was responsible for any charges brought against him. Mirza Yahya, whom they proceeded to bind, was also set free as soon as Baha'u'llah had declared him to be his attendant. "None of these men," he told the acting governor, "are guilty of any crime. If you insist on inflicting your punishment, I offer myself as a willing victim of your chastisement." The acting governor was reluctantly compelled to give orders that Baha'u'llah alone be chosen to suffer the indignity which he had intended originally for his companions. The same treatment that had been meted out to the Bab 5 months previously in Tabriz, Baha'u'llah suffered in the presence of the assembled ulamas of Amul. The first confinement that the Bab suffered at the hands of his enemies was in the house of Abdul Hamid Khan, the chief constable of Shiraz. The first confinement of Baha'u'llah was in the home of one of the Kadkhudas of Tehran. The Bab's second imprisonment was in the castle of MÁH-KÚ. That of Baha'u'llah was in the private residence of the governor of Amul. The Bab was scourged in the namaz-khane of the Shaykhul Islam of Tabriz. The same indignity was inflicted on Baha'u'llah in the namaz-khane of the Mujtahid of Amul. The Báb's third confinement was in the castle of CHIHRÍQ. Baha'u'llah's was in the Siyah Chal of Tehran. The Báb, whose trials and sufferings had preceded, in almost every case, those of Baha'u'llah, had offered himself to ransom his beloved from the perils that beset that precious life, whilst Baha'u'llah, on his part, unwilling that he who so greatly loved him should be the sole sufferer, shared at every turn the cup that had touched his lips. Such love no eye has ever beheld, nor has mortal heart conceived such mutual devotion. If the branches of every tree were turned into pens, and all the seas into ink, and earth and heaven rolled into one parchment, the immensity of that love would still remain unexplored, and the depths of that devotion unfathomed. Baha'u'llah and his companions remained for a time imprisoned in one of the rooms that formed part of the masjid. The acting governor, who was still determined to shield his prisoner from the assaults of an inveterate enemy, secretly instructed his attendants to open at an unsuspected hour a passage through the wall of the room in which the captives were confined, and to transfer their leader immediately to his home. He was himself conducting Baha'u'llah to his residence, when a Sayyid sprang forward and, directing his fiercest invectives against him, raised the club which he held in his hand to strike him. The acting governor immediately interposed himself, and appealing to the assailant, adjured him by the Prophet of God to stay his hand. "What?" burst forth the Sayyid. "How dare you release a man who is the sworn enemy of the faith of our fathers?" A crowd of ruffians had meanwhile gathered around him, and by their howls of derision and abuse added to the clamour which he had raised. Despite the growing tumult, the attendants of the acting governor were able to conduct Baha'u'llah in safety to the residence of their master, and displayed on that occasion a courage and presence of mind that were truly surprising. Despite the protestations of the mob, the rest of the prisoners were taken to the seat of government, and thus escaped from the perils with which they had been threatened. The acting governor offered profuse apologies to Baha'u'llah for the treatment which the people of Amul had accorded him. "But for the interposition of Providence," he said, "no force would have achieved your deliverance from the grasp of this malevolent people. But for the efficacy of the vow which I had made to risk my own life for your sake, I too would have fallen a victim to their violence, and would have been trampled beneath their feet." He bitterly complained of the outrageous conduct of the Sayyids of Amul, and denounced the baseness of their character. He expressed himself as being continually tormented by the effects of their malignant designs. He set about serving Baha'u'llah with devotion and kindness, and was often heard in the course of his conversation with him to remark, "I am far from regarding you a prisoner in my home. This house, I believe, was built for the very purpose of affording you a shelter from the designs of your foes." I have heard Baha'u'llah himself recount the following: "No prisoner has ever been accorded the treatment which I received at the hands of the acting governor of Amul. He treated me with the utmost consideration and esteem. I was generously entertained by him, and the fullest attention was given to everything that affected my security and comfort. I was, however, unable to leave the gate of the house. My host was afraid lest the governor, who was related to Abbas Quli Khan al-Larijani, might return from the fort of Tabarsi and inflict injury upon me. I tried to dispel his apprehensions. The same omnipotence, I assured him, who has delivered us from the hands of the mischief-makers of Amul, and has enabled us to be received with such hospitality by you in this house, is able to change the heart of the governor and to cause him to treat us with no less consideration and love. One night, we were suddenly awakened by the clamour of the people who had gathered outside the gate of the house. The door was opened, and it was announced that the governor had returned to Armol. Our companions, who were anticipating a fresh attack upon them, were completely surprised to hear the voice of the governor rebuking those who had denounced us so bitterly on the day of our arrival. "For what reason," we heard him loudly remonstrating, "have these miserable wretches chosen to treat so disrespectfully a guest whose hands are tied and who has not been given the chance to defend himself? What is their justification for having demanded that he be immediately put to death? What evidence have they with which to support their contention? If they be sincere in their claims to be devotedly attached to Islam and to be the guardians of its interests, let them betake themselves to the fort of Sheikh Tabarsi and there demonstrate their capacity to defend the faith of which they profess to be the champions." What he had seen of the heroism of the defenders of the fort had quite changed the mind and heart of the governor of Armul. He returned filled with admiration for a cause which he had formerly despised, and the progress of which he had strenuously resisted. The scenes he witnessed had disarmed his wrath and chastened his pride. Humbly and respectfully he went to Baha'u'llah and apologized for the insolence of the inhabitants of a town that he had been chosen to govern. He served him with extreme devotion, utterly ignoring his own position and rank. He paid a glowing tribute to Mullah Hussein and expiated upon his resourcefulness, his intrepidity, his skill and nobleness of soul. A few days later, he succeeded in arranging for the safe departure of Baha'u'llah and his companions for Tehran. Reference to Baha'u'llah's activities prior to the declaration of his mission. Baha'u'llah's intention to throw in his lot with the defenders of the fort of Sheikh Tabarsi was destined to remain unfulfilled. Though himself extremely desirous to lend every possible assistance in his power to the besieged, he was spared, through the mysterious dispensation of Providence, the tragic fate that was soon to befall the chief participators in that memorable struggle. Had he been able to reach the fort? Had he been allowed to join the members of that heroic band? How could he have played his part in the great drama which he was destined to unfold? How could he have consummated the work that had been so gloriously conceived and so marvellously inaugurated? He was in the heyday of his life when the call from Shiraz reached him. At the age of 27, he arose to consecrate his life to its service, fearlessly identified himself with its teachings, and distinguished himself by the exemplary part he played in its diffusion. No effort was too great for the energy with which he was endowed, and no sacrifice too woeful for the devotion with which his faith had inspired him. He flung aside every consideration of fame, of wealth, and position for the prosecution of the task he had set his heart to achieve. Neither the taunts of his friends nor the threats of his enemies could induce him to cease championing a cause which they alike regarded as that of an obscure and proscribed sect. The first incarceration to which he was subjected, as a result of the helping hand he had extended to the captives of XVIII, the ability with which he achieved the deliverance of ṭāhirih, the exemplary manner in which he steered the course of the turbulent proceedings in Badasht, the manner in which he saved the life of Quddus in Ni'ala, the wisdom which he showed in his handling of the delicate situation created by the impetuosity of Ṭāhirih, and the vigilance he exercised for her protection, the counsels which he gave to the defenders of the fort of Tabarsi, the plan he conceived of joining the forces of Quddus to those of Mullah Hussein and his companions, the spontaneity with which he arose to support the exertions of those brave defenders, the magnanimity which prompted him to offer himself as a substitute for his companions who were under the threat of severe indignities, the serenity with which he faced the severity inflicted upon him as a result of the attempt on the life of Nasr-ed-Din Shah, the indignities which were heaped upon him all the way from Lavasan to the headquarters of the imperial army, and from thence to the capital, the galling weight of chains which he bore as he lay in the darkness of the Siyah-Chal of Tehran. All these are but a few instances that eloquently testify to the unique position which he occupied as the prime mover of the forces which were destined to reshape the face of his native land. It was he who had released these forces, who steered their course, harmonized their action, and brought them finally to their highest consummation in the cause he himself was destined at a later time to reveal. Chapter 20. The Mazandaran upheaval continued. The forces under the command of Prince Mehdi Quli Mirza, meanwhile, had recovered from the state of utter demoralization into which they had sunk, and were now diligently preparing to renew their attack upon the occupants of the fort of Tabarsi. The latter found themselves again encompassed by a numerous host, at the head of which marched Abbas Quli Khan Larijani and Suleiman Khan Afshar Shahriyari, who together with several regiments of infantry and cavalry had hastened to reinforce the company of the prince's soldiers. Their combined forces encamped in the neighbourhood of the fort and proceeded to erect a series of 7 barricades around it. With the utmost arrogance, they sought at first to display the extent of the forces at their command, and indulged with increasing zest in the daily exercise of their arms. The scarcity of water had in the meantime compelled those who were besieged to dig a well within the enclosure of the fort. On the day the work was to be completed, the 8th day of the month of Rabiul Awwal, Mullah Hussein, who was watching his companions perform this task, remarked, "Today we shall have all the water we require for our bath. Cleansed of all earthly defilements, we shall seek the court of the Almighty and shall hasten to our eternal abode. Whoso is willing to partake of the cup of martyrdom, let him prepare himself and wait for the hour when he can seal with his lifeblood his faith in his cause. This night, ere the hour of dawn, let those who wish to join me be ready to issue forth from behind these walls, and scattering once again the dark forces which have beset our path, ascend untrammelled to the heights of glory." Third sortie and fall of Mullah Hussein. That same afternoon, Mullah Hussein performed his ablutions, clothed himself in new garments, attired his head with the BÁB'S turban, and prepared for the approaching encounter. An undefinable joy illumined his face. He serenely alluded to the hour of his departure, and continued to his last moments to animate the zeal of his companions. Alone with Quddus, who so powerfully reminded him of his beloved, He poured forth, as he sat at his feet in the closing moments of his earthly life, all that an enraptured soul could no longer restrain. Soon after midnight, as soon as the morning star had risen, the star that heralded to him the dawning light of eternal reunion with his beloved, he started to his feet and, mounting his charger, gave the signal that the gate of the fort be opened. As he rode out at the head of 313 of his companions to meet the enemy, the cry of Ya Sahibuz Zaman again broke forth, a cry so intense and powerful that forest, fort, and camp vibrated to its resounding echo. Mullah Hussein first charged the barricade, which was defended by Zakariya Qadi Kala'i, one of the enemy's most valiant officers. Within a short space of time, he had broken through that barrier, disposed of its commander, and scattered his men. Dashing forward, with the same swiftness and intrepidity, he overcame the resistance of both the second and third barricades, diffusing, as he advanced, despair and consternation among his foes. Undeterred by the bullets which rained continually upon him and his companions, they pressed forward until the remaining barricades had all been captured and overthrown. In the midst of the tumult which ensued, Abbas Quli Khan Larijani had climbed a tree and, hiding himself in its branches, lay waiting in ambush for his opponents. Protected by the darkness which surrounded him, he was able to follow from his hiding place the movements of Mullah Hussein and his companions, who were exposed to the fierce glare of the conflagration which they had raised. The steed of Mullah Hussein suddenly became entangled in the rope of an adjoining tent, and ere he was able to extricate himself, he was struck in the breast by a bullet from his treacherous assailant. Though the shot was successful, Abbas Quli Khan was unaware of the identity of the horseman he had wounded. Mullah Hussein, who was bleeding profusely, dismounted from his horse, staggered a few steps, and, unable to proceed further, fell exhausted upon the ground. Two of his young companions of Khurasan, Quli and Hassan, came to his rescue and bore him to the fort. Mullah Hussein's last moments. I have heard the following account from Mullah Sadiq and Mullah Mirza Muhammad Furuqi. We were among those who had remained in the fort with Quddus. As soon as Mullah Hussein, who seemed to have lost consciousness, was brought in, we were ordered to retire. "Leave me alone with him," were the words of Quddus, as he bade Mirza Muhammad Baqir close the door and refuse admittance to anyone desiring to see him. "There are certain confidential matters which I desire him alone to know." We were amazed a few moments later when we heard the voice of Mullah Hussein replying to questions from Quddus. For 2 hours they continued to converse with each other. We were surprised to see Mirza Muhammad Baqir so greatly agitated. "I was watching Quddus," he subsequently informed us, "through a fissure in the door. As soon as he called his name, I saw Mullah Hussein arise and seat himself in his customary manner on bended knees beside him. With bowed head and downcast eyes, he listened to every word that fell from the lips of Quddus and answered his questions. "You have hastened the hour of your departure," I was able to hear Quddus remark, "and have abandoned me to the mercy of my foes. Please God, I will ere long join you and taste the sweetness of heaven's ineffable delights." I was able to gather the following words uttered by Mullah Hussein. May my life be a ransom for you. Are you well pleased with me? A long time elapsed before Quddus bade Mirza Muhammad Baqir open the door and admit his companions. I have bade my last farewell to him, he said, as we entered the room. Things which previously I deemed it unallowable to utter, I have now shared with him. We found, on our arrival, that Mullah Hussein had expired. A faint smile still lingered upon his face. Such was the peacefulness of his countenance that he seemed to have fallen asleep. Quddus attended to his burial, clothed him in his own shirt, and gave instructions to lay him to rest to the south of and adjoining the shrine of Sheikh Tabarsi. Well is it with you to have remained to your last hour faithful to the covenant of God, he said, as he laid a parting kiss upon his eyes and forehead. I pray God to grant that no division ever be caused between you and me. He spoke with such poignancy that the 7 companions who were standing beside him wept profusely and wished they had been sacrificed in his stead. Quddus, with his own hands, lay the body in the tomb, and cautioned those who were standing near him to maintain secrecy regarding the spot which served as his resting place, and to conceal it even from their companions. He afterwards instructed them to inter the bodies of the 36 martyrs who had fallen in the course of that engagement in one and the same grave on the northern side of the shrine of Sheikh Tabarsi. Let the loved ones of God, he was heard to remark as he consigned them to their tomb, take heed of the example of these martyrs of our faith. Let them in life be and remain as united as these are now in death. No less than 90 of the companions were wounded that night, most of whom succumbed. From the day of their arrival at Bar Furush to the day they were first attacked, which fell on the 12th of Zel Qa'dah in the year 1264 AH, to the day of the death of Mullah Hussein, which took place at the hour of dawn on the 9th of Rabiul Awwal in the year 1265 AH. The number of martyrs, according to the computation of Mirza Muhammad Baqir, had reached a total of 72. Reference to his burial and achievements. From the time when Mullah Hussein was assailed by his enemies to the time of his martyrdom was 116 days, a period rendered memorable by deeds so heroic that even his bitterest foes felt bound to confess their wonder. On 4 distinct occasions, he rose to such heights of courage and power as few indeed could attain. The first encounter took place on the 12th of Zel Qa'dah in the outskirts of Bar Furush. The second in the immediate neighbourhood of the fort of Sheikh Tabarsi on the 5th day of the month of Muharram against the forces of Abdullah Khan Turkaman. The third in Vaz Kas on the 25th day of Muharram, directed against the army of Prince Mehdi Quli Mirza. The last and most memorable battle of all was directed against the combined forces of Abbas Quli Khan, of Prince Mehdi Quli Mirza, and of Suleiman Khan Afshar, assisted by a company of 45 officers of tried ability and matured experience. From each of these hot and fierce engagements, Mullah Hussein emerged, in spite of the overwhelming forces arrayed against him, unscathed and triumphant. In each encounter, He distinguished himself by such acts of valor, of chivalry, of skill, and of strength, that each one would alone suffice to establish for all time the transcendent character of a faith for the protection of which he had so valiantly fought, and in the path of which he had so nobly died. The traits of mind and of character which from his very youth he displayed, the profundity of his learning, the tenacity of his faith, his intrepid courage, his singleness of purpose, his high sense of justice and unswerving devotion, marked him as an outstanding figure among those who by their lives have borne witness to the glory and power of the new revelation. He was 36 years old when he quaffed the cup of martyrdom. At the age of 18, he made the acquaintance in Karbila of Sayyid Kazim Rashti. For 9 years he sat at his feet and imbibed the lesson which was destined to prepare him for the acceptance of the message of the Bab. The 9 remaining years of his life were spent in the midst of a restless, feverish activity which carried him eventually to the field of martyrdom, in circumstances that have shed imperishable lustre upon his country's history. Qudus's warning to his companions. So complete and humiliating a rout paralyzed for a time the efforts of the enemy. 45 days passed before they could again reassemble their forces and renew their attack. During these intervening days, which ended with the day of Nowruz, the intense cold which prevailed induced them to defer their venture against an opponent that had covered them with so much reproach and shame. Though their attacks had been suspended, the officers in charge of the remnants of the imperial army had given strict orders prohibiting the arrival of all manner of reinforcements at the fort. When the supply of their provisions was nearly exhausted, Qudus instructed Mirza Muhammad Baqir to distribute among his companions the rice which Mullah Hussein had stored for such time as might be required. When each had received his portion, Qudus summoned them and said, "Whoever feels himself strong enough to withstand the calamities that are soon to befall us, let him remain with us in this fort. And whoever perceives in himself the least hesitation and fear, let him betake himself away from this place. Let him leave immediately, ere the enemy has again assembled his forces and assailed us. The way will soon be barred before our face. We shall very soon encounter the severest hardship and fall a victim to devastating afflictions." Betrayal by Sayyid Hussein Mutawalli. The very night Qudus had given this warning, a Sayyid from Qom, Mirza Hussein Mutawalli, was moved to betray his companions. "Why is it," he wrote to Abbas Quli Khan el-Larijani, "that you have left unfinished the work which you have begun? You have already disposed of a formidable opponent. By the removal of Mullah Hussein, who was the moving force behind these walls, you have demolished the pillar on which the strength and security of the fort depend. Had you been patient for one more day, you would have assuredly won for yourself the laurels of victory. With no more than 100 men, I pledge my word that within the space of 2 days you will be able to capture the fort and secure the unconditioned surrender of its occupants. They are worn with famine and are being grievously tested." The sealed letter was entrusted to a certain Sayyid Ali Zargar, who, as he carried with him the share of rice he had received from Qudus, stole out of the fort at the hour of midnight and delivered it to Abbas Quli Khan, with whom he was already acquainted. The message reached him at a time when he had sought refuge in a village situated at a distance of 4 farsangs from the fort, and knew not whether he should return to the capital and present himself after such a humiliating defeat to his sovereign, or repair to his home in Lorijan, where he was sure to face the reproaches of his relations and friends. He had just risen from his bed when at the hour of sunrise the Sayyid brought him the letter. The news of the death of Mullah Hussein nerved him to a fresh resolve. Fearing lest the messenger should spread the report concerning the death of so redoubtable an opponent, he instantly killed him, and then contrived, by some strange device, to divert from himself the suspicion of murder. Resolved to take the fullest advantage of the distress of the besieged and of the depletion of their forces, he undertook immediately the necessary preparations for the resumption of his attacks. 10 days before Nowruz, he had encamped at half a farsang from the fort, and had ascertained the accuracy of the message that treacherous Sayyid had brought him. In the hope of obtaining for himself every possible credit for the eventual surrender of his opponents, he refused to divulge to even his closest officers the information he had received. Attack by Abbas Quli Khan Larijani. The day had just broken when he hoisted his standard, and marching at the head of 2 regiments of infantry and cavalry, encompassed the fort and ordered his men to open fire upon the sentinels who were guarding the turrets. The betrayer, Quddus informed Mirza Muhammad Baqir, who had hastened to acquaint him with the gravity of the situation, has announced the death of Mullah Hussein to Abbas Quli Khan. Emboldened by his removal, he is now determined to storm our stronghold and to secure for himself the honour of being its sole conqueror. Sally out, and with the aid of 18 men marching at your side, administer a befitting chastisement upon the aggressor and his host. Let him realise that though Mullah Hussein be no more, God's invincible power still continues to sustain his companions and enable them to triumph over the forces of their enemies. 4th sortie and complete rout of the enemy. No sooner had Mirza Muhammad Baqir selected his companions than he ordered that the gate of the fort be flung open. Leaping upon their chargers and raising the cry of Ya Sahibuz Zaman, they plunged headlong into the camp of the enemy. The whole army fled in confusion before so terrific a charge. All but a few were able to escape. They reached Barfurush utterly demoralized and laden with shame. Abbas Quli Khan was so shaken with fear that he fell from his horse. Leaving in his distress one of his boots hanging from the stirrup, he ran away, half shod and bewildered, in the direction which the army had taken. Filled with despair, he hastened to the prince and confessed the ignominious reverse he had sustained. Mirza Muhammad Baqir, on his part, emerging together with his 18 companions unscathed from that encounter, and holding in his hand the standard which an affrighted enemy had abandoned, repaired with exultation to the fort, and submitted to his chief, who had inspired him with such courage, this evidence of his victory. So complete a rout immediately brought relief to the hard-pressed companions. It cemented their unity and reminded them afresh of the efficacy of that power with which their faith had endowed them. Their food, alas, was by this time reduced to the flesh of horses, which they had brought away with them from the deserted camp of the enemy. With steadfast fortitude they endured the afflictions which beset them from every side. Their hearts were set on the wishes of Quddus. All else mattered but little. Neither the severity of their distress nor the continual threats of the enemy could cause them to deviate a hair's breadth from the path which their departed companions had so heroically trodden. A few were found who subsequently faltered in the darkest hour of adversity. The faint-heartedness which this negligible element was compelled to betray paled, however, into insignificance before the radiance which the mass of their stout-hearted companions shed in the hour of realized doom. Dispatch of artillery from Tehran. Prince Mehdi Quli Mirza, who was stationed in Sari, welcomed with keen delight the news of the defeat that had overtaken the forces under the immediate command of his colleague Abbas Quli Khan. Though himself desirous of extirpating the band that had sought shelter behind the walls of the fort, he rejoiced at the knowledge that his rival had failed to secure the victory which he coveted. He wrote immediately to Tehran and demanded that reinforcements in the form of bombshells and camel artillery with all the necessary equipments be dispatched without delay to the neighborhood of the fort, he being determined this time to effect the complete subjugation of its obstinate occupants. Whilst their enemies were preparing for yet another and still fiercer attack upon their stronghold, the companions of Quddus, utterly indifferent to the gnawing distress that afflicted them, acclaimed with joy and gratitude the approach of Nowruz. In the course of that festival, they gave free vent to their feelings of thanksgiving and praise in return for the manifold blessings which the Almighty had bestowed upon them. Though oppressed with hunger, they indulged in songs and merriment, utterly disdaining the danger with which they were beset. The fort resounded with the ascriptions of glory and praise, which both in the daytime and in the night season ascended from the hearts of that joyous band. The verse, "Holy, holy, the Lord our God, the Lord of the angels and the Spirit," issued unceasingly from their lips, heightened their enthusiasm and reanimated their courage. Distress of the besieged. All that remained of the cattle they had brought with them to the fort was a cow which Haji Nasr-ed-Din Qazvini had set aside, and the milk of which he made into a pudding every day for the table of Quddus. Unwilling to deny his hunger-stricken friends their share of the delicacy which his devoted companion prepared for him, Quddus would, after partaking of a few teaspoonfuls of that dish, invariably distribute the rest among them. "I have ceased to enjoy," he was often heard to remark, "since the departure of Mullah Hussein, the meat and drink which they prepare for me. My heart bleeds at the sight of my famished companions, worn and wasted around me." Despite these adverse circumstances, he unfailingly continued further to elucidate in his commentary the significance of the Sword of Samad, and to exhort his friends to persevere till the very end in their heroic endeavours. At morn and at eventide, Mirza Muhammad Baqir would chant in the presence of the assembled believers verses from that commentary, the reading of which would quicken their enthusiasm and brighten their hopes. I have heard Mullah Mirza Muhammad Furugi testify to the following. God knows that we had ceased to hunger for food. Our thoughts were no longer concerned with matters pertaining to our daily bread. We were so enraptured by the entrancing melody of those verses that were we to have continued for years in that state, no trace of weariness and fatigue could possibly have dimmed our enthusiasm or marred our gladness. and whenever the lack of nourishment would tend to sap our vitality and weaken our strength, Mirza Muhammad Baqir would hasten to Qudus and acquaint him with our plight. A glimpse of his face, the magic of his words as he walked amongst us, would transmute our despondency into golden joy. We were reinforced with a strength of such intensity that had the hosts of our enemies appeared suddenly before us, we felt ourselves capable of subjugating their forces. Exhortations of Qudus to his companions. On the day of Nowruz, which fell on the 24th of Rabi'us Sani in the year 1265 AH, Qudus alluded in a written message to his companions to the approach of such trials as would bring in their wake the martyrdom of a considerable number of his friends. A few days later, an innumerable host, commanded by Prince Mehdi Quli Mirza and seconded by the joint forces of Suleiman Khan Afshar, of Abbas Quli Khan Larijani, and of Ja'far Quli Khan, assisted by about 40 other officers, encamped in the neighbourhood of the fort and set about constructing a series of trenches and barricades in its immediate vicinity. On the 9th day of the month of Bahá, the commanding officer gave orders to those in charge of his artillery to open fire in the direction of the besieged. While the bombardment was in progress, Qudus emerged from his room and walked to the centre of the fort. His face was wreathed in smiles, and his demeanour breathed forth the utmost tranquillity. As he was pacing the floor, a cannonball fell suddenly before him. "How utterly unaware," he calmly remarked, as he rolled it with his foot, "are these boastful aggressors of the power of God's avenging wrath. Have they forgotten that a creature as insignificant as the gnat was capable of extinguishing the life of the all-powerful Nimrod? Have they not heard that the roaring of the tempest was sufficient to destroy the people of Ad and Salmud and to annihilate their forces? Seek they to intimidate the heroes of God, in whose sight the pomp of royalty is but an empty shadow, with such contemptible evidences of their cruelty? You are," he added, as he turned to his friends, "those same companions of whom Mohammed, the apostle of God, has thus spoken, 'Oh, how I long to behold the countenance of my brethren who will appear in the end of the world. Blessed are we, blessed are they, greater is their blessedness than ours.' Beware lest you allow the encroachments of self and desire to impair so glorious a station. Fear not the threats of the wicked, neither be dismayed by the clamour of the ungodly. Each one of you has his appointed hour, and when that time is come, neither the assaults of your enemy nor the endeavours of your friends will be able either to retard or to advance that hour. If the powers of the earth league themselves against you, they will be powerless ere that hour strikes to lessen by one jot or tittle the span of your life. Should you allow your hearts to be agitated for but one moment by the booming of these guns, which with increasing violence will continue to shower their shot upon this fort, you will have cast yourselves out of the stronghold of divine protection." So powerful an appeal could not fail to breathe confidence into the hearts of those who heard it. A few, however, whose countenances betrayed vacillation and fear, were seen huddled together in a sheltered corner of the fort, viewing with envy and surprise the zeal that animated their companions. The army of Prince Mehdi Quli Mirza continued for a few days to fire in the direction of the fort. His men were surprised to find that the booming of their guns had failed to silence the voice of prayer and the acclamations of joy which the besieged raised in answer to their threats. Instead of the unconditional surrender which they expected, the call of the mu'azzin, the chanting of the verses of the Qur'an, and the chorus of gladsome voices intoning hymns of thanksgiving and praise reached their ears without ceasing. Exasperated by these evidences of unquenchable fervour, and impelled by a burning desire to extinguish the enthusiasm which swelled within the breasts of his opponents, Ja'far Quli Khan erected a tower, upon which he stationed his cannon, and from that eminence directed his fire into the heart of the fort. Quddus immediately summoned Mirza Muhammad Baqir and instructed him to sally again and inflict upon the boastful newcomer a humiliation no less crushing than the one which Abbas Quli Khan had suffered. "Let him know," he added, "that God's lion-hearted warriors, when pressed and driven by hunger, are able to manifest deeds of such heroism as no ordinary mortals can show. Let him know that the greater their hunger, the more devastating shall be the effects of their exasperation." Fifth sortie and death of Ja'far Quli Khan. Mirza Muhammad Baqir again ordered 18 of his companions to hurry to their steeds and follow him. The gates of the fort were thrown open, and the cry of "Ya Sahib Zaman," fiercer and more thrilling than ever, diffused panic and consternation in the ranks of the enemy. Ja'far Quli Khan, with 30 of his men, fell before the sword of their adversary, who rushed to the tower, captured the guns, and hurled them to the ground. Thence they threw themselves upon the barricades which had been erected, demolished a number of them, and would, but for the approaching darkness, have captured and destroyed the rest. Increasing distress of the companions. Triumphant and unhurt, they repaired to the fort, carrying back with them a number of the stoutest and best-fed stallions which had been left behind. A few days elapsed, during which there was no sign of a counterattack. A sudden explosion in one of the ammunition stores of the enemy, which had caused the death of several artillery officers and a number of their fellow combatants, forced them for 1 whole month to suspend their attacks upon the garrison. This lull enabled a number of the companions to emerge occasionally from their stronghold and gather such grass as they could find in the field as the only means wherewith to allay their hunger. The flesh of horses, even the leather of their saddles, had been consumed by these hard-pressed companions. They boiled the grass and devoured it with piteous avidity. As their strength declined, as they languished, exhausted, within the walls of their fort, Quddus multiplied his visits to them and endeavoured by his words of cheer and of hope to lighten the load of their agony. A declaration by Quddus. The month of Jamadius Sani had just begun when the artillery of the enemy was heard again discharging its showers of balls upon the fort. Simultaneously, with the booming of the cannons, a detachment of the army, headed by a number of officers and consisting of several regiments of infantry and cavalry, rushed to storm it. The sound of their approach impelled Quddus to summon promptly his valiant lieutenant, Mirza Muhammad Baqir, and to bid him emerge with 36 of his companions and repulse their attack. Never, since our occupation of this fort, he added, have we under any circumstances attempted to direct any offensive against our opponents. Not until they unchained their attack upon us did we arise to defend our lives. Had we cherished the ambition of waging holy war against them, had we harboured the least intention of achieving ascendancy through the power of our arms over the unbelievers, we should not, until this day, have remained besieged within these walls. The force of our arms would have by now, as was the case with the companions of Muhammad in days past, convulsed the nations of the earth and prepared them for the acceptance of our message. Such is not the way, however, which we have chosen to tread. Ever since we repaired to this fort, our sole, our unalterable purpose has been the vindication by our deeds and by our readiness to shed our blood in the path of our faith of the exalted character of our mission. The hour is fast approaching when we shall be able to consummate this task. Sixth and last sortie. Mirza Muhammad Baqir once more leapt on horseback, and with the 36 companions whom he had selected, confronted and scattered the forces which had beset him. He carried with him, as he re-entered the gate, the banner which an alarmed enemy had abandoned as soon as the reverberating cry of Ya Sahibuz Zaman had been raised. 5 of his companions suffered martyrdom in the course of that engagement, all of whom they bore to the fort and interred in one tomb, close to the resting place of their fallen brethren. Deliberation of the prince with chiefs of his staff. Prince Mehdi Quli Mirza, astounded by this further evidence of the inexhaustible vitality of his opponents, took counsel with the chiefs of his staff, urging them to devise such means as would enable him to bring that costly enterprise to a speedy end. For 3 days he deliberated with them, and finally came to the conclusion that the most advisable course to take would be to suspend all manner of hostilities for a few days, in the hope that the besieged, exhausted with hunger and goaded by despair, would decide to emerge from their retreat and submit to an unconditional surrender. As the prince was waiting for the consummation of the plan he had conceived, there arrived from Tehran a messenger bearing to him the farman of his sovereign. This man was a resident of the village of Kand, a place not far from the capital. He succeeded in obtaining leave from the prince to enter the fort and attempt to induce 2 of its occupants, Mullah Mehdi and his brother Mullah Baqir Kandi, to escape from the imminent danger to which their lives were exposed. As he approached its walls, he called to the sentinels and asked them to inform Mullah Mehdi Kandi that an acquaintance of his desired to see him. Mullah Mehdi reported the matter to Quddus, who permitted him to meet his friend. Incident related by Aghay Kalim. I have heard Aghay Kalim give the following account, as related to him by that same messenger whom he met in Tehran. I saw, the messenger informed me, Mullah Mehdi appear above the wall of the fort, his countenance revealing an expression of stern resolve that baffled description. He looked as fierce as a lion. His sword was girded on over a long white shirt, after the manner of the Arabs, and he had a white kerchief around his head. "What is it that you seek?" he impatiently inquired. "Say it quickly, for I fear that my master will summon me and find me absent." The determination that glowed in his eyes confused me. I was dumbfounded at his looks and manner. The thought suddenly flashed through my mind that I would awaken a dormant sentiment in his heart. I reminded him of his infant child Rahman, whom he had left behind in the village in his eagerness to enlist under the standard of Mullah Hussein. In his great affection for the child, he had specially composed a poem which he chanted as he rocked his cradle and lulled him to sleep. "Your beloved Rahman," I said, "longs for the affection which you once lavished upon him. He is alone and forsaken and yearns to see you." "Tell him from me," was the father's instant reply, "that the love of the true Rahman, a love that transcends all earthly affections, has so filled my heart that it has left no place for any other love besides his." The poignancy with which he uttered these words brought tears to my eyes. "Accursed," I indignantly exclaimed, "be those who consider you and your fellow disciples as having strayed from the path of God. What," I asked him, "if I venture to enter the fort and join you?" "If your motive be to seek and find the truth," he calmly replied, "I will gladly show you the way. And if you seek to visit me as an old and lifelong friend, I will accord you the welcome of which the Prophet of God has spoken. Welcome your guests, though they be of the infidels. I will, faithful to that injunction, offer you the boiled grass and the churned bones which serve as my meat, the best I can procure for you. But if your intention be to harm me, I warn you that I will defend myself and will hurl you from the heights of these walls to the ground." His unswerving obstinacy convinced me of the futility of my efforts. I could feel that he was fired with such enthusiasm that were the divines of the realm to assemble and endeavour to dissuade him from the course he had chosen to pursue, he would, alone and unaided, baffle their efforts. Neither was I convinced could all the potentates of the earth succeed in luring him away from the beloved of his heart's desire. "May the cup," I was moved to say, "which your lips have tasted, bring you all the blessings you seek." "The prince," I added, "has vowed that whoever steps out of this fort will be secure from danger, that he will even receive a safe passage from him, as well as whatever expenses he may require for the journey to his home." He promised to convey the prince's message to his fellow companions. "Is there anything further you wish to tell me?" he added. "I am impatient to join my master." "May God," I replied, "assist you in accomplishing your purpose." "He has indeed assisted me," he burst forth in exultation. "How else could I have been delivered from the darkness of my prison home in Kand? How could I have reached this exalted stronghold?" No sooner had he uttered these words than, turning his face away from me, he vanished from my sight. Desertion and capture of a number of the companions. As soon as he had joined his companions, Mullah Mehdi conveyed the prince's message to them. On the afternoon of that same day, Sayyid Mirza Hossein Mutawalli, accompanied by his servant, left the fort and went directly to join the prince in his camp. The next day, Rasool Bahnemiri and a few other of his companions, unable to resist the ravages of famine and encouraged by the explicit assurances of the prince, sadly and reluctantly separated themselves from their friends. No sooner had they stepped out of the fort than they were all instantly slain at the order of Abbas Quli Khan Larijani. During the few days that elapsed after that incident, The enemy, still encamped in the neighborhood of the fort, refrained from any act of hostility towards Qudus and his companions. On Wednesday morning, the 16th of Jamadius Sani, an emissary of the prince arrived at the fort and requested that 2 representatives be delegated by the besieged to conduct confidential negotiations with them in the hope of arriving at a peaceful settlement of the issues outstanding between them. Oath taken by the prince to ensure safety of the besieged. Accordingly, Qudus instructed Mullah Yusuf Ardebili and Sayyid Rezaye Khurasani to act as his representatives and bade them inform the prince of his readiness to accede to his wish. Mehdi Quli Mirza courteously received them and invited them to partake of the tea which he had prepared. We should, they said, as they declined his offer, feel it to be an act of disloyalty on our part, were we to partake of either meat or drink, whilst our beloved leader languishes worn and famished in the fort. The hostilities between us, the prince remarked, have been unduly prolonged. We on both sides have fought long and suffered grievously. It is my fervent wish to achieve an amicable settlement of our differences. He took hold of a copy of the Qur'an that lay beside him and wrote with his own hand, in confirmation of his statement, the following words on the margin of the opening surah. I swear by this most holy book, by the righteousness of God who has revealed it, and the mission of him who was inspired with its verses, that I cherish no other purpose than to promote peace and friendliness between us. Come forth from your stronghold and rest assured that no hand will be stretched forth against you. You yourself and your companions, I solemnly declare, are under the sheltering protection of the Almighty, of Mohammed his Prophet, and of Nasruddin Shah, our sovereign. I pledge my honor that no man, either in this army or in this neighborhood, will ever attempt to assail you. The malediction of God, the omnipotent avenger, rest upon me if in my heart I cherish any other desire than that which I have stated. He affixed his seal to his statement, and delivering the Qur'an into the hands of Mullah Yusuf, asked him to convey his greetings to his leader and to present him this formal and written assurance. I will, he added, in pursuance of my declaration, dispatch to the gate of the fort this very afternoon a number of horses, which I trust he and his leading companions will accept and mount, in order to ride to the neighborhood of this camp, where a special tent will have been pitched for their reception. I would request them to be our guests until such time as I shall be able to arrange for their return at my expense to their homes. Qudus received the Qur'an from the hand of his messenger, kissed it reverently, and said, O our Lord, decide between us and between our people with truth, for the best to decide art thou. Immediately after, he bade the rest of his companions prepare themselves to leave the fort. By our response to their invitation, he told them, we shall enable them to demonstrate the sincerity of their intentions. Abandonment of the fort. As the hour of their departure approached, Qudus attired his head with a green turban which the Bab had sent to him at the time he sent the one that Mullah Hussein wore on the day of his martyrdom. At the gate of the fort, they mounted the horses which had been placed at their disposal, Qudus mounting the favourite steed of the prince, which the latter had sent for his use. His chief companions, among whom were a number of sayyids and learned divines, rode behind him and were followed by the rest, who marched on foot, carrying with them all that was left of their arms and belongings. As the company, who were 202 in number, reached the tent, which the prince had ordered to be pitched for Quddus in the vicinity of the public bath of the village of Dizwa, overlooking the camp of the enemy, they alighted and proceeded to occupy their lodgings in the neighbourhood of that tent. Soon after their arrival, Quddus emerged from his tent and, gathering together his companions, addressed them in these words: "You should show forth exemplary renunciation, for such behaviour on your part will exalt our cause and redound to its glory. Anything short of complete detachment will but serve to tarnish the purity of its name and to obscure its splendour. Pray the Almighty to grant that even to your last hour He may graciously assist you to contribute your share to the exaltation of His faith." A few hours after sunset, they were served with dinner brought from the camp of the prince. The food that was offered them in separate trays, each of which was assigned to a group of 30 companions, was poor and scanty. 9 of us, those who were with Quddus subsequently related, were summoned by our leader to partake of the dinner which had been served in his tent. As he refused to taste it, we too, following his example, refrained from eating. The attendants who waited upon us were delighted to partake of the dishes which we had refused to touch, and devoured their contents with appreciation and avidity. A few of the companions who were dining outside the tent were heard remonstrating with the attendants, pleading that they were willing to buy from them at whatever exorbitant a price the bread which they needed. Quddus strongly disapproved of their conduct and rebuked them for the request they had made. But for the intercession of Mirza Muhammad Baqir, he would have severely punished them for having so completely disregarded his earnest exhortations. At daybreak, a messenger arrived, summoning Mirza Muhammad Baqir to the presence of the prince. With the consent of Quddus, he responded to that invitation and returned an hour later, informing his chief that the prince had, in the presence of Sulayman Khan Afshar, reiterated the assurances he had given, and had treated him with great consideration and kindness. "My oath," he assured me, Mirza Muhammad Baqir explained, "is irrevocable and sacred." He cited the case of Ja'far Quli Khan, who, notwithstanding his shameless massacre of thousands of soldiers of the imperial army in the course of the insurrection fomented by the Salar, was pardoned by his sovereign and promptly invested with fresh honours by Muhammad Shah. Tomorrow the prince intends to accompany you in the morning to the public bath, from whence he will proceed to your tent, after which he will provide the horses required to convey the entire company to Sangsar, from where they will disperse, some returning to their homes in Iraq, and others proceeding to Khurasan. At the request of Sulayman Khan, who urged that the presence of such a large gathering at such a fortified centre as Sangsar would be fraught with risk, the prince decided that the party should disperse instead at MÁH-KÚ. I am of opinion that what his tongue professes, his heart does not believe at all. Quddus, who shared his view, bade his companions disperse that very night, and stated that he himself would soon proceed to Barfurush. They hastened to implore him not to separate himself from them, and begged to be allowed to continue to enjoy the blessings of his companionship. He counselled them to be calm and patient, and assured them that whatever afflictions the future might yet reveal, they would meet again. "Weep not," were his parting words. the reunion which will follow this separation will be such as shall eternally endure. We have committed our cause to the care of God. Whatever be His will and pleasure, the same we joyously accept. Capture of a number of the companions. The prince failed to redeem his promise. Instead of joining Quddus in his tent, he called him with several of his companions to his headquarters and informed him, as soon as they reached the tent of the Farrosh Bashi, that he himself would summon him at noon to his presence. Shortly after, a number of the prince's attendants went and told the rest of the companions that Quddus permitted them to join him at the army's headquarters. Several of them were deceived by this report, were made captives, and were eventually sold as slaves. These unfortunate victims constitute the remnant of the companions of the fort of Sheikh Tabarsi, who survived that heroic struggle and were spared to transmit to their countrymen the woeful tale of their sufferings and trials. Soon after, the prince's attendants brought pressure to bear upon Mullah Yusuf to inform the remainder of his companions of the desire of Quddus that they immediately disarm. "What is it that you will tell them exactly?" they asked him as he was being conducted to a place at some distance from the army's headquarters. "I will," was the bold reply, "warn them that whatever be henceforth the nature of the message you choose to deliver to them on behalf of their leader, that message is naught but downright falsehood." These words had hardly escaped his lips when he was mercilessly put to death. General massacre. From this savage act, they turned their attention to the fort, plundered it of its contents, and proceeded to bombard and demolish it completely. They then immediately encompassed the remaining companions and opened fire upon them. Any who escaped the bullets were killed by the swords of the officers and the spears of their men. In the very throes of death, these unconquerable heroes were still heard to utter the words, "Holy, holy, O Lord our God, Lord of the angels and the Spirit," words which in moments of exaltation had fallen from their lips, and which they now repeated with undiminished fervour at this crowning hour of their lives. Fate of 3 of the companions. As soon as these atrocities had been perpetrated, the prince ordered those who had been retained as captives to be ushered one after another into his presence. Those among them who were men of recognized standing, such as the father of Badi, Mullah Mirza Muhammad Furuqi, and Haji Nasir Qazvini, he charged his attendants to conduct to Tehran and obtain in return for their deliverance a ransom from each one of them in direct proportion to their capacity and wealth. As to the rest, he gave orders to his executioners that they be immediately put to death. A few were cut to pieces with the sword, others were torn asunder, a number were bound to trees and riddled with bullets, and still others were blown from the mouths of cannons and consigned to the flames. This terrible butchery had hardly been concluded when 3 of the companions of Quddus, who were residents of Sangsar, were ushered into the presence of the prince. One of them was Sayyid Ahmad, whose father, Mir Muhammad Ali, a devoted admirer of Sheikh Ahmad as-Sa'i, had been a man of great learning and distinguished merit. He, accompanied by this same Sayyid Ahmad and his brother Mir Abdul Qasim, who met his death the very night on which Mullah Hussein was slain, had departed for Karbila in the year preceding the declaration of the Bab, with the intention of introducing his two sons to Sayyid Kazem. Ere his arrival, the Sayyid had departed this life. He immediately determined to leave for Najaf. While in that city, the Prophet Muhammad one night appeared to him in a dream, bidding the Imam Ali, the commander of the faithful, announce to him that after his death, both his sons, Sayyid Ahmad and Mir Abdul Qasim, would attain the presence of the promised Qa'im and would each suffer martyrdom in his path. As soon as he awoke, he called for his son Sayyid Ahmad and acquainted him with his will and last wishes. On the 7th day after that dream, he died. In Sangsar, two other persons, Karbelai Ali and Karbelai Abu Muhammad, both known for their piety and spiritual insight, strove to prepare the people for the acceptance of the promised revelation, the advent of which they felt was fast approaching. In the year 1264 AH, they publicly announced that in that very year, a man named Sayyid Ali would, preceded by a black standard and accompanied by a number of his chosen companions, set forth from Khurasan and proceed to Mazandaran. They urged every loyal adherent of Islam to arise and lend him every possible assistance. The standard which he will hoist, they declared, will be none other than the standard of the promised Qa'im. He who will unfurl it, none other than his lieutenant and chief promoter of his cause. Whoso follows him will be saved, and he who turns away will be among the fallen. Karbelai Abu Muhammad urged his two sons, Abdul Qasim and Muhammad Ali, to arise for the triumph of the new revelation and to sacrifice every material consideration for the attainment of that end. Both Karbelai Abu Muhammad and Karbelai Ali died in the spring of that same year. These two sons of Karbelai Abu Muhammad were the two companions who had been ushered, together with Sayyid Ahmad, into the presence of the prince. Mullah Zainul Abidin Shah Mirzadi, one of the trusted and learned counsellors of the government, acquainted the prince with their story and related the experiences and activities of their respective fathers. "For what reason," Sayyid Ahmad was asked, "have you chosen to tread a path that has involved you and your kinsmen in such circumstances of wretchedness and disgrace? Could you not have been satisfied with the vast number of erudite and illustrious divines who are to be found in this land and in Iraq?" "My faith in this cause," he fearlessly retorted, "is born not of idle imitation. I have dispassionately inquired into its precepts and am convinced of its truth. When in Najaf, I ventured to request the preeminent mujtahid of that city, Sheikh Muhammad Hassan Najafi, to expound for me certain truths connected with the secondary principles underlying the teachings of Islam. He refused to accede to my request. I reiterated my appeal, whereupon he angrily rebuked me and persisted in his refusal. How can I, in the light of such experience, be expected to seek enlightenment on the abstruse articles of the faith of Islam from a divine, however illustrious, who refuses to answer my question on such simple and ordinary matters, and who expresses his indignation at my having put such questions to him?" "What is your belief concerning Haji Muhammad Ali?" asked the prince. "We believe," he replied, "Mullah Hussein to have been the bearer of the standard of which Muhammad has spoken. Should your eyes behold the black standards proceeding from Khurasan, hasten ye towards them, even though ye should have to crawl over the snow. For this reason we have renounced the world and have flocked to his standard, a standard which is but a symbol of our faith. If you wish to bestow upon me a favour, bid your executioner put an end to me, and enable me to be gathered to the company of my immortal companions. For the world and all its charms have ceased to allure me. I long to depart this life and return to my God. The prince, who was reluctant to take the life of a Sayyid, refused to order his execution. His two companions, however, were immediately put to death. He, with his brother Sayyid Abu Talib, was delivered into the hands of Mullah Zainul Abidin, who was instructed to conduct them to Sangsar. Meanwhile, Mirza Muhammad Taqi, accompanied by 7 of the ulamas of Sari, set out from that town to share in the meritorious act of inflicting the punishment of death upon the companions of Quddus. When they found that they had already been put to death, Mirza Muhammad Taqi urged the prince to reconsider his decision and order the immediate execution of Sayyid Ahmad, pleading that his arrival at Sari would be the signal for fresh disturbances as grave as those which had already afflicted them. The prince eventually yielded on the express condition that he be regarded as his guest until his own arrival at Sari, at which time he would take whatever measures were required to prevent him from disturbing the peace of the neighbourhood. No sooner had Mirza Muhammad Taqi taken the direction of Sari than he proceeded to vilify Sayyid Ahmad and his father. "Why ill-treat a guest," his captive pleaded, "whom the prince has committed to your charge? Why ignore the Prophet's injunction, 'Honour thy guest though he be an infidel'?" Roused to a burst of fury, Mirza Muhammad Taqi, together with his 7 companions, drew their swords and cut his body to pieces. With his last breath, Sayyid Ahmad was heard invoking the aid of Sahibuz Zaman. As to his brother, Sayyid Abu Talib, he was safely conducted to Sangsar by Mullah Zainul Abidin, and to this day resides with his brother Sayyid Muhammad Reza in Mazandaran. Both are engaged in the service of the cause and are accounted among its active supporters. As soon as his work was completed, the prince, accompanied by Quddus, returned to Barfurush. They arrived on Friday afternoon, the 18th of Jamadius Sani. The Sayyidul Ulama, together with all of the ulamas of the town, came out to welcome the prince and to extend their congratulations on his triumphal return. The whole town was beflagged to celebrate the victory, and the bonfires which blazed at night witnessed to the joy with which a grateful population greeted the return of the prince. 3 days of festivities elapsed, during which he gave no indication as to his intention regarding the fate of Quddus. He vacillated in his policy and was extremely reluctant to ill-treat his captive. He at first refused to allow the people to gratify their feelings of unrelenting hatred, and was able to restrain their fury. He had originally intended to conduct him to Tehran, and by delivering him into the hands of his sovereign, to relieve himself of the responsibility which weighed upon him. The Sayyidul Ulama's unquenchable hostility, however, interfered with the execution of this plan. The hatred with which Quddus and his cause inspired him blazed into furious rage as he witnessed the increasing evidences of the prince's inclination to allow so formidable an opponent to slip from his grasp. Day and night he remonstrated with him, and with every cunning that his resourceful brain could devise, sought to dissuade him from pursuing a policy which he thought to be at once disastrous and cowardly. In the fury of his despair, he appealed to the mob, and sought by inflaming their passions to awaken the basest sentiments of revenge in their hearts. The whole of Barfurush had been aroused by the persistency of his call. His diabolical skill soon won him the sympathy and support of the masses. "I have vowed," he imperiously protested, "to deny myself both food and sleep until such time as I am able to end the life of Haji Muhammad Ali with my own hands." The threats of an agitated multitude reinforced his plea and succeeded in arousing the apprehensions of the prince. Fearing that his own life might be endangered, he summoned to his presence the leading ulamas of Barfurush for the purpose of consulting as to the measures that should be taken to allay the tumult of popular excitement. All those who had been invited responded, with the exception of Mullah Muhammad Hamzeh, who pleaded to be excused from attending that meeting. He had previously, on several occasions, endeavoured during the siege of the fort to persuade the people to refrain from violence. To him, Qudus, a few days before his abandonment of the fort, had committed through one of his trusted companions of Mazandaran a locked saddlebag containing the text of his own interpretation of the Sard of Samad, as well as all his other writings and papers that he had in his possession, the fate of which remains unknown until the present day. No sooner had the ulamas assembled than the prince gave orders for Qudus to be brought into their presence. Since the day of his abandoning the fort, Qudus, who had been delivered into the custody of the Farrash Bashi, had not been summoned to his presence. As soon as he arrived, the prince arose and invited him to be seated by his side. Turning to the Sayyidul Ulama, he urged that his conversations with him be dispassionately and conscientiously conducted. "Your discussions," he asserted, "must revolve around and be based upon the verses of the Qur'an and the traditions of Muhammad, by which means alone you can demonstrate the truth or falsity of your contentions." "For what reason," the Sayyidul Ulama impertinently inquired, "have you, by choosing to place a green turban upon your head, arrogated to yourself a right which only he who is a true descendant of the Prophet can claim? Do you not know that whoso defies this sacred tradition is accursed of God?" "Was Sayyid Murtaza," Qudus calmly replied, "whom all the recognized ulamas praise and esteem, a descendant of the Prophet through his father or his mother?" One of those present at that gathering instantly declared the mother alone to have been a Sayyid. "Why then object to me?" retorted Qudus, "since my mother was always recognized by the inhabitants of this town as a lineal descendant of the Imam Hassan. Was she not, because of her descent, honoured, nay, venerated by every one of you?" Martyrdom of Qudus. No one dared to contradict him. The Sayyidul Ulama burst forth into a fit of indignation and despair. Angrily, he flung his turban to the ground and arose to leave the meeting. "This man," he thundered ere he departed, "has succeeded in proving to you that he is a descendant of the Imam Hassan. He will ere long justify his claim to be the mouthpiece of God and the revealer of his will." The prince was moved to make this declaration. "I wash my hands of all responsibility for any harm that may befall this man. You are free to do what you like with him. You will yourselves be answerable to God on the day of judgment." Immediately after he had spoken these words, he called for his horse and, accompanied by his attendants, departed for Sari. Intimidated by the imprecations of the ulamas and forgetful of his oath, he abjectly surrendered Qudus to the hands of an unrelenting foe, those ravening wolves who panted for the moment when they could pounce with uncontrolled violence upon their prey, and let loose on him the fiercest passions of revenge and hate. No sooner had the prince freed them from the restraints which he had exercised than the ulamas and the people of Barfurush, acting under the orders from the Sayyidul Ulama, arose to perpetrate upon the body of their victim acts of such atrocious cruelty as no pen can describe. By the testimony of Baha'u'llah, that heroic youth, who was still on the threshold of his life, was subjected to such tortures and suffered such a death as even Jesus had not faced in the hour of his greatest agony. The absence of any restraint on the part of the government authorities, the ingenious barbarity which the torture-mongers of Barfurush so ably displayed, the fierce fanaticism which glowed in the breasts of its Shia inhabitants, the moral support accorded to them by the dignitaries of church and state in the capital. Above all, the acts of heroism which their victim and his companions had accomplished, and which had served to heighten their exasperation, all combined to nerve the hand of the assailants and to add to the diabolical ferocity which characterized his martyrdom. Such were its circumstances that the Bab, who was then confined in the castle of CHIHRÍQ, was unable for a period of 6 months either to write or to dictate. The deep grief which he felt had stilled the voice of revelation and silenced his pen. How deeply he mourned his loss! What cries of anguish he must have uttered as the tale of the siege, the untold sufferings, the shameless betrayal, and the wholesale massacre of the companions of Sheikh Tabarsi reached his ears and was unfolded before his eyes. What pangs of sorrow he must have felt when he learned of the shameful treatment which his beloved Qudus had undergone in his hour of martyrdom at the hands of the people of Barfurush. How he was stripped of his clothes, how the turban which he had bestowed upon him had been befouled, how barefooted, bareheaded, and loaded with chains he was paraded through the streets, followed and scorned by the entire population of the town, how he was execrated and spat upon by the howling mob, how he was assailed with the knives and axes of the scum of its female inhabitants, how his body was pierced and mutilated, and how eventually it was delivered to the flames. Amidst his torments, Qudus was heard whispering forgiveness to his foes. "Forgive, O my God," he cried, "the trespasses of this people. Deal with them in thy mercy, for they know not what we have already discovered and cherish. I have striven to show them the path that leads to their salvation. Behold, how they have risen to overwhelm and kill me. Show them, O God, the way of truth, and turn their ignorance into faith." In his hour of agony, the Sayyid Qum'i, who had so treacherously deserted the fort, was seen passing by his side. Observing his helplessness, he smote him in the face. "You claimed," he cried in haughty scorn, "that your voice was the voice of God. If you speak the truth, burst your bonds asunder and free yourself from the hands of your enemies." Qudus looked steadfastly into his face, sighed deeply, and said, "May God requite you for your deed, inasmuch as you have helped to add to the measure of my afflictions." Approaching the Sabza Maidan, he raised his voice and said, "Would that my mother were with me and could see with her own eyes the splendor of my nuptials." He had scarcely spoken these words when the enraged multitude fell upon him, and tearing his body to pieces, threw the scattered members into the fire which they had kindled for that purpose. In the middle of the night, what still remained of the fragments of that burned and mutilated body was gathered by the hand of a devoted friend and interred in a place not far distant from the scene of his martyrdom. List of the Martyrs. It would be appropriate at this juncture to place on record the names of those martyrs who participated in the defense of the fort of Sheikh Tabarsi, in the hope that generations yet to come may recall with pride and gratitude the names no less than the deeds of those pioneers who by their life and death have so greatly enriched the annals of God's immortal faith. Such names as I have been able to collect from various sources, and for which I am particularly indebted to Esmullahul Mim, Esmullahul Javad, and Esmullahul Asad, I now proceed to enumerate, trusting that even as in the world beyond, their souls have been invested with the light of unfading glory, their names may likewise linger forever on the tongues of men, that their mention may continue to evoke a like spirit of enthusiasm and devotion in the hearts of those to whom this priceless heritage has been transmitted. From my informants, I not only have been able to gather the names of most of those who fell in the course of that memorable siege, but have also succeeded in obtaining a representative, though incomplete, list of all those martyrs who from the year 60 until the present day, the latter part of the month of Rabiul Awwal in the year 1306 AH, have laid down their lives in the path of the cause of God. It is my intention to make mention of each of these names in connection with a particular event with which it is chiefly connected. As to those who quaffed the cup of martyrdom while defending the fort of Tabarsi, their names are as follows. 1. First and foremost among them stands Quddus, upon whom the Bab bestowed the name of Esmullahul Akhar. He, the last letter of the living, and the Bab's chosen companion on his pilgrimage to Mecca and Medina, was together with Mullah Sadiq and Mullah Ali Akbar Ardesani the first to suffer persecution on Persian soil for the sake of the cause of God. He was only 18 years of age when he left his native town of Barfurush for Karbila. For about 4 years he sat at the feet of Sayyid Kazem, and at the age of 22 met and recognized his beloved in Shiraz. 5 years later, on the 23rd day of Jamadi Sani in the year 1265 AH, he was destined to fall in the Sabza Maidan of Barfurush, a victim of the most refined and wanton barbarity at the hands of the enemy. The Bab, and at a later time Baha'u'llah, have mourned in unnumbered tablets and prayers his loss, and have lavished on him their eulogies. Such was the honour accorded to him by Baha'u'llah, that in his commentary on the verse of Kullu Ta'am, which he revealed while in Baghdad, he conferred upon him the unrivalled station of the Nuqtaya Ukhra, a station second to none except that of the Bab himself. 2. Mullah Hussayn, surnamed the Babul Bab, the first to recognize and embrace the new revelation. At the age of 18, he too departed from his native town of Bushruyeh in Khurasan for Karbila, and for a period of 9 years remained closely associated with Sayyid Kazem. 4 years prior to the declaration of the Bab, acting according to the instructions of Sayyid Kazem, he met in Isfahan the learned Mujtahid Sayyid Baqir Rashti and in Mashhad Mirza Askari, to both of whom he delivered with dignity and eloquence the messages with which he had been entrusted by his leader. The circumstances attending his martyrdom evoked the Bab's inexpressible sorrow, a sorrow that found vent in eulogies and prayers of such great number as would be equivalent to thrice the volume of the Quran. In one of his visiting tablets, the Bab asserts that the very dust of the ground where the remains of Mullah Hussein lie buried is endowed with such potency as to bring joy to the disconsolate and healing to the sick. In the Kitab-e-Iqan, Baha'u'llah extols with still greater force the virtues of Mullah Hussein. But for him, he writes, God would not have been established upon the seat of his mercy, nor have ascended the throne of eternal glory. 3. Mirza Muhammad Hassan, the brother of Mullah Hussein. 4. Mirza Muhammad Baqir, the nephew of Mullah Hussein. He, as well as Mirza Muhammad Hassan, accompanied Mullah Hussein from Bushruyeh to Karbila and from thence to Shiraz, where they embraced the message of the Bab and were enrolled among the letters of the living. With the exception of the journey of Mullah Hussein to the castle of MÁH-KÚ, they continued to be with him until the time they suffered martyrdom in the fort of Tabarsi. 5. The brother-in-law of Mullah Hussein, the father of Mirza Abdul Hassan and Mirza Muhammad Hussein, both of whom are now in Bushruyeh, and into whose hands the care of the Barakatul Firdos, Mullah Hussein's sister, is committed. Both are firm and devoted adherents of the faith. 6. The son of Mullah Ahmad, the elder brother of Mullah Mirza Muhammad Furuqi. He, unlike his uncle, Mullah Mirza Muhammad, suffered martyrdom and was, as testified by the latter, a youth of great piety and distinguished for his learning and his integrity of character. 7. Mirza Muhammad Baqir, known as Harati, though originally a resident of Qayen. He was a close relative of the father of Nabila Akbar and was the first in Mashhad to embrace the cause. It was he who built the Babiyeh and who devotedly served Qudus during his sojourn in that city. When Mullah Hussein hoisted the black standard, he, together with his child Mirza Muhammad Kazem, eagerly enrolled under his banner and went forth with him to Mazandaran. That child was saved eventually and has now grown up into a fervent and active supporter of the faith in Mashhad. It was Mirza Muhammad Baqir who acted as the standard-bearer of the company, who designed the plan of the fort, its walls and turrets, and the moat which surrounded it, who succeeded Mullah Hussein in organizing the forces of his companions and in leading the charge against the enemy, and who acted as the intimate companion, the lieutenant and trusted counselor of Qudus until the hour when he fell a martyr in the path of the cause. 8. Mirza Muhammad Taqi Jovaini, a native of Sabzevar, who was distinguished for his literary accomplishments and was often entrusted by Mullah Hussein with the task of leading the charge against the assailants. His head and that of his fellow companion, Mirza Muhammad Baqir, were impaled on spears and paraded through the streets of Barfurush amid the shouts and howling of an excited populace. 9. Qambar Ali, the fearless and faithful servant of Mullah Hussain, who accompanied him on his journey to MÁH-KÚ and who suffered martyrdom on the very night on which his master fell a victim to the bullets of the enemy. 10. Hassan, and 11. Qoli, who together with a man named Iskandar, a native of Zanjan, bore the body of Mullah Hussain to the fort on the night of his martyrdom and placed it at the feet of Quddus. He it was, the same Hassan, who by the orders of the chief constable of Mashhad was led by a halter through the streets of that city. 12. Muhammad Hassan, the brother of Mullah Sadiq, whom the comrades of Khusro slew on the way between Barfurush and the fort of Tabarsi. He distinguished himself by his unwavering constancy and had been one of the servants of the shrine of the Imam Reza. 13. Sayyid Reza, who with Mullah Yusuf Ardebili was commissioned by Quddus to meet the prince and who brought back with him the sealed copy of the Quran bearing the oath which the prince had written. He was one of the well-known Sayyids of Khurasan and was recognized for his learning as well as for the integrity of his character. 14. Mullah Mardan Ali, one of the noted companions from Khurasan, a resident of the village of Miameh, the site of a well-fortified fortress situated between Sabzevar and Shahrud. He, together with 33 companions, enlisted under the banner of Mullah Hussain on the day of the latter's passage through that village. It was in the masjid of Miameh, to which Mullah Hussain had repaired in order to offer the Friday congregational prayer, that he delivered his soul-stirring appeal, in which he laid stress upon the fulfillment of the tradition relating to the hoisting of the black standard in Khurasan, and in which he declared himself to be its bearer. His eloquent address profoundly impressed his hearers, so much so that on that very day the majority of those who heard him, most of whom were men of distinguished merit, arose and followed him. Only one of those 33 companions, a Mullah Isa, survived, whose sons are at present in the village of Miameh, actively engaged in the service of the cause. The names of the martyred companions of that village are as follows. 15. Mullah Muhammad Mehdi. 16. Mullah Muhammad Ja'far. 17. Mullah Muhammad ibn Mullah Muhammad. 18. Mullah Rahim. 19. Mullah Muhammad Reza. 20. Mullah Muhammad Hussain. 21. Mullah Muhammad. 22. Mullah Yusuf. 23. Mullah Yaqub. 24. Mullah Ali. 25. Mullah Zainul Abidin. 26. Mullah Muhammad, son of Mullah Zainul Abidin. 27. Mullah Baqir. 28. Mullah Abdul Muhammad. 29. Mullah Abul Hassan. 30. Mullah Ismail. 31. Mullah Abdul Ali. 32. Mullah Agha Baba. 33. Mullah Abdul Jawad. 34. Mullah Muhammad Hussain. 35. Mullah Muhammad Baqir. 36. Mullah Muhammad. 37. Haji Hassan. 38. Karbilai Ali. 39. Mullah Karbilai Ali. 40. Karbilai Nur Muhammad. 41. Muhammad Ibrahim. 42. Muhammad Sa'im. 43. Muhammad Hadi. 44. Sayyid Mehdi. 45. Abu Muhammad. Of the companions of the village of Sangsar, which forms part of the district of Semnan, 18 were martyred. Their names are as follows. 46. Sayyid Ahmad, whose body was cut to pieces by Mirza Muhammad Taqi and the 7 ulamas of Sari. He was a noted divine and greatly esteemed for his eloquence and piety. 47. Mir Abul Qasim, Sayyid Ahmad's brother, who won the crown of martyrdom on the very night on which Mullah Hussein met his death. 48. Mir Mehdi, the paternal uncle of Sayyid Ahmad. 49. Mir Ibrahim, the brother-in-law of Sayyid Ahmad. 50. Safar Ali, the son of Karbilai Ali, who together with Karbilai Muhammad had so strenuously endeavoured to awaken the people of Sangsar from their sleep of heedlessness. Both of them, owing to their infirmities, were unable to proceed to the fort of Tabarsi. 51. Muhammad Ali, the son of Karbilai Abu Muhammad. 52. Abul Qasim, the brother of Muhammad Ali. 53. Karbilai Ibrahim. 54. Ali Ahmad. 55. Mullah Ali Akbar. 56. Mullah Hussein Ali. 57. Abbas Ali. 58. Hussein Ali. 59. Mullah Ali Asghar. 60. Karbilai Ismail. 61. Ali Khan. 62. Muhammad Ibrahim. 63. Abdul Azim. From the village of Shah Mirzad, 2 fell in defending the fort. 64. Mullah Abu Rahim and 65. Karbilai Kazem. As to the adherents of the faith in Mazandaran, 27 martyrs have thus far been recorded. 66. Mullah Rezai Shah. 67. Azim. 68. Karbilai Muhammad Ja'far. 69. Sayyid Hussein. 70. Muhammad Baqir. 71. Sayyid Razak. 72. Ustad Ibrahim. 73. Mullah Sa'id Zire Kenari. 74. Rezai Arab. 75. Rasul Bahnemiri. 76. Muhammad Hussein, the brother of Rasul Bahnemiri. 77. Tahir. 78. Shafi. 79. Qasim. 80. Mullah Muhammad Jan. 81. Masih, the brother of Mullah Muhammad Jan. 82. Eta Baba. 83. Yusuf. 84. Fazlullah. 85. Baba. 86. Safiquli. 87. Nizam. 88. Ruhullah. 89. Ali Quli. 90. Sultan. 91. Jafar. 92. Khalil. Of the believers of MÁH-KÚ, the 5 following names have thus far been ascertained. 93. Karbilai Qambar Kalesh. 94. Mullah Nad Ali Mutawalli. 95. Abdul Haq. 96. Itabaki Chupan. 97. Son of Itabaki Chupan. From the town of Ardistan, the following have suffered martyrdom. 98. Mirza Ali Muhammad, son of Mirza Muhammad Saeed. 99. Mirza Abdul Wasi, son of Haji Abdul Wahhab. 100. Muhammad Hussain, son of Haji Muhammad Sadiq. 101. Muhammad Mehdi, son of Haji Muhammad Ibrahim. 102. Mirza Ahmad, son of Muhsin. 103. Mirza Muhammad, son of Mir Muhammad Taqi. From the city of Isfahan, 30 have thus far been recorded. 104. Mullah Ja'far, the sifter of wheat, whose name has been mentioned by the Bab in the Persian Bayan. 105. Ustad Agha, surnamed Buzurg Banna. 106. Ustad Hassan, son of Ustad Agha. 107. Ustad Muhammad, son of Ustad Agha. 108. Muhammad Hussain, son of Ustad Agha, whose younger brother Ustad Ja'far was sold several times by his enemies until he reached his native city where he now resides. 109. Ustad Qurban Ali Banna. 110. Ali Akbar, son of Ustad Qurban Ali Banna. 111. Abdullah, son of Ustad Qurban Ali Banna. 112. Muhammad Baqir Naqsh, the maternal uncle of Sayyid Yahya, son of Mirza Muhammad Ali Nahri. He was 14 years old and was martyred the very night that Mullah Hussain met his death. 113. Mullah Muhammad Taqi. 114. Mullah Muhammad Reza, both brothers of the late Abu Saleh, the gardener of the Rezvan at Akka. 115. Mullah Ahmad Saffar. 116. Mullah Hussain Meskar. 117. Ahmad Parvandi. 118. Hassan Sharbaf Yazdi. 119. Muhammad Taqi. 120. Muhammad Attar, brother of Hassan Sharbaf. 121. Mullah Abdul Khaliq, who cut his throat in Badasht, and whom Tahir named Zabi. 122. Hussain. 123. Abul Qasim, brother of Hussain. 124. Mirza Muhammad Reza. 125. Mullah Haydar, brother of Mirza Muhammad Reza. 126. Mirza Mehdi. 127. Muhammad Ibrahim. 128. Muhammad Hussain, surnamed Dasmal Gerezan. 129. Muhammad Hassan Chitzaz, a well-known cloth manufacturer who attained the presence of the Bab. 130. Muhammad Hussain Attar. 131. Ustad Haji Muhammad Banna. 132. Mahmud Muqari'i, a noted cloth dealer. He was newly married and had attained the presence of the Bab in the castle of CHIHRÍQ. The Bab urged him to proceed to Jazireh Khadra and to lend his assistance to Quddus. While in Tehran, he received a letter from his brother announcing the birth of a son and entreating him to hasten to Isfahan to see him, and then to proceed to whichever place he felt inclined. "I am too much fired," he replied, "with the love of this cause, to be able to devote any attention to my son. I am impatient to join Quddus and to enlist under his banner." 133. Sayyid Muhammad Rezai Paghalei, a distinguished Sayyid and a highly esteemed divine, whose declared purpose to enlist under the banner of Mullah Hussain caused a great tumult among the ulamas of Isfahan. Among the believers of Shiraz, the following attained the station of martyrdom. 134. Mullah Abdullah, known also by the name of Mirza Saleh. 135. Mullah Zainul Abidin. 136. Mirza Muhammad. Of the adherents of the faith in Yazd, only 4 have thus far been recorded. 137. The Sayyid who walked on foot all the way from Khurasan to Barfurush, where he fell a victim to the bullet of the enemy. 138. Sayyid Ahmad, the father of Sayyid Hussayn Aziz, the amanuensis of the Bab. 139. Mirza Muhammad Ali, son of Sayyid Ahmad, whose head was blown off by the ball from a cannon as he was standing at the entrance of the fort, and who, because of his tender age, was greatly loved and admired by Quddus. 140. Sheikh Ali, son of Sheikh Abdul Khaliq Yazdi, a resident of Mashhad, a youth whose enthusiasm and untiring energy were greatly praised by Mullah Hussain and Quddus. Of the believers of Qazvin, the following were martyred. 141. Mirza Muhammad Ali, a noted divine, whose father, Haji Mullah Abdul Wahhab, was one of the most distinguished mujtahids in Qazvin. He attained the presence of the Bab in Shiraz and was enrolled as one of the letters of the living. 142. Muhammad Hadi, a noted merchant, son of Haji Abdul Karim, surnamed Baghban Bashi. 143. Sayyid Ahmad. 144. Mirza Abdul Jalil, a noted divine. 145. Mirza Mehdi. 146. From the village of Lahore, a man named Haji Muhammad Ali, who had greatly suffered as a result of the murder of Mullah Taqi in Qazvin. Of the believers of Khoi, the following have suffered martyrdom. 147. Mullah Mehdi, a distinguished divine, who had been one of the esteemed disciples of Sayyid Kazem. He was noted for his learning, his eloquence, and his staunchness of faith. 148. Mullah Mahmud Khoi, brother of Mullah Mehdi, one of the letters of the living and a distinguished divine. 149. Mullah Yusuf Ardebili, one of the letters of the living, noted for his learning, his enthusiasm and eloquence. It was he who had aroused the apprehensions of Haji Karim Khan on his arrival at Kerman, and who struck terror to the hearts of his adversaries. "This man," Haji Karim Khan was heard to say to his congregation, "must needs be expelled from this town. If he be allowed to remain, he will assuredly cause the same tumult in Kerman as he has already done in Shiraz. The injury he will inflict will be irreparable. The magic of his eloquence and the force of his personality, if they do not already excel those of Mullah Hussain, are certainly not inferior to them." By this means, he was able to force him to curtail his stay in Kerman and to prevent him from addressing the people from the pulpit. The Bab gave him the following instructions. "You must visit the towns and cities of Persia and summon their inhabitants to the cause of God. On the first day of the month of Muharram in the year 1265 AH, you must be in Mazandaran and must arise to lend every assistance in your power to Quddus." Mullah Yusuf, faithful to the instructions of his master, refused to prolong his stay beyond a week in any of the towns and cities which he visited. On his arrival in Mazandaran, He was made captive by the forces of Prince Mehdi Quli Mirza, who immediately recognized him and gave orders that he be imprisoned. He was eventually released, as we have already observed, by the companions of Mullah Hussein on the day of the Battle of Vaz-Kas. 150. Mullah Jalil Urumi, one of the Letters of the Living, noted for his learning, his eloquence, and tenacity of faith. 151. Mullah Ahmad, a resident of Maraghe, one of the Letters of the Living and a distinguished disciple of Sayyid Kazem. 152. Mullah Mehdi Kandi, a close companion of Baha'u'llah and a tutor to the children of his household. 153. Mullah Baqir, brother of Mullah Mehdi, both of whom were men of considerable learning, to whose great attainments Baha'u'llah testifies in the Kitab-i-Iran. 154. Sayyid Kazem, a resident of Zanjan and one of its noted merchants. He attained the presence of the Bab in Shiraz and accompanied him to Isfahan. His brother, Sayyid Murtaza, was one of the 7 martyrs of Tehran. 155. Iskandar, also a resident of Zanjan, who together with Hassan and Quli bore the body of Mullah Hussein to the fort. 156. Ismail. 157. Karbilai Abdul Ali. 158. Abdul Muhammad. 159. Haji Abbas. 160. Sayyid Ahmad, all residents of Zanjan. 161. Sayyid Hussein Koladuz, a resident of Barfurush, whose head was impaled on a lance and was paraded through its streets. 162. Mullah Hassan Rashdi. 163. Mullah Hassan Bayajmandi. 164. Mullah Ne'matullah Barfurushi. 165. Mullah Muhammad Taqi Qarrakhili. 166. Ustad Zainul Abidin. 167. Ustad Qasem, son of Ustad Zainul Abidin. 168. Ustad Ali Akbar, brother of Ustad Zainul Abidin. The last 3 were masons by profession, were natives of Kerman and resided in Qayen in the province of Khurasan. 169 and 170. Mullah Rezai Shah and a young man from Bahnemir were slain 2 days after the abandonment of the fort by Quddus in the Panshambe Bazaar of Barfurush. Haji Mullah Muhammad Hamze, surnamed the Shariat Madar, succeeded in burying their bodies in the neighborhood of the Masjid Kazem Beg and inducing their murderer to repent and ask forgiveness. 171. Mullah Muhammad Mu'allim Nuri, an intimate companion of Baha'u'llah who was closely associated with him in Nur, in Tehran, and in Mazandaran. He was famed for his intelligence and learning, and was subjected, Quddus only excepted, to the severest atrocities that have ever befallen a defender of the fort of Tabarsi. The prince had promised that he would release him on condition that he would execrate the name of Quddus, and had pledged his word that should he be willing to recant, he would take him back with him to Tehran and make him the tutor of his sons. "Never will I consent," he replied, "to vilify the beloved of God at the bidding of a man such as you. Were you to confer upon me the whole of the kingdom of Persia, I would not for one moment turn my face from my beloved leader. My body is at your mercy. My soul you are powerless to subdue. Torture me as you will, that I may be enabled to demonstrate to you the truth of the verse. Then wish for death, if ye be men of truth." The prince, infuriated by his answer, gave orders that his body be cut to pieces, and that no effort be spared to inflict upon him a most humiliating punishment. 172. Haji Muhammad Karradi, whose home was situated in one of the palm groves adjoining the old city of Baghdad, a man of great courage, who had fought and led 100 men in the war against Ibrahim Pasha of Egypt. He had been a fervent disciple of Sayyid Kazem, and was the author of a long poem in which he expatiated upon the virtues and merits of the Sayyid. He was 75 years old when he embraced the faith of the Bab, whom he likewise eulogized in an eloquent and detailed poem. He distinguished himself by his heroic acts during the siege of the fort, and eventually became a victim of the bullets of the enemy. 173. Sa'id Jabbavi, a native of Baghdad, who displayed extraordinary courage during the siege. He was shot in the abdomen, and though severely wounded, managed to walk until he reached the presence of Quddus. He joyously threw himself at his feet and expired. The circumstances of the martyrdom of these last two companions were related by Sayyid Abu Talib Sangsari, one of those who survived that memorable siege, in a communication he addressed to Baha'u'llah. In it, he relates, in addition, his own story, as well as that of his two brothers, Sayyid Ahmad and Mir Abul Qasim, both of whom were martyred while defending the fort. "On the day on which Khosrow was slain," he wrote, "I happened to be the guest of a certain Karbilai Ali Jan, the Kad Khuda of one of the villages in the neighborhood of the fort. He had gone to assist in the protection of Khosrow, and had returned and was relating to me the circumstances attending his death. On that very day, a messenger informed me that 2 Arabs had arrived at that village and were anxious to join the occupants of the fort. They expressed their fear of the people of the village of Qadi Kala, and promised that they would amply reward whoever would be willing to conduct them to their destination. I recalled the counsels of my father, Mir Muhammad Ali, who exhorted me to arise and help in the promotion of the cause of the Bab. I immediately decided to seize the opportunity that had presented itself to me, and together with these 2 Arabs, and with the aid and assistance of the Kad Khuda, reached the fort, met Mullah Hussein, and determined to consecrate the remaining days of my life to the service of the cause he had chosen to follow." The names of some of the officers who distinguished themselves among the opponents of the companions of Quddus are as follows. 1. Prince Mehdi Quli Mirza, brother of the late Muhammad Shah. 2. Sulaiman Khan Afshar. 3. Haji Mustafa Khan Surtij. 4. Abdullah Khan, brother of Haji Mustafa Khan. 5. Abbas Quli Khan Larijani, who shot Mullah Hussein. 6. Nurullah Khan Afghan. 7. Habibullah Khan Afghan. 8. Zulfaqar Khan Karavuli. 9. Ali Asghar Khan Dodongei. 10. Khuda Murad Khan Kurd. 11. Khalil Khan Sawad Kuhi. 12. Ja'far Quli Khan Surkh Karrei. 13. The Sartip of the Fauj Kalbat. 14. Zakariyai Qadi Kallai, a cousin of Khosrow and his successor. As to those believers who participated in that memorable siege and survived its tragic end, I have been thus far unable to ascertain in full either their names or their number. I have contented myself with a representative, though incomplete, list of the names of its martyrs, trusting that in the days to come the valiant promoters of the faith will arise to fill this gap, and will, by their research and industry, be able to remedy the imperfections of this altogether inadequate description of what must ever remain as one of the most moving episodes of modern times.